Good morning and welcome to the opening ceremony of Digital Jamaica's first annual Youth Summit under the theme, The Future of Work, How Digitization Affects Employment. My name is Aishiba Cornwall, the Energy Queen, and I'm a social advocate for youth empowerment and a lover of communication and all things digital. I am a second year integrated marketing communication student at the University of the West Indies. I am delighted and excited to be your host this morning. Now, this cannot be possible without our partners, GIA Labs, Institute of Law and Economics, Trust for Americas, the City Foundation, OAS, Jamaica Union of Tertiary Students, National Youth Council, and University Caribbean Ambassadors. And for that, I say a hearty thank you on behalf of the Digital Jamaica family. Now, we'll be here from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. So, guess what? Tell a friend to tell another friend to join us. And who knows, you may be one of the 1,000 persons who will get the opportunity to unlock free delivery from Hugo, Jamaica. And all you have to do is use the summit code DJYS21. I'm going to say that again, DJYS21 at the checkout. But guess what? That is not all. We will also be doing some fantastic giveaways courtesy of our sponsors, DIA Labs and Institute of Law and Economics. In addition to that, we'd also like to thank Quantum Concepts for giving us a summit discount on all items. This summit will take place over 2 days. This incredible summit will take place over what? 2 days, from Thursday, November 18th to tomorrow, Friday, November 19th, 2021. Now, people, our event is fully online. And so we really want you to share with us all the things that you learned throughout the day. And you're going to do it by using these hashtags. Now, I want you to get a book, get your pen or your pencil, get your phone, and write these down because we really want you to share with us online. Hashtag DJYS21. Hashtag Future of Work Summit. Hashtag Youth Summit 2021. Hashtag Youth Month Jamaica. And hashtag DIA Summit 2021. Now, how are you feeling about this event? I mean, what do you expect to learn? I know that you're from different platforms, but I'd love for you to comment. Let us know how you're feeling. Let us know what you expect to learn because we really want to hear from you. I want you to understand that this event is a big deal. This summit is an official Youth Month activity under the Ministry of Education, Youth and Information here in Jamaica. And on that note, here to greet you and tell you about the summit is none other than the founder of Digital Jamaica and organizer of this summit, Kadia Francis. So I'd love to invite Kadia to our virtual stage right now for us to hear a little bit more about our summit.
Hi, Aishiba.
Hi, Kadia. How are you doing?
Good morning. I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm amazing. First of all, I'm excited and I'd definitely love to hear from you about this summit. What's it all about? Why are we here today?
All right. So first of all, I want to thank everybody for being a part of the summit. I want to thank everybody who's already here, everybody who's about to come. It's a real labor of love, and we're gonna have a great day. And thank you, Aishiba, for being here, and to our interpreters for being here. So, the Digital Jamaica, since its launch, the intention has always been to fill gaps, Aishiba. So gaps in information, gaps in knowledge, gaps where they exist in and around the tech and digital spaces in Jamaica and the Caribbean. Because when I started out, I realized that those gaps existed, and there was no space outside of like Silicon Carib where you could go to find information, and certainly not on a consistent basis. And so, because I was somebody who was looking for that information, couldn't find it, I said, okay, fine, let me be the one to create the space, right? Why not me? Was my thought. And so Digital Jamaica was born back in 2018, and since then we've been filling many spaces, guys. So through our programs, our podcasts, our blogs, our live shows, and just all the information that we crank out on a weekly basis, our effort is all to ensure that we are fully informed so we can make informed decisions about Jamaica and Jamaicans and our role in the digital and tech space, and how we can leverage these spaces for economic benefit. And that is why the DARE program was started, Aishiba, because we realized that there's a certain group of persons that were being left out of the conversation. Now, we do talk about our youths and digital and tech, but not in a way where we are making it make sense for them, not in a way where we are doing enough to prepare them for what we call a hyper digital, borderless global market. And what do we mean by this? We mean that with the proliferation of artificial intelligence, automation, machine learning, we're going to see that the jobs of the future have already begun to change, and they will continue to change. So physical and manual labor will no longer be in demand, but and the funny thing is, the more technology advances, is the more there's a need for high cognitive skills. So we're talking about communication and problem solving. So these are skills that are emotion based and social based. And so I wanted to make sure that we at Digital Jamaica, we are doing our part to make sure that our young people are ready, they're marketable, and they're visible in this space, because they're not only competing now in a small labor market, which is the Jamaican market, or even a regional market, but they're now competing in a global market, and they have to be attractive to that global market. And that's what this summit is about. That's what the DARE program is about. We are partnering with public, private sector groups, and interest-based groups to make sure that our young people are being provided with mentorship, internship, and training opportunities, so they can get the exposure, the experience, and the access to the networks that they need to be able to, again, be marketable in a future space, and to be able to survive and thrive in a highly technical or technological world. And that's what the DARE program is about. So I am so happy for everybody who would have come on board, who would have seen the vision, and who said yes almost immediately. And I'm particularly grateful to DIA Labs, City Foundation, OAS, the Institute of Law and Economics, and the Ministry of Education for also seeing the vision and coming on board and working with us to launch this youth summit, which is the first iteration, the first activity under the DARE initiative, and subsequent activities that will be taking place. So guys, make sure you're following us at dare.jamaica on Twitter and Instagram to see all the updates. Our internship program is now open. We have 25 paid internship spots available to persons. Please to go and visit to see how you can apply for one of these positions. And yeah, let's just get our young people ready for the future of work. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you so much for being here, and have a great time. Aishiba, over to
Thank
you.
you so much for that, Kadia. That was Kadia Francis, the founder of Digital Jamaica and organizer for this youth summit. Now, before I continue, I want to tell you this is an online event, I told you before. And we definitely want to hear from you. We want to hear what you're learning. We want to know your takeaway from today's event. And so I'm urging you to use the hashtags for today's summit. And I'm going to say it one more time so that you can catch it. So write it down, put it on your notepad, on your phone, and let's just try to share what we're learning throughout the summit today. So the hashtags for today are hashtag DJYS21, hashtag Future of Work Summit, hashtag Youth Summit 2021, hashtag Youth Month Jamaica, hashtag DIA Summit 2021. Hope you got that. Can't wait to see what you guys are tweeting and Facebooking and everything in. Can't wait to see it. So I will now invite to our virtual stage Miss Eva Lewis. She is the City Country Officer, CCO, of City Jamaica, as well as Corporate Bank Head, responsible for overall governance of the franchise, as well as client management and profitability. Eva holds several memberships to organizations such as the Women's Leadership Initiative in Jamaica, where she chairs the Mentorship Committee, the International Women's Forum, IWF of Jamaica, and the American Chamber of Commerce of Jamaica. Miss Lewis, the virtual stage is yours.
Good
All right.
morning.
Good morning, Miss
Good
Lewis.
morning.
Welcome.
Thank you so much. Can I be heard properly? Is everybody hearing me? Okay, wonderful. I'm glad. So, good morning, and thank you very much for that warm welcome. I'm very pleased and honored to be here with you this morning, and I know that we're going to have some special guests this morning as well. And of course, recognizing the Minister of State, the Honorable Robert Morgan, in the Ministry of Education, Youth and Information, and our partners from the ILE and hosts from the Trust of the Americas. City, through our City Foundation, supports the DIA Lab in Jamaica as part of the Trust of the Americas, DIA, Democratizing Innovation in the Americas Institute. This is our 5th year supporting the DIA project in Jamaica, and more recently, our City Trinidad colleagues launched their own DIA Lab in Trinidad as an expansion of our original pilot in Kingston, Jamaica. We are so proud to be associated with this collaboration because City Foundation invests in youth through the support of programs that provide employment, entrepreneurship, training, mentoring, coaching, and access to professional networks across the scale and scope of the market. Programs that help youth build 21st century workforce skills to enter the job market. The DIA initiative and the regional initiative is committed to fostering innovation and empowering youth to access state-of-the-art technology, collaboration spaces, specialized curriculum, mentorship, and financial resources for social and economic ventures, in essence, to help build better communities and to help our own nation building. The DIA Lab in Kingston has done a tremendous job in fostering innovation with our youth, and many important and exciting innovations that have come out of the Jamaica DIA Lab. And every time I'm in the space with respect to the DIA Lab, I really and truly become so much more hopeful and optimistic about the opportunities that we can help foster for our young people. It really is a very exciting part of my job to see this kind of collaboration. The DIA Summit, therefore, is a celebration of the DIA Lab and the DIA project in Jamaica and Trinidad. And especially we want to say happy anniversary and to, of course, commit to our ongoing support for this wonderful, wonderful strategy. We are living in exciting times, one of digitization and innovation that has been accelerated by the pandemic. And as our young adults find their own perspective on what the future will be, it's our obligation to support that effort and that kind of evolution. An investment in our youth is also an investment in our own future. And the more that we inspire and facilitate their innovative ideas, the better our communities and by extension our nations become. Over the next 3 days, we're going to have a comprehensive agenda comprised of interesting topics, expert speakers lined up, and I've looked through some of the agenda items over the next 2 days, and I wish I had just taken 2 days off because I'm just fascinated by the kind of topics that are going to be explored and the opportunities for growth for our young people that I know are going to come out of this kind of summit. I'm sure that it's going to be beneficial to all. And I just want to just say thank you very much to all of the supporters of this summit. I think the 5 years that the City Foundation has been supporting the DEAR Lab has been enriching, rewarding, and completely aligned with what City, and by extension the City Foundation, stands for in Jamaica and by extension across the region, empowering future generations through education, innovation, and entrepreneurship, and building building bridges, building networks for them to succeed. This is going to be, I think, an inspiring 2 days, and I really want to thank everyone for their perseverance. It cannot be easy to do this in a virtual space, but I'm sure this is going to be an exciting time. So again, on behalf of City, on behalf of City Foundation, it is our honor and it is our privilege to actually be associated with this wonderful initiative. And I congratulate the DEAR Lab on its 5th anniversary. And thank you very much for your ongoing support and efforts in helping the growth of our youth in Jamaica. I bid you good morning and welcome again.
Amazing. Thank you so much for that warm welcome and your remarks, Miss Lewis. That was Miss Lewis, Miss Eva Lewis, Country Officer at Citibank. You know, one of the most important things Miss Lewis said when giving her remarks is that an investment in youth is an investment in our future. And here at Digital Jamaica, here at this Youth Summit, this is what we're selling. And it is so true. And I hope that you or young people believe this as well. And to all the stakeholders who are watching and who are listening, that you believe this as well. And so that we can just work together as much as we can to help our young people. Now, let me tell you this. I told you earlier, that this event is a big deal. I'm wondering if you're hearing me. This event is a big deal. So don't forget it. And to show you just how large it be, I will now invite the Minister of State in the Ministry of Education, Youth and Information, the Honorable Robert Nesta Morgan, MP, to do his official welcome and address. All right, I hope everyone is able to hear me. And if you are able to hear me, you can let me know in the comments. Amazing. So I told you that this event is going to be it's going to be a big deal. And to show you just how serious we be, and to show you just how large we be, I will now invite the Minister of State in the Ministry of Education, Youth and Information, the Honorable Robert Nesta Morgan, MP, to do his official welcome and address.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me. I want to, first of all, thank you, Miss Cornwall, Miss Ziscadia Francis, founder of Digital Jamaica and creator of DEAR Initiative, Youth Summit organizer, Eva Lewis, City Country Officer, City Jamaica, Dwayne Gotzma, Chief Executive Officer of the Institute of Law and Economics, Alexander Figueroa of Trust for Americans, distinguished panelists, specially invited guests. Thank you very much. I want to welcome you to the first ever virtual Youth Summit held under the theme, The Future of Work, How Digitalization Affects Employment. I believe the conversations to be had here today are much needed and will prove especially useful for our young people as they seek to find their place in a dynamic job market. Before I go any further, though, I would like to thank the organizer of the summit, Digital Jamaica, for the invitation. And I must also commend Kadia Francis and her team for their dedication to the promotion and growth of Jamaicans, especially Jamaicans youth in the digital space, as well as Mr. Gotzma and his team at DIA Lab for their partnership to make this possible under the auspices of Youth Month 2021, led by Jamie Chevans of the Youth Division. And also, I would like to thank the Trust for the Americas, the Organization of American States, and the City Foundation for their continued efforts in providing opportunities for our young innovators and entrepreneurs to research, develop, and implement their ideas. The fact is, throughout history, people have always been dependent on technology. And of course, technology prior eras differs in shape, size, and form from what we have today. It was certainly during that time something to marvel at first. We used water and steam to mechanize production, and then we used electricity to create mass production, after which we used electricity and electronics and information technology to automate production. So the concept of using what is available to make our lives easier while trying to make it better has existed for a long time and continues to exist. It makes sense then that the fourth industrial revolution, also known as Industry 4.0, is upon us. The integration of digital, biological, and physical worlds, as well as the increasing use of new technologies such as artificial intelligence, the Internet of Things, and robotics, among others, is evidence of that. This digital transformation is a natural response to the rapid changes produced by the advancement in digital technologies and their pervasiveness across all sectors of society. Against this background of the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic, we've been forced to make use of digital technologies across all sectors to remain functional. The workplace in particular has seen substantial development and will continue to. Not long ago, though, working without a smartphone or internet access was commonplace. Now it will be thought of as absurd to not have them. Similarly, an employee in 2021 differs to a great extent from an employee in 2020. The abundance of new technologies dictate that digital literacy is a necessity in order for us to have a skilled labor force upon which we can rely. It is important, too, that we remain ready as new opportunities are created. There's an assumption, though, with the wide possession of devices such as smartphones, tablets, and personal computers, that a significant proportion of our population, especially our youth, are digitally literate. However, being able to browse the internet, check emails, access social media, and shop online does not automatically mean an individual is digitally literate. When digital literacy exists, individuals possess the tools, skills, and attitude to harness all the opportunities to navigate the technology. It is important no more than ever that people from all walks of life, especially our youth, become digitally literate so that they can remain competitive in consideration of the growing demands of the labor market and the new digital economy. And this urgency continues to be amplified by the disruption of the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic. To this end, the Broadcasting Commission of Jamaica, in collaboration with the United Nations Educational, Scientific, and Cultural Organization, UNESCO, is to establish a digital literacy skills framework for Jamaica. It will aid the development of digital literacy in an era of the fourth revolution as a regulatory tool for the protection of vulnerable citizens and generate data to support digital literacy benchmarking across countries with similar goals. On completion of the implementation of the framework, the Broadcasting Commission of Jamaica will also make policy recommendations in relation to education, training, employment, digital safety, and media literacy. Additionally, digital literacy courses and programs that our young people can take advantage of are beginning to emerge. The digital transformation currently taking place will continue well into the future, and it is incumbent on us to ensure that we innovate and equip ourselves with the digital tools necessary to thrive during this period. Against this backdrop of the implications of the future of work and how it will impact our youth, I once again commend this initiative, and I sincerely hope that each of you will leave this virtual summit with an advantage. Once again, thank you, Ms. Cornwall, Ms. Francis, Ms. Lewis, all the persons, Mr. Gotzma, and others, for inviting me and for being a part of this very important virtual summit. The future of work is a conversation that we need to have, especially in relation to the current challenges in the education system, where many of our young people have been disconnected from education. And many of them will have challenges in the future finding sustainable, profitable jobs in order to protect and take care of their families. The youth of the nation are the ones who are going to have to lead the transformation of our society post-COVID. And this is why we say for this Youth Month that youth must evolve, not just in their actions, but also in their thinking and their general outlook of their place within the society. So once again, thank you very much for having me. I really appreciate the invitation, and I know that you will be having a very successful summit.
Wow, just wow. Now, that was the Minister of State in the Ministry of Education, Youth, and Information, the Honorable Robert Nesta Morgan. Thank you very much for being here with us. I'm so happy that the State Minister was here today. I really am. And he said something that was very interesting, very important at that. The future of work is a conversation that needs to be had. And guess what? We're having that conversation today. So if you haven't already, go and tell your friend to log on right now because you do not want to miss what we have coming up for you today. So, as we draw a little closer to the exciting panel discussions and fireside chats, we will now invite DIA Lab Jamaica's Dwayne Gotzma to deliver the closing remarks. Now, Dwayne Gotzma is the Chief Executive Officer at the Institute of Law and Economics with direct responsibilities for the Business Entrepreneurial Empowerment Program, BEEP, and the DIA Urban Lab for Youth Innovation Project. Mr. Gotzma, the virtual stage is yours.
Hi, good morning, everyone, and certainly thanks so much for having me. Carl, hi, I see you on my screen, and I'm really happy that our interpreters are here with us because we want this event to be very inclusive. It is a part of Youth Month, and as you can see, I have on the official Youth Month shirt, and the theme is Evolve. And so that's what we try to do here at the Dia Lab, Evolve. Evolve our thinking, evolve our processes, evolve our partnership, evolve our activities. And so it's my esteemed pleasure to be with you this morning, collaborating with Kadia and her fantastic team at Digital Jamaica to bring you this event. Last year, we did it alone, and yeah, we got some successes, we got some leads and so on, but we realized coming out of that we are stronger together. And so right away, we realized that we have to forge the linkage with the ministry. We have to forge a linkage with other players in the market, and Digital Jamaica and their message was a right fit. And so we're so happy to be bringing you this summit today. You will hear interchangeably, and as we go through the program, you'll hear DS Summit, Future of Work Summit, and so on. The Future of Work Summit, I would want to say, situates in the DIA Summit because the DIA Summit runs from November 18th, which is today, right down to December 3. Lots of activities that's planned here in Jamaica, also with our counterparts in Trinidad and Tobago, and then our Washington colleagues also have some things up their sleeves that we'll be rolling out right down to the 3rd of December. So it's really an exciting time for us here at the DIA Lab. And of course, once it's exciting for us, it's also excitement for our partners. So you might want to know a little bit about the trust and DIA. So I'm going to turn over now to a video presentation from Alex, who will walk us through what that is. So I'm asking technical team, please cue up Alex's video.
Good morning. My name is Alex Figueroa. I'm the COO at the Trust for the Americas. Just a little about myself. Before joining the Trust in 2018, I worked for over 17 years at the OAS. My last capacity was as the Chief of Financial Operations. More personally, I was born in Cuba and immigrated at the age of 3 months with my dad and my maternal grandmother. Some of you might find it interesting to know that my wife is from Arima, Trinidad. So these kind of initiatives are very personal to me. Thank you very much for joining us today to celebrate our beneficiaries and partners' efforts in the region. The Trust for the Americas is a nonprofit affiliated with the Organization of American States, the OAS. For 24 years, we've been promoting public and private partnerships in 24 countries. We have worked with over 1,000 organizations in the region to promote educational and economic opportunities, as well as our work in government accountability and transparency. Hence, contributing to building a peaceful and just region where everyone finds a chance to succeed and thrive. On behalf of the Trust, I would like to acknowledge the continued support from the City Foundation, the Organization of American States, ILE, the Institute of Law and Economics, CARIRI, the Caribbean Industrial Research Institute, the NCB Foundation, the Jamaica Ministry of Education, Youth, and Information, Digital Jamaica, the Caribbean School of Data, the Mona School of Business, the MICO University College, and all the partners, along with local talent and service providers. DIA stands for Democratizing Innovation in the Americas, a Trust for the Americas initiative that seeks to foster innovation and empower youth from vulnerable communities by providing access to technology, training, collaboration spaces, mentorship, and financial support for their startups. The overall goal is to tap into youth's potential for innovation and entrepreneurship, while also providing the tools, techniques, and knowledge to adapt to the quickly shifting labor landscape by presenting them with opportunities to reskill and upskill their current activities. Today, I'm happy to say that DIA has grown into a regional network of labs in Kingston, Jamaica, St. Augustine, Trinidad, and soon in Belmopan, Belize, and Santo Domingo, Dominican Republic. DIA has impacted over 6,400 young people and representatives from diverse sectors of society. Over 1,100 participants have developed innovation projects, of which 142 have received seed funding. As our network grows, we will continue improving people's living condition and developing entrepreneurship to benefit their communities. This year's DIA Summit serves as an opportunity to celebrate the joint endeavor that started back in 2016 when we launched the first DIA Urban Lab for Youth Innovation in Jamaica. We look forward to having young people involved, participating, and working together to shape the type of community, country, and region that we want to live in. A heartfelt thanks from the team at the Trust for the Americas to everyone who's making this event possible.
Great. And thanks, Alex, for those words. And as you heard Alex speaking, you will realize that partnership is big. He listed a number of partners. And the saying always goes, if you want to go fast, go alone. But if you want to go further, go together. And we're certainly realizing that yesterday when we were doing some analysis of the numbers of persons who are already engaging with the space. Kadia was there telling us that we have had almost 1,000 persons who have gone to the spaces and checked it out. And I think by the time we sit afterwards and look at the numbers, we'll be well over 1,000 young persons who've been engaged with this summit. So it's really, really, really and truly an honor to be a part of this event. It's an exciting 2 days, and we're hoping that our young people are ready for all the excitement. I will let you also know that we have an express pitch. Yep, an express pitch that one lucky person can win $1,000 towards their innovative idea. Yes, $1,000 towards your innovative idea. How do I get that? This is how. You will head on over to ILE's Instagram page. That's ILE_JA. Yeah, ILE_JA. And then find the link in the bio to express pitch. And then once you complete the application that's there, give us your information. We will send details on how to enter. You'll have to do, it's very simple, a 2 minutes video telling us a little bit about what's that project idea that you have and why should we fund it. So you have to do an express pitch, and then our team will sit and go through the presentations and make an announcement on December 2nd. So we'll send you all the information that you need. Jump on over to ILE_JA. Find the link in the link tree that's on the Instagram page and select Express Pitch. And then once you've done that, and we've got your information, we'll send you all the details. You send us that fancy video telling us about the project or the initiative that you have that can change persons' lives here in Jamaica. And we will certainly be going through that and awarding one lucky person $1,000. So lots of excitement we have for the entire summit. It promises to be great. And I turn over now to our energy lady. I'll compliment you. I'll be the energy man while you be the energy woman. So bringing lots of energy over the next 2 days. And we in white, Aishiba. I mean, come on. And we have our white glasses, Aishiba. Come on. I mean,
Hey!
it's just pure excitement that we have going on over here. And that's why, we just love working with persons who have similar vision to us, whose programming is similar to that of ours. And we just want to say commendations to the entire team working behind the scenes to make this all possible. I'm excited, Aishiba. Are you?
I am excited, and I'll go as far as to
Yeah?
ask you what are you most excited about for this youth summit?
Oh, geez. Well, let me tell you, I'm super excited to make, the whole thing come together. I mean, for weeks, we've been laboring and saying, how we're going to get this going, how this is going to happen, and so on. And I'm also very excited about the panel discussion tomorrow with the parents. That's a big one because Aishiva, our young people want to get into digital this and they want to get into digital that. But how do you go home and tell mommy that, hey mommy, I want to be a social media guru? I mean, mommy is like you're crazy, you need to be a lawyer. Sort of thing. So how is it that we broach those conversations with our young people? And even though at the DL Lab we interact a lot with young people, we also have to interact with their parents as well because they might be on a trajectory, they might be on a path, but then the parents are saying, nah, this might not be for it, and so on. So that conversation, I'm looking forward to it tomorrow to hear on the strategies that we can use to have those conversations with the parents. What about you, Aishiba? You can't just throw it on me and leave it. So
Wow.
what's yours?
To be honest, I'm not even going to spoil it for the individuals who are watching, but there will be a youngster coming on today, and
I
I'm
know who
really
that
excited.
is.
I know who
I
that
know,
is
I know who that
too.
is. Exciting,
I'm really
exciting,
excited to
exciting.
hear from this individual.
Yeah,
It will be
yeah.
empowering and motivating, inspiring to
Mhm.
all our young people who are watching.
Yeah. And then we have only for giveaways in Aishiva. I mean, I think you mentioned, but you never quite mentioned. I don't know if I can win or any of the team members that I have can win.
Production
But I
team.
know there are lots of giveaways. I know that there are lots of giveaways. That's littered inside of the whole thing. And I want to make a big plug here that the team was very careful with the giveaways. You go to some events and then giving you this and then giving you that, and people are excited. But these are actual gifts that young persons can use to embrace the future of work. You know what I mean? So if you're talking about future of work, then you're going to be doing it remotely. Right now, I could do with one of your ring light prizes. Oops, I just gave away one of the prizes. Oops.
Well, that means they have to stay for the entire session to see if they can possibly win that.
For
And I'm
sure,
pretty
for
sure it's
sure.
something that our young people would love and appreciate to
I
win
do
for
think so too.
today.
I do think
And
so too. I do
by
think
the
so.
way, Dwayne, is only participants can win something.
Ay, ay, ay. That's fine. That's fine. You and I will talk off the air to see what we can work out for both of it. Yeah.
Definitely, it was amazing talking with you today,
No, my
Dwayne.
absolute pleasure. All right. See you at the end of the
Amazing.
day, guys. Take care. See you later on.
That was Dwayne Gotzmer, the Chief Education Executive Officer at the Institute of Law and Economics, with direct responsibilities for the Business Entrepreneurial Empowerment Program and the DIA Urban Lab for Youth Innovation Project. Guess what? Giveaways. It is giveaways time. So we'll be right back. We'll come back with some giveaways just for you. All right, welcome back. So, as you would have heard earlier, this is the giveaway section segment. We are look. Let me tell you this. It is a digital Jamaica event, and it would not be a digital Jamaica event if we did not have amazing giveaways that I think our young people will enjoy. And it's gonna be giveaways that can actually help you with your personal brand as well. I should probably put that out there because we need to start investing in ourselves, young people. And whoever win this giveaway today, you're gonna love it. I'm leaving it right at that. You're going to love it. So I'm going to invite Shadeno Riley, representative from UCA, to come on screen and to tell us about the giveaway. What's up, Shadena? Shadena,
Good
what's up?
morning. Good morning. Hi. So, my name is Shade Narelli, and I am a member of UC, that is Caribbean Youth Marketing. And it's my honor for being a part of Youth Summit 2020. I've been looking so forward for this day. Now, enough of me, and it's your time to win a giveaway, and it is from Digital Jamaica Goodie Bags. A very good goodie bag. So, yes. So I know there are lots of bright sparks here, and the question for today or this moment is, when was the first DI lab was launched in Jamaica? You can respond by a chat in the comment section. So guys, you can drop the code in the comment.
All right, Shadeno, are you able to hear me?
Yes, I'm hearing you.
All right, awesome. So what we're going to do for this giveaway section, we're going to have everybody that's listening, everyone that's hearing us now, to win this gift or for to win this giveaway. What we're going to ask you to do is to drop a certain code in the comment section wherever you're listening or watching from. So I'm going to say the code right now. I'm going to say the entire sentence, and you're going to just drop that in the comment section for a chance to win. Ready? Let's
Yes.
go.
So the question is, when was the first day love was launched in Jamaica?
All right, so the code would be hashtag
In
DJYS21 in my bag. So type that in the comment section. Quick fingers, people. Hashtag DJYS21 in my bag. One more time. Hashtag DJYS21 in my bag. Let's go. It's right on the screen. Hashtag DJYS21 in my bag for a chance to win. All right. Let me look if I see any comments coming in. All right. It's on the screen, so I hope everybody's seeing that. Hashtag DJYS21 in my bag. I am seeing some individuals commenting it. I can see that you want to win. I love to see it. Free things are given over here, everybody. Me love free things. Me don't know about you, but me love free things. All right. So, do we have enough comments? Come on. You don't want to win? Hashtag DJYS21 in my bag for a chance to win this amazing prize that Shadena Riley had spoken about. Shadena, can you remind us of the prize that they'll be winning for this giveaway section?
Yes, this giveaway is brought to you by Digital Jamaica Goodie Bags.
All right. Watch nice, but me no know about Unu. But I have a bag right now and it need to change. And that laptop backpack is looking real nice. So if you don't want it, I know that Kadia said that only participants, but if you don't want it, I'll gladly take it. All right, so ensure that you comment hashtag DJYS21 in my bag. Love it. I'm seeing the comments coming in. Can sister everybody want to win something? So how we do it? Have we gotten enough persons for this giveaway so we can start now to see who would win? I'm waiting on the go ahead. All right, so we're going on for a couple more minutes. All right, so people, type it in one more time. Hashtag DJYS21 in my bag for the opportunity to win a nice looking laptop backpack. All right, amazing. So I see the comments coming in. Love to see it. And remember, everybody, while we're here, remember we want you to tweet, we want you to Facebook, WhatsApp, all kind of things, but we want you to use social media to tell us what you're enjoying about this session today, the Youth Summit today, by using the hashtags. Hashtag DJYS21, hashtag Future of Work Summit, hashtag Youth Summit 2021, hashtag Youth Month Jamaica, and hashtag Dear Summit 2021. Ensure that you tag us on all platforms so that we can see what you're learning and see how you're enjoying this session so far. So I'm looking in the comments and I'm still seeing persons. Look here, guys. You have to type it. You see what you're seeing on the screen now? You have to type it exactly how you see it on the screen. Exactly as you see it for a chance to win the laptop bag. So I'm trying to ask again, are we ready to see who the winner will be for this giveaway? Asking that question to see if we can continue right now. All right, people, we're giving you like 30 seconds. So if you haven't done it, you still have a chance to win an incredibly nice quality laptop bag from this giveaway section. I'm seeing the comments coming in and I'm loving it. 30 seconds. Look here, I'm seeing Shamika Taylor over YouTube saying this is fun. It is fun. And if I don't see anybody put it there, me I go take the laptop back because me want it. You have 20 seconds. Hashtag DJYS21 in my bag. Exactly like how you see it on the screen, people. 10 seconds. I giving you the countdown, you know. You can, yes, me see all of the comment them coming in and I'm loving it. All right. 10 seconds. See comments still coming in. All right. And do not repeat, guys. Do not repeat. One comment is quite enough. All right, we have 5 seconds. 5 seconds. Hashtag DJYS21 in my bag. Awesome. All right, so I think our 5 seconds is up now. So we're going to see. All right, we're ready. All right, we're ready. Let's see who the winner is. Let's see who the winner is. I'm nervous. I'm so I'm nervous. Whoa! Velton Gooden Jr., you are the winner of the Digital Jamaica's Good Bag. You get a nice laptop bag, you know. Let me tell you this, Velton, anywhere you are in the comment section, please comment right now. Let me hear. Please and thank you. Let me see. Congratulations, Velton. You have a nice piece of bag. Congratulations on that. So Shadena, thank you so much for coming on and for helping me throughout this giveaway section. All right, amazing. So that was our first giveaway, courtesy of Digital Jamaica. It was amazing. Velton, look here, congratulations. You get a nice piece of bag. But guess what? The time has come, people. Yeah, the time has come. The time is now. So I want every single person. I always say this. Whenever I go to a Digital Jamaica event, I have to have my book. Me not lie, I have to have my book and I have to have my pen because every time I come to a Digital Jamaica event, I know I'm about to be schooled and educated. And I dare say to you, we are about to evolve. We are about to evolve throughout this whole summit. So what, it's just a reminder, by the way, to share your experience and all of that you've learned from Digital Jamaica's Youth Summit as we go through the day. We're going to be here for a while, people. We're going to be here we're here from 10 to 4 p.m. So what we'd love for you to do is to just communicate with us, tag us, at us, and if you're going to be using hashtags, ensure that you're using these hashtags. Hashtag DJYS21, that's 21, hashtag Future of Work Summit, hashtag Youth Summit 2021, hashtag Youth Month Jamaica, and hashtag Dia Summit 2021. I'm really excited for the panel discussions that are coming up. It's going to be an amazing discussion with everybody that we have. It's Digital Jamaica event, people. It's going to be of quality. We have amazing speakers and I can't wait to hear from them. I am looking over the comment section actually and I'm seeing Velton Gooden Jr. saying, let's go. I forgot picking up on socials today, but of course. And Velton, while you're doing that, please use the hashtags. Hashtag DJS21, hashtag Future of Work Summit, hashtag Youth Summit 2021, hashtag Youth Month Jamaica, and hashtag Dear Summit 2021. Amazing. So people, as I said, we're getting right into it. The time has come. We're actually going to jump right into our first panel discussion for today. And the first panel is actually entitled The Evolution of Work and the Digital Future of Caribbean Labor Markets. And this is going to be moderated by the one and only Tamika Campbell, who is the head of project management at UCA Jamaica Limited. Hi, Tamika. How are you doing? You're muted, Tamika. Not hearing you. How are you doing?
Hi, sorry. Hi, Ashiva. I'm great. How are you?
I am excellent. I'm happy. I'm excited about this panel discussion. How about you?
I am super excited. I can't wait to hear what the speakers will have to say.
All right, I'm going to put you on the spot like how I put Dwayne on the spot not too long ago. What are you excited about mostly? Like, what are you waiting for, honestly, through this specific panel discussion?
Okay, well, I'm really excited to hear how they think young people should advance technology wise, right? I'm really
Right.
excited to hear what they think these young students should do to advance themselves in these times.
All right, thank you so much for that. And as I said earlier, the first panel is titled The Evolution of Work and the Digital Future of Caribbean Labor Markets. And it's going to be moderated by the one and only Tamika Campbell. Tamika, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Ashiba. Okay, everyone. So we have four speakers for this panel discussion. The first one, they'll be up shortly. I hope you guys have been enjoying the discussion so far. We have many more giveaways come up. It's gonna be very exciting. Okay, so our first panel will be Stacy Hines. She is the president at the Jamaica's Technology and Digital Alliance. She's also the chairman of two high impact companies and the director of tech innovation startup. Hi, Stacy.
Hi,
She is
morning,
a
Tamika.
morning. She is a transformation strategist, which means she helps businesses and individuals really put plans into action to achieve their best lives. Okay, and next we have Zaya Payton, which is the consulting leader at PwC Trinidad and Tobago. That is the largest consulting practice in the entire country, and she has years of experience advising the public and private sector on all areas of institutional strengthening and organization development. Hi, Zaya.
Hello. Hi, Tamika. Hi, everyone.
Okay. Next, we have Michael Clare, entrepreneur, founder, and CEO of Lone Cirrus Limited. It has been around for over 5 years and it has helped businesses globally develop products and transform financially, digitally, of course. Hi, Michael.
Good morning, Tamika. Good morning, everybody. Good to see you all.
Okay, and then we have Mr. Wayne Chen. He's the president of Caribbean Employers Confederation, where he has been present for over 12 years. He's also the chairman of Super Plus Food Stores, which is a family-owned business that has been around for decades. Hi, Mr. Chen.
Morning, everyone. Pleasure to be here.
Okay, and Ingrid Riley, which she won't be on this morning. She is an award-winning blogger and entrepreneur from Silicon Valley. She sent her apologies. Okay, now that we have all our speakers here, let's dive in. Okay, everyone. So the world has shifted greatly since last year due to COVID-19. What would you say? How has technology actually affected the world of work in 2021? And how do you see it transforming later on? Stacy, would you like to go first?
Sure. I'm happy to weigh in first on that. Well, I think one of the things that's been interesting about the tech space is how many technology opportunities have opened up. So I think the pandemic was certainly a gift in the way of, at least from a techie's perspective, in the way of accelerating a lot of plans that have taken a long time to to really gain any kind of velocity. I think a lot of companies were complacent and maybe having a bit of apathy towards digital transformation. And what the pandemic did was it created that accelerant to get persons facing the reality that tech isn't something that sits in a back office. It really needs to be an active aspect of everybody's business. It's an active aspect of everybody's life. And as such, we really want to find ourselves in a position that we are gaining competitive advantage and even in some instances creating differentiation for our businesses through technology. What has happened as a result of that, however, which is great news for the future of work, is that there are just tons of opportunities now from entry level all the way up to C-suite for in the space of technology and all things related to tech. And in essence, in some areas, like in the US, for example, they're experiencing what is being called the Great Resignation, because you have a lot of persons who are finding other opportunities that may better suit their skill set or their desire. There's a lot of benefits now that people are demanding. They want to have remote work. They want to have flexi hours. They want to be maybe rewarded for innovations that they bring into companies. And so you find that the competition across organizations to actually have not just tech talent, but any tech talent has made persons more I suppose, assertive in their search for opportunities that better align with what they want to do. So it's great news for all the persons who are interested in STEM, and I'm looking forward to seeing how it evolves.
Okay, thank you, Stacy. So the next topic I want to dive in is how technology has impacted the Caribbean economically. So, Mr. Chen, I would like to dive into that with you. How would you say that digitalization has impacted the Caribbean's economy, business-wise?
I wouldn't get into the nitty-gritty of the impact on technology so far, but to say that the pandemic has brought into focus several themes that we have been working on for decades. You mentioned the future of work. We mentioned the well, I don't think you've mentioned, but the digital transformation. And I want to start with a famous quote by Rahm Emanuel, who said, "We must never let a good crisis go to waste." What the pandemic has done, it has accelerated the acceptance of things that we have talked about for a long time. We have talked a long time about remote work. We have talked a long time about the threats and the challenges that face us as small island developing states, of globalization, of the competitiveness of our traditional sectors. And we have seen, and Jamaica is perhaps the epicenter of it in the Caribbean, where remote work in the form of business process outsourcing, nearshoring, has opened up. I mean, just prior to the pandemic, we were just under 40,000 jobs in the BPO sector. There was a dip during the pandemic, but it has bounced back and adapted to the COVID protocols and offers a sort of research base as to where we can go in terms of jobs for the Caribbean. So technology has been incorporated. I mean, of course, you can work online. In the old days, it was call centers. Even before the internet, we had call centers that you could work by telephone. But now with broadband access, we have a tremendous opportunity before us to find jobs for young people. Youth unemployment has been a thorny issue right through the region. We have the opportunity to upskill our workforce. We have the opportunity to incorporate it into education and training to make it more relevant and more deliverable. But of course, it poses other challenges of access, of the robustness of the system that we can see. I can tell you if we are on the 11, we're going to get a dip in flow rate where I am, because all the kids will be on, and we just haven't built out enough bandwidth to support everything that's being done. So it offers a glimpse and has offered a glimpse of where we can be with the correct balance of policies going forward. But the fact is that we don't have to settle for incremental growth. If we make the right decisions now, we put the resources in the right areas, we can have exponential growth in Jamaica and the wider region. On an individual basis, I soon give you two anecdotes quickly, but we also have to be mindful that we have to keep moving up the ladder, because even as we are talking, AI, artificial intelligence, new software developments are making certain jobs obsolete. So the lower you're down on the skills chain tree, the more at threat you are, more vulnerable you are to being replaced by software. So even as we are mindful of the opportunities, we have to realize so that once we put our running shoes on, we don't stop running. So that is a broad overview of where we are, the threat, and the opportunities. I want to say one other thing. We tend to think of the technology in a sort of narrow silo. The fact is the technology and the tools are one aspect of it, but there's also the ecosystem and the support and the mindsets that support the ecosystem, and the fact that the technology can be incorporated also into traditional sectors. When I tell people that we talk about, say, food security, or we talk about renewable energy, or we talk about how we're going to improve environmental management, or whatever, all the different challenges that we face as small island developing states, all of them can be enhanced by technological solutions. Spare a thought for this. The world's second largest food exporting country in the world is the Netherlands, which is a small country, a high income country, but they have incorporated technology into food production. So the image in what we call one of our most traditional sectors, of a farmer with a hoe and a machete and a small tractor, we can disabuse our minds of that in the future if we are going to make agriculture efficient. So I'll leave it there for further discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Chen. That's so true. Right now we have Plant Grow Jamaica, and they have a whole farm of growing agriculture with using technology. That's in Jamaica. So thank you. All right, Mr. Clear, I would like you to continue on the same topic. How did you think that businesses were prepared to be digitized right now in the Caribbean? Were they prepared for this?
Yeah, good morning again, everybody. Before I get into that specific topic, let's just sort of set the table and what we need to be really addressing here. So if I were 20 years old again, even though I feel quite youthful, if I were a young person participating in this session, what would I care about and what would I be feeling? There's a lot of trepidation out there right now for young people, I think, a lot of fear, because there's a lot of change. And whenever there's a lot of change, it always breeds fear, doesn't it? So the timing of this is really great. It's good that we're having this discussion. My perspective on the discussion is really centered around three things. First, technology hates work. Wherever technology sees work, it kills it. That's always been the case. Technology kills work. And that's a good thing. And if you go back in the history of the world, you will find that every time technology appears, regardless of how you define the technology, it always does the one thing that it has to do, which is it decreases work. So when the ox appeared to help plow the fields, we talked about food production. Maybe one could argue that the first technological innovation was when humans said, I need an ox. I need an animal to help me do something that I was doing with my hands, yes? And when that appeared, it did what? It stopped the physical work that the human was doing. Later on, when we started using horses to draw the buggies, that also helped us to solve some work that we were doing. We were walking, going places by foot. And later on, we actually built engines that did what the horses were doing. We put the horses, so to speak, in the engines. And then that helped us to get around more efficiently. And at every point where the technology appeared, what happened was the work died. That gives us a trajectory into what will happen in the future with work. Where if we take notice to what has happened in the past with work, we will see clearly what is going to happen in the future. Now, I'm going to talk about the fear, the natural fear that happens with all of us when we think of change, right? For many of us, we can only envision a worst case outcome to the technological transformation that's happening. One of the things I think we need to talk about today is how not to do that, how not to get ourselves in a space where we're imagining only the worst possible outcomes from this transformation that's happening. So the first thing to remember is that technology hates work. It kills work on sight. Anytime it comes up on work, it engages with work, it kills it. And it will always do that. And we can talk more about that and understand what that means in terms of, as Wayne said, some jobs are actually becoming obsolete in front of our very eyes, right? So what does that mean? The second point I think we ought to touch on is the labor market. So part of the description of the event deals with labor markets. And when I think of labor markets, I automatically think of friction and inefficiencies that operate in that market today. Our labor markets are full of friction. Our labor markets do not work properly for people. That's why we're here. People can't find the things they're looking for in that market. They can't find the right jobs. They find that there's mismatching between their skill sets and the jobs that are available. They find that employers sometimes are going through this transitory period where they're not even sure how to describe some of the things they need. Yeah, that's also a part of it. So the labor markets are not functioning right. But before we look at the symptoms of what's causing the labor markets to malfunction, we ought to look at the root cause. So the root cause of a malfunctioning labor market is the educational system, because the purpose of the educational system is to prepare people for the labor market. Yeah. So we need to start talking about, as we talk about this transition and this evolution of work, we have to talk about how are we preparing people for this new world? And do we need an education system that looks like the one we have and have had for many decades? Or do we need to actually reimagine how people, and listen to this word, how people learn, and not focus so much on how we teach? Because the idea of teaching comes out of a world where information was rationed. Yes, a world where you had to empower some people with some information to teach others. But in a world where information is no longer rationed, where it's no longer scarce, where it's everywhere, then you can't have the same model for how people get information. Yes, instead of teaching, we have to develop learning models and learning structures so persons are able to learn the things they need to learn in this new world. And then what we have as teachers are really facilitators of learning. It's a different model. We can talk about that somewhere. I think we have to talk about that, frankly, if we're going to be serious about fixing malfunctioning labor markets. Finally, if we're going to really have a robust discussion that's going to benefit young people here, then we have to put on some different thinking caps altogether. The prism through which we look at all these things cannot be simply based on the past and what we're doing today. Because if that worked, we wouldn't be here. If the past and what we're doing today worked, we wouldn't be here today. So obviously what's happening today is so tectonic. The shifts that are happening in the workforce and with work is more than just the gig economy. It's very fundamental. And so we have to come up with a different frame of reference to even discuss it. When we talk about imagining a world, for example, where machines are doing most of the physical work that we have come to know, whether it's in agriculture, whether it's in the corporate world, whether it's in manufacturing, where automation and robotics are taking over, regardless of where it is, if we're going to really seriously talk about what the future looks like, then we have to think differently about it. We can't use as a frame of reference what we did in 1960 and what we've been doing in 1970. That won't work. So I'd like to make sure that as we go through the morning and start fleshing out some of these issues, that we're really allowing ourselves and empowering ourselves to really be futurists, to think over the horizon, to see things that may not even exist today. Yeah, and that's going to require a lot of courage. It's going to require that we don't, and this is key, it's going to require that we don't imagine the worst case outcomes. If we keep imagining the worst case outcomes, we won't make any progress, right? So those three things are the themes I'd like to really touch on. One, technology hates work. If you love technology, you must hate work. Yeah. Number two, labor markets are full of friction and they're broken. If we're going to fix them, we have to deal with education. And thirdly, if we're going to have a really serious discussion about all these matters, we've got to just challenge ourselves to really open up our minds and think entirely differently about the issues. Thank you very much, Tamika.
Thank you so much, Mr. Clear, for that very informative session. All right, so I still want to continue with that, the readiness on digitization in the Caribbean. Hi, Zia. I know that PwC did a study on it, so I would love to hear your expertise on this topic and how you say the employees of Caribbean businesses, how were they able to upskill workers?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Tamika. So if I were to specifically reference the digital readiness survey that was done, and maybe just a little bit of background as to what was driving that, is, the panelists spoke to, we see digital and digital transformation as really just an imperative, particularly for us here in the Caribbean, because you think about the scale of our operations, the scale of our countries, and the enablement of technology with the tremendous talent that exists in the Caribbean. We can really be a force to contend with. So what we found as we work with many clients around where they are in their digital journey is that they're on a wide spectrum. You have organizations, and this is sort of, of course, COVID, fully agree with the panelist. Stacy spoke to it, the catalyst and the propelling of digital due to COVID-19, that we saw organizations a year or more ago, pre-COVID-19, talking about digital transformation. Lots of talk, lots of plans on paper. Push forward a year later, plans all of a sudden got implemented really quickly. And again, it speaks to the power of our Caribbean people and the talent that we have. When we need to get something done, we do. And you saw plans move into action, and we see organizations, some may have taken longer than others to adapt quickly to the remote working, etc. But everybody got on board, and we are seeing a significant movement in acceptance of digital readiness and investments in digital projects. So one statistic on the digital readiness survey, most organizations, about 80% of them, felt that they were investing heavily in digital. 72%, however, felt that they were behind on upskilling programs. So to answer your second part of your question around the readiness of our people and what are we doing to make sure that our people are at the fore in digital transformation. At PwC, we like to talk, what we have framed in our strategy and we roll out for clients is a human-led, tech-powered strategy. Technology cannot operate on its own. The humans need to decide how you want to use that technology and what do you want to use it for. And I really see it as a really exciting time for young people, because the skills that got us to where we are now, and I tell you, I've been with PwC for 25 years. When I first joined, I used to walk around with my big what we call a dossier with all my paper files. I used to have lots of different colored pens. If you had a big fancy calculator, that was, really fantastic. It was, I forgot the exact year that we invested in everyone. You moved to laptops. You weren't using your paper anymore. And it almost happened overnight that everybody was given a laptop. You had to do your files and your notes in the laptop. And every couple of years, you just saw new changes and new movements. And I think it's what, young people love change. I think many of them like to embrace change and be a catalyst for change. I know there are many Caribbean examples, but of course, a global one that we all familiar with, Greta Thunberg, in the movement that she's driving and pushing around environmental changes. Similarly, in the technology space, young people have an opportunity to drive that change and to be that change within their organizations. The skills that we need, and I know Wayne Chen spoke to that. The skills that you need are changing. You are going to have to become far more critical in thinking. So if you have basic skills that could be replaced, as Michael said, by technology, you really need to think about what value are you adding in your jobs. Are you thinking more broadly? Don't think about your jobs in a silo. If you're given one task, think about how it fits in the bigger picture. Be part of the bigger picture and be part of something that adds value, and you'll be on a path for success. So I'll pause there, Tamika.
Thank you so much. That was really informative. Now we know how we should think differently and how we should approach the labor market. All right, thank you. So, Stacy, what do you think is the role of the government in ensuring future employability?
The truth is that the role of government is really to be an enabler, right? And to provide access so that society can create and build. That comes through strategic leadership and also having kind of a clear vision for what that future looks like. So what I believe that we want to be able to see very clearly from our government is certainly that vision. I know that we had a vision 2030, which is put forward, I think, by the PIOJ. However, we really haven't seen communication around the outcomes of that movement and how we are adjusting those outcomes, that vision based on the pandemic. And so my charge to government, which has been evident through articles I write weekly in the Digital Life. So every week there's an editorial that I put forward that is basically speaking to our country becoming a digital society, or and the empowerment and support that we need. And I'm always calling and asking for visibility around that vision. I think it's really important for us to be able to have that transparency, because it impacts and affects all of us. And I think where we've seen that transparency, a lot of the countries that Jamaica uses as examples are countries that have a different type of approach to sharing visions and to rolling out strategies. So we often look to Singapore, that's a different governmental structure. We often look to Estonia. They have a different approach to how they actually share the strategy and the different types of infrastructure that are in place to support getting to that strategy. So my thing is, okay, well, based on who we are at this point, what is the vision? Now that we've seen such significant changes take place, how does each sector, and I'm talking about the higher level sector, public, private, academia, how do each of us participate in the strategy that is going to take us towards this vision? Because I don't believe that government is responsible for everything. And I think that conversation has to shift. There are quite a few persons within our society that believes that government is to not only enable, but also to implement, and that's really not their role. But I think we need to shift from that very relaxed view, or that passive view of government says and then we do, or depending on what's popular or what PR campaign is being run, that's what is, the conversation, that's what conversation is around. I think we need to shift from that and really have a very clear strategy, a very clear vision, in particular as it relates to education, which of course is underlying foundation for any of this realization to take place, so that all of us can know our roles and actively participate, actively advocate, and look towards being, how you'd say, agitators for ensuring that that vision is being realized. You know, so while I believe that the government does have a key role in articulating that vision and to some extent that strategy, I do think that as citizens, we have an even greater responsibility in being at demand for change. I don't think that we are at demand enough. I think we complain, and then I think we get into the cascas about what is hot and current, and then I think we accept the norm. I think we really have to shift that. And it comes with a mindset shift. It comes with not just using these poster countries as examples for what we think we should be doing, but actually doing it. And I think that our young persons, especially the ones that may be tuning into this live or those that will watch it after, you are the future. This is your world that is being created for you. And you can look at your experience that you're having today, and you can see whether or not the vision and the strategy and the leadership of the government is delivering for you the future that you want to live into. And then you can choose what you're going to do about that, as opposed to taking a passive approach about it. So that's what I'll say where that's concerned.
Thank you so much, Ms. Hines. Okay, so Mr. Chen, everyone is talking about digitization. What does that mean for businesses? How does that look for a business?
Well, people are really talking about two things that are not necessarily the same thing. You mentioned digitization, but what we're really talking about is digitalization. And there is a distinction, but I won't get into the differences today. The fact is that business, and it's you touched on the public sector earlier, and I tend to think of everything, because we have to execute the digital transformation of the society, public and private sectors. And it means a change in mindset. It starts with a change in mindsets. Stacy touched on training. The content and delivery of training and education is going to be critical for students who are in school and for workers who are already in the workforce and need to be upskilled to take advantage of the digitalization of the society. So it's about processes. I mean, 18 months, 2 years into the pandemic, we should not still be seeing long lines outside the tax office, even though it has been proven time and time again in the past that making taxes easier to pay without changing the rates have always made you overshoot your projection in taxes. And that's a whole other discussion. We have had a long time to sit down and think about online learning, but in Jamaica, I can tell you that the surveys say 40%, but this number is significantly higher when you look at the students who are actually able to access consistently online learning during the suspension of face-to-face classes. What does digitalization mean for businesses? It means straight up the changing in processes. And you can see the best-in-class businesses in Jamaica have gone a long way towards digitalizing many of their processes. And you'll see this primarily in the banking sector. I mean, those, I think, the big and competitive banks. In fact, to stay in the banking sector, no, if you're not a small credit union, if you're not digitalizing your processes, you're getting left behind. So there are individual companies in Jamaica that I say are world-class. They have run as fast as they can within the context of Jamaica. In terms of smaller businesses, you would have seen one of the things I noticed. I come to Kingston not so often anymore, but I notice that every time I come to Kingston, I see more motorcycles on the road with the little boxes on the back. So a simple thing has been the plethora of delivery services, and restaurants who were not able to take diners into the physical space have resorted to deliveries. And in the space of 18 months, not only have the services become more competitive, but the pricing has become more competitive in terms of Know that restaurants can compete just by the click of an app. You can sit at home and you can order from 4 different restaurants, and within an hour or two, everything is arrived on your doorstep. So small innovations, which would seem like small, but in a way revolutionary, have changed the whole nature of how people eat in or get home delivery of groceries, something that we couldn't unlock for a long time. Delivery services I can speak to the grocery business. Home delivery services have tried and failed in the past. But what has saved them now is software. The ability to pick, choose, and everything online, press a button, pay, and it's delivered, and has changed that landscape. But to come back to the point, I want to probably cheat a bit and jump back to the earlier question. There are things that the government can do right away to create an enabling environment. I was predicting that every day at around this time, because I do a lot of remote meetings and webinars and conferences, that broadband quality dips at around 11 every day. And my friends at Flow said it's like Flow unplugs, they pulls out the plug in the massive router in the sky somewhere and plugs it back in, because too many people have jumped on and they realize that they have hit their capacity limit. Whatever it is, the government is embarking on it, not as fast as I would like, is they have to improve, one, the capacity, and two, the access, because you also run the risk of widening, I wouldn't say creating, widening the digital divide, which will have its own social dynamic and economic dynamic if we are not mindful. So coming back, training, and not just in school, but everybody, the entire workforce has to be continuously trained. If I was to use a word, it has to be adaptable. Everybody has to be adaptable, because nobody can predict the future. The only thing we can predict is that the pace of change will continue to accelerate. So our capacity to change and to find opportunities will also have to be enhanced. That will mean critical thinking. That will mean the attitudes of being aggressive, lifelong learning. I mean, the World Economic Forum has done all the global surveys, so I don't need to recount the list of 10 or 12 skills for the future of work. But policymakers have to refocus on education. You're going to hear the cry, there's no money, but the fact is that employers in Jamaica have, through their heart deductions, put $100 billion cash pile somewhere that has to be now used to train and retrain. The delivery of content, we have tested it in online learning. We need to refine it and we need to step it up. But not just step it up for the few who have parents hovering in the room to make sure that the kids are not on Roblox, but also to ensure that the teachers understand how to facilitate an online classroom, how to have blended learning, how to mix the face-to-face, the content delivery. The kids are ready, but the kids need a physical interaction. And I can give you 100 reasons why the kids are tech ready. We have failed the children. Let me just start right there. So the whole nature of teacher training, teachers have to go back to school. There's no if and but about it. I don't mean they have to go back up to Shortwood or down to Michael. What they need to do is get back online and learn how to use the online tools based on the experience of real life that we have done before, and bring their kids up to speed. Businesses are doing it because we are teaching. I mean, my parents are 88 and 91. When they got the first iPads, everybody said, no, they're too old to use iPads. My dad plays dominoes on the iPad. He surfs the net on the iPad. He's 91 years old. You're never too old to learn. But we have to adopt the mindset that we can do it. So it's a mindset change. Digital transformation, 18 months after the pandemic and long lines outside the tax offices, crazy. The fact that we don't have all medical records on digital, that we're still issuing paper cards for COVID, for your COVID vaccine, crazy. The Bahamas did it in a month and we are still talking about it for the next 3 months. Crazy. There are just too many opportunities out there that can be done right away, but we have to change our mindset. And the biggest change has to be a mindset change.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chen. Mr. Clear, quickly, I would like to speak to you about the labor markets in the Caribbean. Do you think that they are primed or skilled enough for jobs of the future?
Well, no, evidently they're not. And I'm not so sure they will be anytime soon, because, so I want to use Wayne's 91-year-old, was it your dad, Wayne? I want to use him as an example. So Wayne's dad models what needs to happen. You see, back in the 70s, I'm old enough to remember when we had a program called Jamal. We were teaching people in Jamaica to read and write, because we had a high illiteracy rate. You know what happened? We had to give a 50 or a 60-year-old man in rural Jamaica a reason to understand why it was valuable to go learn to read and write. We couldn't force the person to do it. You couldn't drag them to the place to do the test. They had to understand the inherent value in doing so. And I think it's the same thing that we have to kind of wrap our heads around, right? So when I said earlier that we're moving out of the teaching world, Wayne's dad is an example. Nobody taught him to use his iPad. He learned, he had curiosity. He wanted to understand how this thing could be valuable to his life. And that's what we have to help young people to understand, is that, yes, you need to go learn Google, not just the search bar, the entire suite of products that Google has. Same with Microsoft. Go learn them, they're free. There's 1 million people on YouTube teaching you how to use Excel, at least 1 million. And they're better than all the teachers who are going to go and learn how to use Excel to teach it to you in 5 years. Think about it. Like we have to think differently about how we learn. And we have to now not teach people, we have to create structures and incentives and informational programs to help young people understand why it's super valuable to learn these skills. It's not that the things you learn in school aren't valuable. I'm not saying that learning your ABCs weren't valuable. Of course it is. I'm not saying learning basic arithmetic isn't valuable. Of course it is. But what I am saying is that the things that employers are going to ask for, and the things, and this is important, the things that you yourself, regardless of any employer, because I don't actually think it's going to be an employer world. I think it's going to be more aligned with the world that we see emerging, where we're doing many things. Right? You might be doing 3, 4 different things. And maybe they're not even jobs in the traditional sense. They're just things you do. Some of them you're doing for personal fulfillment. Some you're doing for a livelihood. Some you're doing because it's a way for you to give back to the community. But just a bunch of things that we will do. Right now, and for the past 100 years, we have focused work around only doing the thing that allows us to live. Only doing the things that allow us to earn money. But I think if you speak to young people today, they'll tell you that earning money is important, very important, but it's not the only thing that's important to them anymore. Am I correct? Yeah, earning money is not the main thing. And we all grew up in an environment where that was everything for us. You know, you had your life planned out, you had a career planned out, you're going to work at the same company for 50 years and retire, and you buy your house and you live in there and you sit on the porch and you die. That doesn't work for young people anymore. So people want fulfillment. And so how are they going to get it in an educational system that's still teaching them the old way? So the labor markets won't function properly in the Caribbean or anywhere else for that matter until the way we are actually preparing people for that market changes. Yeah. And so the Caribbean, though, I want to end on a positive note. The Caribbean, I think, has a unique opportunity to lead in this area. Now, Stacy said some things earlier, which I fully agree with, but I think it even needs to go further. Look, if you're trying to lift, you don't want to have an anchor. And we have things that are anchoring us as a country and preventing us from lifting. So what do I mean by that? As long as we think agriculture is the way forward and tourism is the way out, and all these things that we have believed in the last 100 years, which have made a lot of economic value, but they're not going to be the future of our country. They just won't. And young people know this instinctively. Like, hey, you speak to a 20-year-old, no 20-year-old believes that agriculture is going to be how Jamaica, becomes a great country in the next 50 years. Nobody does. Nobody believes it's going to be on the backs of tourism. So I believe that we have something that the world envies, which is our people. The world has always envied Jamaicans. We're industrious, we're super smart. Anywhere in the world we go, we make a huge difference. And with deference, and I'm sorry for people who are not Jamaican, but that's Jamaican, that's Trinidadian, that's the Caribbean region as a whole, have really dynamic resources, human resources. And we need to start actually investing in the people so that young people can start building software. It doesn't take a lot of energy to build software, so we can't blame it on energy prices anymore. It's not like building a factory. So why aren't we investing in people building software in Jamaica or in Trinidad or in the Bahamas or in Barbados? Why can't, as a block of countries, why can't we be a software producing and a software engineering powerhouse? I think that's the future of our region. I really do. And I think that we need leaders. Stacy mentioned leadership. We need leaders who understand this. And I understand that there are many in leadership who don't, but they need to surround themselves with people who do, so that we can actually begin to make massive leaps and bounds forward.
Okay.
we cannot do this incrementally. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clare. All right, last question, Ms. Payton. So, should Caribbean employers be doing more to train staff? And if so, what does that more look like?
Yeah. And Jamaica, just want to make sure I'm checking time on my response, right? Is there time for open Q&A as well on this session, or do I leave time for the audience?
Yes.
Okay,
So
that'll be
everyone,
great.
you can drop your questions right now
Sure.
while
Okay,
Ms.
good.
Payton answers.
Yeah, just want to make sure I give enough time to hear from our audience. But are they doing enough? And what we recognize is that organizations know and feel that they're not doing enough. They know that the pace at which technology is impacting their businesses, impacting the wider world, is moving at great pace. And you're really trying to shift a really big vessel, right? If in the shipping industry, you have these massive ships that need to turn, and there's a lot of orchestration to get these organizations to shift. So it's organizations are now finding themselves needing to really rethink the way that they operate in order to become more agile, in order to allow for that shifting of upskilling their staff and operating in a different way. Because there's one thing to think about the skills that you need to one, hire and also train and develop in your staff, but then how do you embed that in the process? How does that in fact change the way that you operate, the way that you deliver to your customers? So it's really thinking about it quite broadly. And so organizations, I think, are all within the Caribbean are all bought on to the fact that upskilling is an imperative. They need to upskill every single person in technology in one way or the other. It's not for IT, and it's not just for those tech savvy folks, but everyone to be able to embrace technology in some way. But then weaving that through the organization and changing a culture that may have manifested for a long time, it's not an easy task. And while we have a lot of catalysts pushing us forward, collaboration like this and working together and learning some of the successes others have had, I think is what will continue to push us along in the Caribbean, recognizing in some instances it's not easy, in some instances it is. Some businesses can move faster, but upskilling is we still are behind, and really need organizations continue to think through how they solve it and how they see it in the results as well.
Okay, thank you so much. Do we have any questions from the audience? Okay. Should we force our country to comply within a possible digital Jamaica, similar to what the pandemic has brought about, to effect the changes that we want to implement, educate our people, basically?
Do you have a preferred responder? Or someone you want to respond to? Okay, well, I'll just, since I'm off mute, I don't believe in forcing people to do things. I'm a staunch libertarian. I believe in personal freedoms. So the force word doesn't sit too well with me. However, I understand the spirit of the question, which is we have gone through the pandemic, and the pandemic has shown us that a new consciousness can emerge. We have a new consciousness around many things that before the pandemic we couldn't even fathom. I remember before the pandemic, people saying, being mystified that why would you want to work from home? And then in the pandemic, people said, hey, please go work from home. So I understand that the notion that some good things came out of the pandemic, and we would want those things to continue. And there are many other things that we would like to advance even further, right? And we see, and one of the things that many of us are concerned about coming out of the pandemic is retrenchment. That we're going to go back to the way, in many instances, to the way it used to be. So I get that. The best way I think, to advance those best practices is by incentivizations. We need to incentivize the practices we want people to have. Those could be tax incentives for businesses, as Zia talked about, making the transition procedurally, making the transition in terms of giving tax credits to do certain things. That's always been a good way to incentivize behaviors. For people, right? Businesses, you can use tax incentives. For people, we can use various incentives as well. If we can incentivize people to take a vaccine, we can incentivize them to learn Google. If we can incentivize you to take a vaccine, we can incentivize you to do lots of things. We just need to put some brain power behind it and think about ways that we can get the people of Jamaica, people of Trinidad, people of Barbados, wherever, to actually start embracing technology more. One of the places that we have to get serious is actually start, teaching the right things in school, the right curriculum. And that doesn't require forcing, but it does require a change in the mindset of the educational governmental agencies.
Okay, thank you. Olivia on Hopkins says, yes?
Sorry, I just wanted to add, just around the perspective of forcing. I think about e-services, that you see in the public service. So, continuous digitization of certain services, getting your passport, getting your ID, driver's permit, some of those services, tax filings, etc. And then even in the private domain, I mentioned overnight, I had to use a laptop to do I started off in audit. So to do my audits, nobody was taking my dossier and my paper anymore. So there was a bit of forcing when you think of it. And I absolutely agree, Michael, change needs to come gradually and people need to understand that change. So there is going to be an element of digital sometimes is just getting pushed at you, but be prepared for that, right? Recognize the world that you're a part of now, recognize how digital is enabling things, and don't see it as being forced, but rather seeing it as being part of the change, part of what we're all driving towards this, growth and sustainability. Just wanted to share that perspective.
Thank you. All right, we have time for one more question. Okay. Olivia Hopkins says, do you think the Caribbean will regress back into the stage of pre-COVID digital-wise due to stubborn mindset of the fear of technology replacing some human workforce? Anyone can take this.
Can I put my hand up? There is a danger of us regressing, but I don't think it will happen. I think the people are actually ahead of certainly our policymakers on this matter. We talk a lot about innovation, but what we have never acknowledged is that Jamaica and the region is a hotbed of innovation. If you were to use the development of our music in the region developed outside of state intervention. It developed outside of state policy. If you look at the granular detail of how, say, reggae music developed in Jamaica, one of the influential producers, King Tubby, who is credited as the forefather of dub, actually ran a radio station in Waterhouse in the inner city, at a time when these things were restricted. And if you look at how Jamaicans have adapted, I was talking to somebody the other day. This year marks the 30th anniversary of the introduction of mobile phones into Jamaica. Jamaica was perhaps the only country in the world where we had cloning of phones. Before phones, we had something known as the ICAS number. Some of you would be too young to remember the ICAS number. But the bypassing of the system to make international calls led to Jamaica being the only country in the world that required a special code to access your phone to make an international call. I hate to bring this one up, but the mushrooming of scamming in Jamaica and online scamming in the first fallout of the BPO sector, Jamaicans refine this. And what I'm saying is, Jamaicans are innovative and policymakers have not kept up with the spirit of innovation among our people. It's for the policymakers. I think Michael touched on the labor market. Our labor market laws are still struggling to keep up with a labor market of today, much less to design for a gig economy. I have been pushing for a long time, just to use an example, to move away from heavy payroll taxes and so on, and just move towards a robust social safety net that is universal to make the cost of formalizing employment a lot cheaper. I mean, the burdens on formal employment, that's another whole discussion that we can have. But to create labor market flexibility, to create at the same time the social safety net, but to also create the ability for Jamaicans to access work anywhere in the world without sacrificing formality or sacrificing future benefits, whether health benefits, pension benefits, or even unemployment benefits. We haven't had that discussion yet. We're still trying to figure out how to deal with the present and the past and not how to deal with the future. But regardless of what policies are made, and perhaps it's a reflection of the high degree of informality in the country. It's not that people are wicked or love illegality. People stay in the informal sector because that is where they can innovate and grow. And the policymakers can make policy, but as John Lennon famously said, life is really what happens while you're busy making other plans. We will continue to do what we do. It's just that we don't want the government and the policymakers to be an anchor, to use Michael's analogy. We want to ensure that government plays its true role, which is as facilitator, whether it is in education and training, whether it's in labor market regulation, whether it is in the suitable investments to ensure that the broadband capacity is there to enable the future of work.
Oh, thank you so much. We can have one more question before we go. Roxanne Hopping says, what advice would you give youths going out into the technology-saturated job market?
I'd love to weigh in on that one. First of all, Roxanne, I'll say to you that the technology market is not saturated, and I don't foresee it being saturated for a while. So that's kind of going back to one of the things that Michael said much earlier in the conversation. We really have to step into this space of limitless thinking, possibility thinking, opportunity thinking, because that's what technology is all about, right? Technology is the future, but the future is actually right now. And so what we have to really lean into is the fact that there are opportunities that exist already. When you think about things that the youths have as option, one option, first of all, is to become a member of an alliance like the Jamaica Technology and Digital Alliance. Start to associate yourselves and network with persons who have internship opportunities available, access to apprenticeship opportunities that you have available, and these opportunities are available right now. Also, stay on top of what is happening in the market, both locally and globally. There are tons, thousands of jobs internationally on an entry-level basis. And the difference that the pandemic has created is once upon a time, persons were looking for experienced people to come into these roles. There is so much training that's happening now, in many instances for free. So utilize what's available to you. We have the internet, which is the world at your fingertips. At any point in time, you can decide that you're going to take on learning a particular discipline, using what you have learned to know, expand your abilities so that you can step into that market. So the market is there, it is ripe, it is thriving, and it will continue that way for the foreseeable future. So shift the mindset towards there is always opportunity available, and think now, how can I attract, how can I seek out, how can I network, lean into, what can I do to become a part of the stream that is flowing and that is available, in particular to students, and especially women in the STEM space. There's not enough of you. So if for the ladies that are on this, are watching this now or later, you definitely want to now step forward and take your place in the technology space, because there is room, lots of room.
Thank you so much, Ms. Hines. Ms. Payton, would you like to add to that quickly? I'd like to hear your thoughts on that.
I feel Stacy said it so perfectly. I don't think that there's anything else to add except to echo everything that she said. Tremendous opportunity and exciting times. I think once you have the will, there are lots of doors that are going to open up. You just need to seek those opportunities and
That's what Wayne was talking about
The
earlier.
11 o'clock. The 11 o'clock dip.
Oh, we have her back. Okay, I would like to thank you all. All right, we're going to wrap up right now. I'd like to thank Ms. Stacy, President of the Jamaica's Technology and Digital Consulting Leader at PwC Trinidad and Tobago, Michael, entrepreneur, founder, and CEO of Lone Sirius Limited, and Wayne Chen, President of Caribbean Employers Confederation.
Thank you very much.
It was a pleasure.
Thanks
Thanks,
for
everybody.
having me.
Bye.
Thank you, guys. So I hope you guys enjoyed that very interesting panel discussion. I hope you learned a lot because I sure did.
That was completely amazing, Tamika. I definitely enjoyed it. I was just here taking notes all around. I really want to thank you as well, Tamika, for moderating. You did an excellent job. Stacy Hines, Zaya Payton, Michael Clear, Wayne Chen, an amazing conversation on the evolution of work and the digital future of Caribbean labor markets. Once again, we'd love to thank the guests for coming on for this first panel. We jumped into the world of work in 2021 and beyond, the economical impact of digitization in the Caribbean in terms of business, how tech has shifted the way we think about work on a whole, and the technological readiness of Caribbean labor markets, among many other things. Once again, thank you, Tamika, and thank you to our wonderful panelists for the first session. Let me tell you this was an amazing session, and as we jump right into it and we get along in the program, I want to remind you that you all or the young people that are listening and everyone that is tuning in, you can unlock free delivery, people. You can unlock free delivery from Hugo, Jamaica. All you have to do is to use the summit code DJYS21 at the checkout. And on the same spectrum of freeness, we're gonna get into a giveaway now, because free things are Figueroa at Digital Jamaica's event. So we'll be right back right now with the giveaways. Don't go nowhere. We soon come back. And so, all right, Shauna, you're with us. Welcome.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Good morning from Jamaica. I hope everybody's enjoying the session so far. And I'm here with a giveaway. So, freeness of a giveaway. So, let's go. So, do you want to update your resume or your portfolio or your socials with a stunning professional photo from Brian Smith Photography? All right. So, to enter, come on, guys, let's put it in the chat. So you have to put in hashtag Dia Summit 2021 and the words picture perfect. So go ahead, put it in the chat. Let me see. I want to see who will win. Hashtag Dia Summit 2021 and the words picture perfect. So let's see. Drum roll for it. All right, guys, come on. Let's put it in. Put it in. Want to see who will win? I would love to. You see my picture perfect already? Already. All right, guys. And also just putting in there, remember to head over to ILE_JA so you can enter for the Dia Express pitch 2021. So go ahead, go over to our ILE Instagram page, Dia Express pitch at ILE_JA. All right, let us see who won. Let us see who won. Again, put in the chat, Dear Summit 2021, picture perfect. All right, let's
And
go.
do it exactly as you see it on the screen, everyone. So
All right.
exactly as you see it. All right.
Go ahead,
Amazing.
guys. I'm so excited for you. And trust me, Brian Smith is an amazing photographer.
Top
I myself
tier.
have worked with him before. So you would love for your upgrade on your social or an upgrade on your resume with a good picture. So go ahead. Hashtag Dia Summit 2021 picture perfect. All right. Let's go. Let's see. Let's see who did it. Who got it? Couple seconds to go. All right, let us see who got this one. Oh God, I know me, I'm feel so excited.
Same. Same
Dear,
over here.
hashtag Dear Summit 2021, picture perfect. Let's see who got pictures. Couple seconds more, having it going. All right. I see the responses going in. See the responses going in. All right, let's go. Hashtag Dear Summit 2021. Picture perfect. All right. Couple more seconds. Couple more seconds. All right, here we go. Here we go. And let's see who is our winner. Oh, my heart.
I'm nervous.
Well nervous. We're well nervous. Let's go. Oh,
Anne.
congratulations,
Wow.
Anne. Amazing. You're going to be picture perfect, girl. All right. Thank you, guys. Enjoy the rest of this summit.
Thank you so much, Shauna. Amazing. Congratulations. And you see why only need to type the things in the chat box so that you can win something? Congratulations. And I will jumping right into the session. Just a reminder, you had an amazing first session, first panel discussion a while ago. And I really am urging you to share on your socials. What have you learned so far throughout this whole youth summit? Try to use this using our hashtags, hashtag DJYS21, hashtag Future of Work Summit, hashtag Youth Summit 2021, hashtag Youth Month Jamaica, and hashtag DIA Summit 2021. We're getting right into it. So we're going right into our first fireside chat for the day. And this will be on Caribbean women in tech. Under the topic, Caribbean women, wait there, hold on. Technopreneurs, I need to get it right, and emerging technologies. And this will be hosted by none other than Delissa McLean. Do we have you here, Delissa? All right, so we'll be welcoming Delissa on screen in a bit. Delissa, are you here with us? All right, so while we wait for Delissa to
Yes,
set.
I am here. Can you see me? Can you hear me?
All right, we're hearing a little feedback from you, Delissa. Are you able to hear us fine? Or hear myself fine?
Hello, everybody.
All right, welcome, Delissa. Thank you so much for coming on. We are just going to jump right into the session. So I'm going to give the stage to you so that you can go ahead and talk about the overall topic of Caribbean women in tech. The virtual stage is yours.
Thank you very much, Aishiba. We have been enjoying our and we're getting into another interesting. Now, our topic for today is Caribbean women technopreneurs and emerging technology. And today we have a very special guest with us, none other than Bethel. Now, before we welcome her, just a very short bio. So, Kelly Bethel, fondly called Kels, is a with over 50 years in the days. A tech hero with a passion for emerging technology for solving social challenges. She has founded and ran 3 businesses, and they are skedonline.com, Shopper Wyatt, and the most recent one is Recess. She also sits as a consultant with several startups across the Caribbean region. In 2020, fueled by her passions for psychology, tech, and entrepreneurship, she led a neurotech mobile app for Flow State. So Recess digitizes trauma-informed psychology through VR and AR to help enhance and mental fitness scale. So we want at this time, Bethel will be sharing some information about Caribbean women technopreneurs and emerging technologies.
Hey, hi everyone. Hi, Delisa. Hi, hi.
Hi. Well, hello. Such a pleasure to have you this morning.
Nice to be here.
So we'll be discussing. Yes.
It kind of breaks in up a bit.
All right. Hi, welcome, Kels from Reese's.
Hi.
Thank you so much for jumping on so early with us so that we can get into our fireside chat. But we are going to go to a break and we'll be right back in just a bit. Thank you so much for jumping on.
I'm
All right, amazing. So we're just going to jump right into it. Welcome again, Kels. We really appreciate you being here and being here so early at that. Kels Bethel is a tech entrepreneur and founder at Recess. How are you doing? How are you feeling about this session? You're muted, Kels.
All right. Yeah, I'm feeling pretty good, excited to be here and to share. So, yeah, pretty excited.
All right, amazing. We're actually going to jump right into it. So I'd love to know from you. So the topic overall is Caribbean women, technopreneurs. I have to get it right there, and emerging technologies. So one of my first questions for you is how important is visibility and representation for Black and Caribbean women in tech?
Yeah, I think that visibility is super important because, traditionally in tech, we watch so much of Western media. When we think about tech initially, we think about Elon Musk, we think about Mark Zuckerberg, we think about Jeff Bezos. And, as a Black woman being from the Caribbean, there's sort of immediately that barrier to entry. It doesn't feel like it resonates with you. So I think, it's so important for us to have more Black women, have more Caribbean people also in the tech space so that young people coming up could see I could do it too. It's about creating role models, having visibility so that, everybody, all the youths here and everyone on this platform could see that, yeah, look, somebody that's like me is also in technology and just reducing the barriers by visibility.
I love that. I actually appreciated that you say that. A lot of times, as young Black women, uh, we don't see much representation at all, especially in the tech field. And I don't think people think how important representation is and how important it is to see somebody who looks like you, somebody who sounds like you, somebody who live in the same space as you, able to do amazing things, especially in the tech world. So I know you touched a little on visibility and representation for Black and Caribbean women in tech and how important it is. But why is it important for women to be integral in the development of emerging technologies and specifically as it relates to experiential tech in the Caribbean?
Yeah, the thing about this in the Caribbean, a lot of the women are like heads of households and decision makers in the households and number one consumers actually within our environment specifically. And so, immediately, traditionally, a lot of entrepreneurs, very male dominated, but really and truly, the buyers and the consumers of a lot of the product are really women. So I think having that female perspective that actually resonates with the market is important. It's important to have a diverse board, a diverse, even executives, but also in the entrepreneurial space because women have a unique perspective, essentially. And I think it's important to continue to bridge that gap so that women are able to speak our language and, we are consumers.
Thank you so much for that. And definitely agree out here. And for you, like, how have you transitioned your master's in psychology? This is a very interesting one, to the tech space. And it's something that I've seen, especially as a university student. Now I'm in my second year, and I have a lot of friends. Especially, you're gonna see one of them come on today, actually, and he's doing law, but he loves the digital. He loves media, and how do you switch from something like law to jump into media, to jump into digital? So I'd love to know from you how you transitioned your master's in psychology at that to the tech space, specifically as it relates to Reese's.
Yeah, the great thing about tech is that tech is a conduit for anything, right? So really, you could use tech to enable your business. You could use technology to enable your passion. So like your friend, if he's into law, he could merge technology with his passion and his education with law, right? But for me specifically, I I had my first startup was before I did my master's, and I did my master's in psychology, and I didn't really work in psychology, honestly. I did like a few internships and I went straight into tech entrepreneurship, right? So as soon as I finished, I, went straight into tech entrepreneurship. I ran two tech, well, my main tech startup, Sked, for about 6 years. And, in the middle of the pandemic, I know that I always had this passion for psychology. That's why I did it in the first place, for mental health. And so I wanted to do something that I was passionate about, which is psychology and making an impact in mental health, and merging it with my experience and the scalability of technology. And that's really where that marriage is. And I feel for a lot of young persons, as you're saying, like your friend, it's a similar thing where they may be doing different types of studies. But the good thing and the great thing is about technology is really just a platform, it's really just a conduit. So we could use the technology to help us to leverage, to grow, to build new and interesting things within the fields that we're passionate about and we're interested in. So it's not even separate, it's really and truly we could use it.
I was muted for a second. I want to ask a follow up question. In a sense, you had said that you started a business before Recess. How did that go? Is it still going on?
Yeah, so before recess, I started a startup called skedonline.com, and at the time it was like an appointment management solution for small businesses, for small service providers, and that sort of grew into a web building platform for service providers who have appointment businesses. And yeah, that was a journey. I learned a lot of lessons during that time, but that was my first, I would say, major tech business that I started, and that's what I was been running for the last 6 years. And it's still running, actually. It's still running. And it's just that within my passion, I just made like a personal pivot and decided to work on things that I'm super passionate about. And Recess is just like taking over in terms of passion. But SCAD is what I have been running for the last 6 years. A lot of people in the tech space know me for my previous startup, which is SCAD.
Awesome. So as you said, you started scared and you're doing recess now. What is recess all about? First of all, that is one. We want to understand what that is all about. And what is the importance of an app like recess to the Caribbean as a whole?
Yeah. All right. So Recess is basically, I mean, I can tell you what is it birthed from. It's birthed in a space where, a lot of us performers, entrepreneurs, and so forth, when we think about mental health, we automatically think about, something is wrong. We think about diagnosis. We think about all the things that brings up stigma. But what we don't think about is our positive parts of our mental health, such as performing well, imposter syndrome, perfectionism, and all these sorts of things. So what we done with the Recess app is that we created a mobile application within a VR space that helps us to focus more, to perform better, just by doing 10 minutes in this space a day. And it's super important, for the Caribbean region, as you asked, just going into that next question, because for us, there's still this big stigma with mental health. And for me, I noticed that, we don't like to talk about therapy. We don't like to, if as long as you automatically think that you're crazy or something's wrong. And for me, the personal mandate within the Caribbean region for Recess is to just move that needle along, for us to have more conversations about mental health and be less triggered by thinking about something is wrong, but also our mental health is, we could do better, and that is really just what Recess is about, starting that conversation about we could do better and then moving that needle along, so that we could actually start to talk more about mental health and to address our mental health as a region.
I'm actually really appreciative of an app like this. I didn't even know about this, by the way.
Yeah.
And I'm the type of person, and I know a lot of young people who are tuning in right now use a lot of apps like this, but we don't use Caribbean made apps like this, or we don't know that they exist. So to
Yeah.
know that something like Recess is here and it's used to help where your mental health is concerned is beyond amazing. So big up yourself with that, Kels. Really love that. One of the most one of the most important question I want to ask you specifically. This is for you, and I want you to give me the most candid response ever. Are we investing enough in tech in the Caribbean? That's the first part of the question. So are we investing enough in tech in the Caribbean? And what's the best approach to ensure that we are not left behind?
Yeah, I mean, no, I think that's the answer. I don't think we're investing enough. But I think that during the pandemic, though, what I would say is that there's definitely a recognition by, corporate and larger bodies that they need to invest more in tech. But we are still sort of behind. But, I think it's really good that some platforms, like Digital Jamaica and a lot of other platforms, are starting to make some investments in terms of working with the young people. But I think we still have a long way to go. But I think that with a lot of platform builders, we are getting there.
Awesome. Thank you so much for that response. And I want to know from you as well. How can we encourage young people to explore the world of tech on a more substantive level?
Yeah. I honestly think that things similar to this and other things, having hackathons, having things specifically targeting to, the universities and the youth and the secondary schools is really about creating more opportunity to explore. I think that innovation and technology and exploration, it needs to be in a space where young people could feel comfortable to just explore without really thinking about, getting a job directly is really an exploratory process. So I think creating platforms where young people could explore their interest in the area is what is needed. And I think that a lot of people starting to, build platforms around this. And I think that as we continue to build that out, we will see a bigger transition to more people into the tech field in the Caribbean.
All right, thank you so much for that. So our time is actually winding down. We're gonna ask the last question, but I'm gonna put it into two parts because I really want to hear both answers. So it's two questions into one. Going up. So ready. What advice would you have given to your younger self when you were just starting out in tech? That you would now give to a woman entering the tech space. In addition to that, I'd love to know from you which Caribbean woman or person in tech you admire the most, and why.
Yeah, so I would say in terms of my younger self, I would say find a mentor, like connect to the right people, connect to the right networks. Maybe if you're interested in tech but you don't know a bunch of people immediately, find a space where you can explore. Find a space with mentors, with friends, with new people that you could connect and sort of, explore that interest. That's the biggest thing that I would say for a young person. And the next question regarding the woman in tech that I admire, I would say that they have a few, but I would say like three people that I really admire would be, well, Ingrid Riley. She's like a big platform builder, so big up Ingrid. Super important in terms of carrying this conversation and building our ecosystem within the Caribbean. I would say Monique Powell from Quick Plate, again, super powerful tech entrepreneur, just like myself. Look up to her and her passion for building her business and what she's be able to do over the last few years. And then the last person I'd say that I've been looking at is Anya Youngtree. She's from Trinidad, like me, and she's really invested in sort of this creator tech space. And she's doing some really interesting things in terms of fashion, NFTs, and fashion tech. And I think that is super interesting to have also such creative people doing real things in the creator tech economy. And yeah, I think those three people I can't mention one, but I will mention those three.
All right, thank you so much. I really appreciate you coming on. Kels Bethel, tech entrepreneur and founder of Recess. Really, really appreciate you. Continue being that amazing woman, and continue being that person that young Black women living in the Caribbean can look up to, so that them know, say, yes, we can also do this and we can do amazing things in the tech field. Thank you so much for being here with us, Kels, and I really hope that you have a wonderful rest of the day.
You too. Thanks for having me.
You're most welcome. Amazing. Kels Bethel, tech entrepreneur and founder of Recess. Amazing conversation right there about Caribbean women in tech, Caribbean women technopreneurs and emerging technologies. As we head into the next section or the giveaway, before we even move on, I would like to clarify that Michael Clear's company is actually Lone Cirrus Limited, which is a tech/software company. All right, so Lone Cirrus Limited, which is a tech and software company, that is from Michael Clear. All right, so we're just jumping right into the giveaway section, and actually we're gonna come back right after this with that. So just gear up for the giveaway section coming up. All right, awesome. So thank you for staying with us. We are going right into our next giveaway section. Yes, and our next giveaway will help you with the next level as it relates to your content. I'm sure you're seeing what you're gonna win on the screen. This is a 10-inch ring light with 50-inch extendable tripod stand, flexible phone holder, dimmable lights. You have to listen carefully to win this amazing prize. So if you are a content creator, you love creating content, this one is for you. So you will need to enter. So type hashtag DJYS21 and the words lights, camera, action in the chat for a chance to win. So you're going to type hashtag DJYS21 lights, camera, action, and you're doing this exactly how you see it on the screen. I don't understand why I don't see any comments coming in. We don't have any content creators who want ring lights. So it's hashtag DJYS21 lights, camera, action. So we're waiting on the individuals in the comment section to comment to win this incredible prize. It is a 10-inch ring light with 50-inch extendable tripod stand, flexible phone holder with dimmable lights. All you have to do is type hashtag DJYS21 lights, camera, action. We ready? Let us know if we're ready to see who the winner is, because free things are given over Digital Jamaica Youth Summit. I'm seeing the comments coming in and I'm loving it. I am loving it. It's such a bummer that only participants can win these things. Oh, if Duane was here. Duane, we need to talk to production because these gifts seem so nice. And I feel like I do really well with a nice ring light right about now. All right. So we see the comments coming in. All right, so are we going to go or are we giving them a few more seconds? All right, so you have 30 more seconds to type in hashtag DJYS21 lights, camera, action. 30 seconds. Let's go. 30 seconds and the time is going. Hashtag DJYS21 lights, camera, action. Me all make up song. You have 5 seconds. 5 seconds remaining. I see the comments coming in for a chance to win an amazing ring light for all the content creators out there. So hashtag DJYS21 lights, camera, action. All right. All right. All right. I see comments still coming in. Are we ready to go? Production team, let me know if we're ready to go. We're ready. Let's go. And we're going to choose a winner for the ring light. Wow, the winner is Symphony Walters. You are the winner of a nice 10-inch ring light with 50-inch extendable tripod stand, flexible phone holder, dimmable lights. Congratulations. That was amazing. All right. So stay tuned, by the way, everyone, because we're jumping right now into our next panel for the day. And please do not leave us because we have a lot more gifts to give away. And we love free things over here. So make sure that you stay tuned with us. So it's a second panel for the day. This will be a very interesting conversation as the topic for discussion is career diversity and overcoming geographic limitations. And I will now invite Leanne Smith, media personnel and entrepreneur from UCA Jamaica Limited, on screen with me right now. All right, Leanne. Hey, Leanne, you're muted.
Hi, good day.
Hi, how are you doing?
I am so well. Thank you guys so much for having me.
Happy to have you here. We're going to jump into panel 2, which is all about career discovery, career diversity, my apologies, and overcoming geographic limitations. What are you excited about this panel?
Beyond excited, because if you don't have a career, then really, how do you find your footing? How do you truly expand yourself as an individual? You know, careers are so integral, and I don't feel like as young people we put enough emphasis on having a career. Probably just, get a look at work, but having a career, truly molding yourself, truly growing as a professional. Very excited, ready.
And Leanne, I'm glad you said that you're excited about the career diversity aspect of the panel, because I'm actually excited about the overcoming geographic limitations part, because it should be interesting. But I'm going to hand it over. So the virtual stage is now yours, Leanne.
Alrighty, welcome one, welcome all to our second panel for the day. It's about career diversity and overcoming geographic limitations. Thank you very much for having me. On our panel today, we have Leighton Campbell, e-commerce innovator, consultant, and trainer at Mobile Edge. Now, Mr. Campbell, hold on just a second. As I said, he's an e-commerce innovator, consultant, and a trainer. Over the years, he has been pioneering in innovation within the digital transformation space, and he now helps companies across all major industries with clients in Jamaica, the Caribbean, North America, and Europe. Today, Leighton is considered a thought leader in e-commerce transformation and designs technology solutions for companies big and small. He excels in his field by finding innovative ways to solve mission-critical problems and takes great pride in his work. So welcome, Mr. Leighton Campbell.
Hi guys, thanks for having me.
Awesome. Next, we have Greg Harrison. Greg Harrison, sorry. Motion designer at Humblebee Studios. So Greg, he has been a professional graphic designer, animator, and motion designer for over a decade, having fallen in love with the art in college. Throughout his career, his work has involved remote collaboration with international teams and conducting of virtual boot camps, which has given him a wealth of experience and in using technology to bridge the geographical divide. Love that. Welcome, Greg. Hi, Greg.
All right, checking again. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Awesome.
Wonderful. Welcome, Greg. Next on our panel for this morning is, this afternoon, sorry, it's Dwayne Richardson, finishing editor at Frame of Reference Production. Dwayne Richardson has worked in the post-production industry for over 10 years as an editor and colorist. He has been instrumental in the post-production of award-winning television shows, short films, commercials, music videos, and documentaries. Right? So with his extensive years of involvement in post-production, Dwayne has gained a wealth of experience and built a global network, which awarded him the opportunity to demo softwares like DaVinci Resolve for Blackmagic, and he's also a member of the Post New York Alliance, and he sits on their Education Committee and Diversity Committee, and has planned a few key events for the PNYA over the years. Welcome, Mr. Dwayne Richardson. Next week, I don't think I'm seeing Dwayne. But alrighty, we'll move on the list. Next we have Kalila Reynolds. And she is a media entrepreneur at Kalila Reynolds Media. Now, Kalila is Jamaica's leading and most influential business and finance journalist, receiving the highest award from the Press Association of Jamaica in that category in 2017, 2018, and 2019. After serving 20 years at several traditional media organizations in Jamaica and in her native Belize, Kalila launched her own, launching Kalila Reynolds Media, KRM, and KalilaReynolds.com. KRM is the Caribbean's first fully digital multimedia business news organization with a vision to help Caribbean people create and maintain personal wealth and prosperous economies by showing that business and finance is easy to understand. Please welcome Kalila Reynolds.
Hey, the beauty queen wave.
Hi, Kalila. Next, we have Donald Porter, blockchain developer, online marketer, and entrepreneur at Beachfront Crypto. Now, Donald O'Brien Porter, he is a Jamaican father, husband, entrepreneur, web developer, and longtime supporter of blockchain technology, right? As one of the early influencers in blockchain, Bitcoin, and cryptocurrency, Donald has vast knowledge and connections within the crypto sphere. Welcome, Donald.
How you doing? Glad to be here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you fine. Thank you. And lastly, we have Ms. Taisha Williams, corporate entrepreneur at Moving Home Consultancy. Now, Ms. Williams is a creative, a multi-potentialite who is energized by the journey and benefit of cross-functional collaborations that leverage diverse thinking styles and include leadership behaviors. With close to 15 years of combined experience within the areas of employee experience, internal communication, brand PR and corporate communications, digital marketing, content development, event conceptualization and execution, and project management. This self-proclaimed multi-potentialite uses her academic background that spans media, communication, law, and digital marketing, to deliver executions rooted in strategic planning by combining vision, creativity, and business priorities. Welcome, Ms. Williams.
Thank you so much for having me. Hi, everyone.
Hey, Ty.
Hi. Alrighty. Thank you so much for being here today. Now, what I wanted to oh my sorry. So one of the first things I wanted for us to explore was the unconventional or creative careers in tech or digital. Would anybody like to, kick off our ball game today with that?
Anyone?
Can you guys hear me?
Yes,
Yeah,
we're here.
yes, we're hearing you.
We're here.
I
Can you
hear
just
you
repeat
now.
the question?
Say again?
Was it the first question?
I said I wanted us to firstly explore the unconventional or creative careers that are in tech or digital, the ones that are new, the ones that were possibly unpopular before the pandemic, just the unconventional careers that exist in tech.
Okay. Well, I can go first. Leighton Campbell here again, e-commerce innovator, coach, and trainer. And I would say that my field specifically is extremely, while it's not new to the global marketplace and what happens globally, it is fairly new to our Jamaican and Caribbean space. And we see where COVID has really fast tracked persons' interest in this space. When I started doing it, e-commerce was almost like a cool word that persons threw around whenever they wanted to seem innovative, sound innovative, or sounded like they were ahead of the curve. I remember when we just started pitching e-commerce, probably in 2015, 2016, thereabout. I had to, I had to. I always wanted to specialize deeply in this space, but I had to take jobs that were just regular website gigs, because that's what persons understood when I told persons about doing business through the internet. They just couldn't understand it. They couldn't grasp it. And even though COVID has really fast tracked the development of e-commerce within the business space, and persons are now talking about going online, a lot of persons still don't understand what it takes to really get online. So you're finding now that many persons have popped up within the last year, claiming to be e-commerce experts. And it's a good thing. It's a good thing because at the end of the day, space really needs a lot of demystification. However, what is lacking at the moment, I believe, is the experience and training to really develop these skill sets to qualify persons to really lead companies' strategy and so forth in this space. I would say definitely anything in e-commerce is one of those new unconventional spaces. I myself have had to use on-the-job experiences to learn more about this space, but I've been doing it for some time now. So because of that, I have a wealth of knowledge on it. But anything e-commerce, especially, and the funny thing is that e-commerce does drive a lot of other needs. So things like content creation are important. Things like content writing, anything that is related to promoting a product online feeds into e-commerce and many other digital strategies that are required these days. So I would say my industry, e-commerce, is definitely one of those sectors that are here officially now, and it's here to stay, and it's here for the future as well.
So let me jump in here and talk about my experience in media. So I come from the world of traditional media, radio, TV, and to a lesser extent, print as well, newspaper, magazine writing. And when I started getting more into digital media a couple of years ago, and I wanted to launch my own show, Taking Stock, you see it on the screen there was a lot of doubt in the industry about doing this digitally and whether sponsors, advertisers would go, whether it could be a legitimate business. When I say a lot of doubt, I mean everybody told me it wouldn't work and that it needed to be on traditional media platforms. But I tried it out anyway, and now 2 years later, I see a lot of people entering the space, trying to do similar things, and we also see where the advertising dollar is migrating to digital platforms. So it can be a legitimate business if you're willing to take the risk at the early stage. So like Leighton, when he started doing it, e-commerce online, there weren't many people doing it, and so once you get in early, it's really good to be able to capitalize off the shift and the digital transformation that's taking place in so many various industries.
So true.
I think that for me, my business has actually benefited more from tech, though it's not a tech-based service that I provide. So I started a company last year in the height of the pandemic, Moving Home Consultancy, which is really geared towards human resource professionals who work in multinational organizations that bring in expats to Jamaica. So when you think about the world of work and how it's evolving and how a lot of roles can be done remotely, but there are still some things that you need the actual physical person in the space. And I provide a boutique service that helps to immerse them into the country, into Jamaica. And I've had to rely heavily on tech. I would say that I am more on the digital marketing side. I'm more of a content strategist, more so than a techie behind the scenes, knowing which platforms to use in terms of driving e-commerce and how clients will engage with my website and so on. And so I really had to lean in to the techies to get things up and running and to kind of leverage that, because a lot of the consultations and things that are happening now are no longer face-to-face because of COVID. So everything has to be done virtually for the most part. And so I have to rely heavily on technology and the advancement of technology and ensuring that I'm up to date with the new platforms that are available that will help to make a seamless kind of transition for my clients. So it's an exciting new world, and I know that we have a lot of benefits to be had from it. But to Leighton's point, it's really about, getting the right skill sets and also the right mentality. Because a lot of times we have the tools, but we don't necessarily apply them in the way that we should, and we don't have the work ethic that would allow us to leverage those tools, and then really how we just collaborate with each other to get the best outcome that we possibly want.
All right, thank you so very much. It's been really informative thus far. It's like you guys just start off and just it hot, my word, loving it so far. Now, I do have a question. By identifying and building their brand, how does a young person with like zero experience truly tap into the creative space?
By identifying and what?
By identifying and building their brand. Lots of lots of people are building, starting brands now, especially in the pandemic. So by doing this, how does a young person with like no experience truly tap into the creative space? It's for anybody.
I think Greg wanted to take it.
Yeah, man. As I was saying, for young people now, anybody can really. Hold on. You hearing me?
Yeah, man, we are.
Okay. What I was saying is, for young folks now, most people think of your brand as being like a logo and so on, but it's a lot more than that. You have to essentially look at you and then present the voice that you want your audience to see. So, sorry. Your experience, so to speak, you might not have much of it now. However, you just need to start to get yourself out there and figure out where you want to, and then position yourself, because that will be your brand for now, as to what you want to develop. Go with your passions. So whatever it is that you're passionate about, start with that. Build up some sort of audience, and if you're passionate about it, your passion will come through in the work that you do. And then as you get more experience, gain a bigger audience, you can start to specialize, because when you're just starting out, more than likely you don't know where to go as yet. So you will find that you have all these great ideas and you want to do everything at once, but it doesn't matter how hard you try, you won't be able to do all these things at once. So you do need to start narrowing down to either the things that you can focus on for whatever reason it is to you, and build your voice and your direction, speak to those people, right? So one point I want to get across, though, is it's very tempting to try to speak to everybody at once, but you do have to try not to fall into the trap of spreading your message too thin. It's better to have one very strong message than a very wide, weak message.
Okay, thank you very much, Greg. A follow up of what you just said. You mentioned young people just starting, right? And one very popular place for young people to start is the gig economy. Now, this gig economy, it's like booming and bubbling, and it seems exciting and a good prospect for persons to start. But do you think it's the way to go for Jamaican people? Jamaican young people,
Definitely.
sorry.
Definitely. Personally, I think that gone are the days where the aim, excuse me, 1 second, where the aim is to find full-time employment in its traditional sense, because what I think is more important now is finding a sense of fulfillment. And more and more, you find people are looking for freelance work, these sort of things, because it does offer a lot of freedom, even though it does come with a few disadvantages as well, because you give up some sense of security for that freedom, but the freedom that you have to do that, and there really is no limitation. Me, for example, I have been fortunate enough to work with some of the biggest brands in the region, some of the biggest IPs worldwide, all from my little nook right here I'm sitting right now. So the gig economy is the way to go, because it just offers so much freedom to do what you want to do, as opposed to, and this comes with a change in mindset as well in terms of employers being, for lack of a better term, bogged down by all the restrictions you have with the traditional full-time employment that we have now. Granted, there has been a shift due to what's happened globally in the last 2 years, in terms of people now with full-time employment being allowed to work remotely. But I do think that the sense of fulfillment that you get with freelancing, nothing can really match that right now.
Yeah, there's a lot going on with the gig economy, and let me tell you, I've been in a position where I actually hire people to work on a contract basis, on freelance basis. So we have 4 or 5 freelancers who write for the company right now. We also have a videographer who's freelance as well. A graphic artist is freelance. So we have a lot of part-time and contract workers, and they're basically taking advantage of the gig economy. So it's a great opportunity for a side hustle. It could be your full time, but like Greg said, there are disadvantages to it because you don't have the same stability. You don't know how much you're gonna get this month, and you still have to build up your reputation online. If you're gonna be using websites like I forget some of the names of the popular ones. Is Upwork one of them?
Upwork,
Yeah, there are a few places.
Working.
Right, there are a few websites that you can sign into, but So if I'm going on an Upwork to find a graphic designer, I'm going to look at the recommendations of people who've used them in the past, and I want to find somebody who's going to do a good job. So you do have to take some time to build up your reputation there. You may need to start out by probably offering a lower price so that you can get more clients in the beginning, and then you can raise your price as you go along and get a higher rating. And then locally as well, because I actually didn't hire from those sites because I wanted to give local people an opportunity. Locally, you have an amazing opportunity to get your brand and your portfolio out there using your own social media, using your Instagram. If you're in graphics or video design or video production, use your Instagram account, use your TikTok to showcase your work, use your LinkedIn to get clients. If you're writing samples, then you need to use the platforms available to you to promote your work so that people can find you a lot more easily, and you build a reputation around the work that you do so that you don't have to worry about the stability part, because work will be coming to you, and eventually you could replace your full-time job with freelance work or make it your own business and set it up in that way.
Awesome. Thank you very much. But if not the gig economy, where else can they start?
Well, you can look for a traditional full-time job. That's the other thing. So those are the options right now. You start by, hustling online, or you try find a full-time job, or you can do both. You have your full-time job and you have this as your side hustle to start, and eventually as you build your side hustle and it grows and you get more clients, you can do it full-time and transition to that.
Alrighty,
Well,
thank
just,
you.
wait, sorry, just to jump on that for a quick sec. Okay, sorry, go ahead.
No, I was
I
going
was saying,
to agree. I'm sorry, I'm speaking over you. All right. I was just going to add to Kalila's point about I would never discount, and I would encourage young people who are just starting out. There is great value in a corporate job. The learning opportunities, the networking opportunities that you get from your corporate job, it's truly invaluable for those young people who decide to go that route. It's always an option, I think, a very secure option. I have the benefit of having a corporate job, as well as my business that I do outside of my corporate job, as well as I benefit from the gig economy. So there are things that I do to tap into my creative side that I want to do that are outside of corporate, and it doesn't necessarily fall in line with the business that I started either, but it's things that I enjoy doing. And so I do those on a freelance basis as well. But I think it's important, and there's work ethic. And this is so important to me because I think a lot of young people, they miss that opportunity to develop that kind of work ethic, that kind of structure and organization, and knowing how to manage your different stakeholders from the corporate world, because everybody wants to be their own boss in the offset. And that again goes back to building your personal brand, because your personal brand is really at the core who you are, what your values are, and then how that translates in the social media space, or if it's traditional media, however you decide to market yourself. But it's really who you are at the core. And for people to have confidence in you that you will deliver, excellence needs to be at the core of what you're doing. You need to be meticulous about the job that you're delivering, being creative. It's better to do than to say you're going to do. And so people have that confidence in you, and that's something that you build up over time. So I would never discount the value of a corporate job while you're also pursuing your personal passions and building that as well. I never loved the term side hustle, but I know it's a popular phrase. I think I will pursue my own business ventures outside of corporate, but it's really important that you really understand who you are at the core, what you're trying to achieve. And so that helps in how you communicate that brand. And as Greg said, you're not trying to be all things to all people. So understanding your niche as well.
Alrighty, thank you very much, Taisha. Now, to you, Donald, my question is, are we more empowered by tech or stressed by tech?
A bit of both. That's a tough question. We're empowered. Ultimately, we're empowered. We are allowed to share our voice, our ideas, our creatives, sell products, and transact online based on tech. I mean, tech definitely has brought the world a lot further, especially today's technology than back in the past. What The small part of why I say it does cause a bit of stress is the amount of information that we consume every day, right? So today we take as many photos in one day as we did for maybe like the first 100 years, right? So the amount of information everyone's consuming creates a ton of confusion. No one knows where to go, right? It's hard to see through the fuss. If social media is trying to drag you and distract you one way, and if you can't focus enough to build your business and your brand and navigate your way through that cloud that social media is trying to distract you with, then it definitely becomes a stressor, right? So it really comes down to the person. But I think ultimately tech definitely helps us. And now we're going into like a whole new space of technology. I haven't heard anyone mention blockchain or the metaverse or anything like that, but that's a whole new world for our youth to jump in and start earning money from, and not just traditional money, cryptocurrencies, Bitcoin, Ethereum, everything down the line. And they really don't need much more than the same things that they do already on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, etc. So if our youth spent maybe a quarter of their time on social media pursuing their brand and like consciously blocking everything else out, then the stress is leveraged. I mean, the stress is just like dissipated. There's no stress involved. But that's where the stress comes in, and yeah.
Thank you very much, Donald.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Can I just jump in on that?
Sure, go right ahead.
So in e-commerce, reality is that one of the things that I see every day, and since the pandemic, I can tell you that I've spoken to hundreds of entrepreneurs, um, well, not just entrepreneurs, but even persons who have their 9 to 5s. And because of the instability, they wanted to create additional opportunities for themselves. And I will tell you that tech is the first place that they turn to create these opportunities. When you are able to set up an online business, it enables you to sell your products and services anywhere to anybody at any time in this world. And with technologies like these coming to the fore, you're finding that persons are becoming entrepreneurs from a much younger age. It is easier for somebody with a 9 to 5 to start a business, which they can grow into, because by having all of your business online, you don't have to physically run from the office, run to this location to open it up, to start seeing customers and all these things. You're able to set up a business that runs on its own, but provide, don't get it twisted that you can ever set up a business, leave it and it just runs itself. You still have to provide that type of support, right? But you can manage the way how the support is given to that business. So let's say, for instance, you have a 9 to 5. You do your 9 to 5, you get home by 6. You can decide to process your orders that came in throughout the day between the hours of 6 and 8. Respond to emails, communicate to persons, fulfill your orders, maybe early in the morning before you go to work. So you find that you're able to manage your business in a much more in a much easier way, and also have greater flexibility with regards to time and space. In terms of it being a stressor, I've also seen it as well, where many persons, because of lack of understanding, they don't know the decisions to make, the routes to take. They go down a rabbit hole and they get lost down that rabbit hole, and it's bare stress. A simple example of this is persons running to India, Pakistan, and Russia to build these websites and apps that with persons who know nothing about our local marketplace. Set up these websites and can't integrate them with a local provider. Why? Because all these persons know about is PayPal and Stripe. They don't know about NCB, Scotia, and how all of that works. So you find that person spend all this money going down this rabbit hole and then get lost down there. And you have to find somebody locally to pull them out of the rabbit hole. So it can become a stressor when you don't know what you're doing, which is why it's important to consult with persons who are professionals in the space and can provide that guidance. But technology in this day and age, I said it recently on a presentation in Ministry of Finances, Wealth Summit, and I'm going to say it today again. Technology and e-commerce, based on my vantage point, can be one of those tools that help Jamaica to overcome poverty, because anybody from anywhere in any space with absolutely no resources can start a business promote it, and earn revenues. Anybody who is in a position right now and don't have even a penny to their name, if you can come up with a way to find, let's say, for instance, 100 US for advertising, you can start something called a drop shipping business. You don't have to invest in any product. Only thing you have to find a way is to market that product. You understand? Crazy opportunities. So when it comes to the future and what it can do for youngsters, middle-aged persons, probably the older ones are gonna have a little tough time understanding the tech. But for the general demographic at large, this is something that enables persons to do the business anyway. Look at Khalila's example of doing her show online. I'm sure she's able to reach persons as far as down Istanbul, wherever they are. You understand? Persons can tune in and watch her program, and she can earn ad revenue from these views because every nickel makes a muckle when it comes to the total persons who view your content online. You understand? So it is a great, I call it the great equalizer. It is the same reason why somebody who has an inventory of beds in their in their outhouse can compete with a course. With a course. All I want to do is take some nice pics and make it look big. Jamaicans love things that look big. Present yourself in a professional manner, do the business professionally, and nobody will ever know that you're operating from a back room. That's literally the opportunity that's in front of persons.
All right, thank you so very much, Leighton. Now, for you, Taisha, I'd like to know how can small creators leverage technical or digital spaces to become more visible and attractive to bigger brands? Taisha, sorry.
Thai is fine, so you don't have to trip over it. That's why I always shorten it to Thai. It's easier to pronounce. And if you could just repeat the first part of the question.
Okay. How can small creators leverage technical or digital spaces to allow themselves to be more visible and attractive to the bigger brands?
Okay. That's a very good one, especially because from someone who works with a large corporation, I understand what we look for, generally speaking, with small creators. And I think it goes back to a point that I made about the level of excellence that people should aim to deliver. You can be small, but you can still deliver quality. And I think it's critical that you do your research, you understand what is available to you, and also be conscious of your resources and what you can afford to invest in terms of your equipment and your product to deliver quality content. Outside of that, it's around the creativity, what sets it apart. There is a myriad of content out there now. Everywhere you turn, somebody's creating content. What is your unique selling point? What will make you more attractive to the brand? Making sure also that you know what your target market is. Which large corporation do you want to reach out to you? What are you selling? What is your brand positioning? You have to understand that, and you have to be consistent. So it's understanding what it is that you want to deliver, delivering that consistently, delivering it with excellence, and then networking and managing different stakeholders. So it's important to do your stakeholder mapping. Who do I need to be in touch with? What are the resources that are available to me? Who can I call on? Who are the decision makers within these organizations? So it's okay that you may know, yes, I went to school with somebody and they may be, but they are at a lower tier in the organization. They're not decision makers, or neither do they influence the decision makers. So you have to understand that. So there has to be some structure in how you go about what you do. And this is not to take away from your creativity, because you don't want to get into a space where you're now thinking corporate, but you're a creative, because it takes away from your creativity. You have to strike the balance with understanding which corporate clients you would want to go after. What are the brands that you would be interested in? Does it align with your personal brand? And I think that's very important. So you can't want to do everything and be a part of everything, but be very clear. And it will require you to think, spend some time and think about it. But I was actually having a conversation last night, and I said, one of the things with a lot of young people that we do them a disservice is that once we know what we know, we act like as I would say, we're born big. So everybody did know everything already. And that's the position we take with young people versus saying to them, I actually went through this, and giving them real life examples and guiding them. And there are some things that you will never know until you experience it. You will never know until you know. So spend some time really thinking about your personal brand positioning, looking at the different brands that you would want to be aligned to. Look at your work ethic, what it is that you want to be remembered by. When somebody's referring you or your name comes up in a room, what will they say about you and say about your service? What will they say about the content? Also understand that the global space that we're operating in, that certain things that were important to brands in the past may not be so important now, and we're also evolving. So there's a lot around inclusion and diversity. There's a lot around discrimination. There's a lot about hate messages, things that are antisocial behaviors that a brand may not want to align themselves with. So you have to be mindful of those things. So understanding the corporate brand positioning as well, so that when you reach out to that brand, you are in alignment already. And then tap into who are the decision makers. How do you get into the spaces where they are? How do you speak the language that they speak? A lot of them are data driven, so they want to see what the data is saying. A lot of them want to see your engagement. So all of that comes into play, and it's a lot of work. So you may think corporate is a lot of work, but also being a creator is a lot of work when you want to leverage those kinds of partnerships. And again, don't discount the networking. You have to know people have to know you, and people want to recommend you. It's a reality. I tell people I will never be somebody who will say I'm anti-nepotism. If you can do the job, and I know Kalila is good at the job, but Kalila is my friend, why would I recommend Leighton? I am going to recommend Kalila because I know her. No, that's what I'm saying. If Leighton is better, then I would recommend Leighton.
Right.
But if I know you as my friend and I know the quality of work that you can deliver, I think you should recommend your friend. You should recommend the people you know, and speak and testify to the work that they can deliver. And that's something I strongly believe in. So it's really about your work ethic. Yes, I really do believe in that. I would never say you shouldn't recommend your friend for something. The final decision may not rest with you, but if you can testify to the work that they do, and it's in line with what that brand is looking for, I think you should most definitely recommend your friends or people They may not be a friend, they could just be an associate. You could recommend them as well. But critical, your work ethic, your standard of excellence, your consistency, the level of investment that you're willing to make in your tools, the technology that you will need to deliver, and making sure that you're really focusing and tapping into your creativity, so you give that unique selling point that is necessary.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Ty. Now for you, Kalila, I would like for you to tell us how easy or difficult was it for you to go digital? Either transferring like a holistic transfer of your skills into the digital space, or just to work remotely?
So it wasn't that hard because I'd been using social media before. The difficulty was in transforming what I was already doing into an actual business. So making other people see the value of being in the digital space. But doing the actual work, the skills are easily transferable. So I've been in radio and TV for 20 years. So I know how to, and it's the same skill. If you're doing a YouTube live, it's the same thing as if you're on or almost the same thing with a few key differences, but it's very similar to doing live television. We're doing the show now, and it's the same skills of interviewing that you're going to need, the same skills of interacting, the same skills of being personable. You still have to do the same research. The difference now is that you may be having to monitor the comments in the chat and knowing a little bit about the technological platform. So the skills are very transferable, and it's not that hard to transition from traditional to digital. But and I keep going back to Leighton's original point, the reluctance that has been there, especially in the beginning from the business community, to embrace the digital and not really seeing the value of that. In the beginning, for me, that was a challenge. It's becoming less and less so now. But there's still a lot of people who would rather give their money to TVJ or give their money to a radio station rather than supporting a YouTube show or something that is completely online, because they don't necessarily, or they're not as familiar with it. But the benefit of having your stuff online is that you are able to show marketers your numbers, your analytics, which traditional media can't do. I can tell them I had 1,000 viewers from a particular community in Kingston 6, and marketers love Kingston 6 people, or I can tell them, and we can do surveys, and we can say, okay, where are you watching us from? What level of education do you have? I have my email list, and you're very engaged with your audience in a way that the traditional media might not be or has not been able to do. They are trying to reach out and build digital platforms as well, because they see the benefits of doing so. And I think slowly we are getting there, especially because of the changes that COVID has brought about. It's kind of accelerated the digital transformation and the digital embrace. So it wasn't as hard as it could have been, because, like I said, the skills are transferable. But the difficult part is getting the mass buy-in, because the viewers are there. It's just those old school minded people who needed to be convinced to come on this journey with us.
Alrighty, thank you so much for answering that, Khalil, and thank you for being here with us today. It's been a pleasure. Thank you so much.
Thanks, because I have to jet literally, but I hope you guys have a great conference.
I know you do. Thank you so much for being here with us. Have an amazing trip. Stay awesome. We're moving right into our next question, which is for Donald. Donald, how young is too young for tech?
There's no too young for tech, right? I think it's more of the parents. It's there's no age too young, but parents must manage their children's screen time, metaverse time, and real world time, right? So I believe kids should be introduced to tech like as soon as possible due to the future that we're going into. They don't want to be left behind, right? So if your 2-year-old or 3-year-old, can't seem to put the phone down or the tablet, that's a good thing, right? It might seem like a bad thing at first, but trust me, it's a good thing, because when they get older, these things will become like second nature, right? I have a 9-year-old, and if you ask her anything about what's going on, like in dance hall or anything like that, she has no clue. But if you ask her about Roblox and Minecraft, right, she could tell you when the servers were down. She could tell you, how many players were on it. It's a different world we're going into now, and I think they must get it early on and as early as possible. But it really comes down to the parents. The parents have to be able to manage that time and tell them when to get off, when is enough, and also be aware of what they're downloading, what they're doing online, and to kind of steer that in a way, right? It's a really thin line between the parent who lets their kid just do anything online versus the one who checks up every now and then. And that thin line makes a huge difference, right? So I think it's up to the parents. There's no age too young for tech at all, in my eyes. If your 2-year-old is playing with math games, that's a great thing. There's nothing wrong with it, right?
Thank you very much, Donald. Now, this question is for anyone. What should parents know about tech, and should they allow their child to just explore that space more?
Most definitely. At the end of the day, I think there is a significant increase right now in training persons in coding, because as a coder, you can truly create almost anything. You dream of something today, you can literally use code to create an experience, to create different types of things. So we definitely want to encourage persons to embrace technology, not just technology in being a technical person as well, because there are many other opportunities to participate in a tech space without being a techie. I myself don't consider myself a techie per se. I went to the university, I studied computer science, but hated it. So for me right now, you will never ever find me writing code. My aspect of my work mainly stems or surrounds analyzing the needs of the customers and designing the technology solution that the customer needs to get. It doesn't mean that I'm there writing the actual code, creating the actual product and so forth, but I manage how the implementation is done and how it is leveraged within the organization. So there are different opportunities to participate within the tech space. You don't need to be a techie per se to participate. So it's something that I highly encourage. At the end of the day, I think at the end of the day, what you're doing is empowering the person or the individual to be what they can be. Being open to tech allows you to be a true creative, not just a creative in the artsy form, where you're a graphic designer and so forth, but really to create something. And we're not downplaying the graphic stuff because that is very big in tech and
Yes.
very needed. You understand? I'm just emphasizing the need that once you understand what tech can do, it opens your mind, it empowers you, it allows you to truly dream of what it is that you want to do and how you can do it.
Okay. Anyone else? No, that's it for us. Alrighty. Thank you all so much for being here today. We do have one more question. And this question is actually for you, Greg. What are the advantages in pursuing a job in the digital or tech space in terms of flexibility around time and potential earnings?
Oh, all right.
Ending in a bang.
Yeah. All right. Adva- Advantages. Okay. As far as you aren't limited per se to your specific time zone, so you get the opportunity to pick and choose when you would like to work, but you do have to keep in mind that depending on when you work, the potential earnings might differ, as well as you will also find that different geographical locations also view whatever it is that you're doing differently on a scale in terms of how much they're willing to pay for whatever it is you offer, be it programming, graphics, or whatever it is. So not having a bounding box to your physical location gives you an opportunity to, one, experience different cultures through what it is that they're asking for, and earn differently based on what you would be able to. And as I said, time, for me, that is the most enticing piece of it, because for the most part, for my freelance stuff, I can work when I choose to work. However, that's kind of a double-edged sword, because something that Ty said earlier, it boils down to work ethic. Now, I wouldn't say this about myself personally, but the term workaholic has been thrown around over the years. So I do tend to spend time working, and admittedly, my type of work is fun for me. So I'll be working for 5 minutes in my head, start at 8 a.m. when I look outside and it's 10 p.m.
A
So
certain someone in the chat said you're a workaholic. A certain someone.
I wouldn't say that, but I've heard the term before. So you do have to be mindful of that. So it's good to have the time to pick and choose, but be very careful, because you'll find that you become very stressed and you're not sure why, because you're not supposed to feel stressed because you don't have a stressful job, but you just have to be very careful. So all the advantages do come with disadvantages. That's the biggest one that I've seen so far.
All right. Thank you very, very much, Greg. And thank you all so much for being here, Leighton, Greg, Ty, Donald, and Carol, for all being here today. Truly appreciate your input, truly appreciate hearing from you. And I'm positive that those who are tuned in, they have learned, because I've learned, right? So I'm positive that those who are tuned in, they have learned and they have some kind of points to take away and to put into practice, things to implement. Thank you all so very much. I'm going to now throw back to Aishiba, our host. Take it away, Miss Cornwall.
Thank you so much for that, Leanne. How was the session for you? Okay, so Leanne is off screen, but I'm pretty sure Leanne definitely enjoyed that session. That was panel 2 for today. Leighton Campbell, Kalila Reynolds, Greg Harrison, Taisha Williams, Donald Porter on career diversity and overcoming geographic limitations. And that was moderated by Leanne Smith, media personnel and entrepreneur from UCA Jamaica Limited. We're jumping right into it. Guess what time it is? It's another giveaway time. If you're ready for the giveaway, I want you to comment wherever you are and say ready, because we're getting right into it. So for this giveaway, listen very carefully. Kickstart your podcast in 2022 with vocal studio condenser mic with foam anti-wind cap, power cable, mic stand, and USB cord. Now listen carefully how you can win this today. So to win, you need to type hashtag DIA Summit 2021 and the words talk up youth in the chat for a chance to win. Hashtag DIA Summit 2021 Talk Up Youth. Remember to type it just as you see it. So I'm looking in the comment section, waiting for persons to type to see who will win this amazing vocal studio condenser. I'm ready. Look here, me and my friend before I came on today, where we were talking about podcasting, and it would be so cool to get a nice mic to do our podcasting. And it would be really, really good to win something as amazing as this. So all you have to do, it's on the screen. You have to type it just as you see it. Hashtag DIA Summit 2021 Talk Up Youth. All right. And remember, persons who won before, you should not enter again. We're trying to let as much persons as possible win something and just walk away with a giveaway from today's session. All right, so hashtag DIA Summit 2021 Talk Up Youth. So we're giving you about 30 more seconds. 30 more seconds. All right, so I'm seeing the comments coming in. 30 more seconds. All right, 5 more seconds right about now. And ready. So we're ready to see who the winner of this vocal studio condenser mic is. Chevelle Reed. Woo! Congratulations, Chevelle Reed, on winning an amazing vocal studio condenser mic. Wow. Podcast I got up for 2022. Congratulations, Chevelle. And Chevelle, please DM Digital Jamaica on Instagram with your full name so that we can get in touch with you. All right, congratulations again. So you can DM on Instagram or Twitter, Digital Jamaica. All right, congratulations once again. So we're jumping right now into our second fireside chat, and it is really all about youth in tech. The topic is becoming a prodigy, balancing work and play. And this will be hosted by Teresa Taylor. Teresa, are you here with us? Oh, you're muted now. All right, so we're waiting on Teresa to get on so we can have
Hi, are
an
you
amazing
hearing me?
conversation. Yes, I'm hearing you now. How are you doing?
Good. I'm great. How are you?
I'm happy. I'm excited. Look here, Dwayne and I were talking about the sessions we were excited about, and I hinted to this session, and it's about to start. So I'm ready.
Well, keep your socks on. You're going to be blown away because I certainly am blown away just listening to who I'm going to be interviewing. I think he is absolutely phenomenal. So thank you for the opportunity, and we're looking forward to blowing your socks off.
Thank you so much. The virtual stage is yours. Have a good one.
Alrighty. Okay, so we are absolutely about to have a conversation with a young man who is, in all senses, so phenomenal. And I mean, just hearing about who he is has just been very interesting and amazing for me. Dominic Darby is an 11-year-old coder extraordinaire with a passion for game designing. That's right, 11 and game designing. He's one of the winners of the Global X Prize Connect Code Games in the junior division, Scratch, and he created his first game, How to Fall, and emerged one of only how many? 17 winners out of 3,000 entrants. He created his own gaming studio, TED, and I'll let him tell you a little bit more about what that word means, or that acronym means, using the Roblox platform to create Roblox game. He enjoys playing Roblox and Minecraft, and he currently plays chess and tennis. Yes, chess. He finds time to do that as well, and he successfully completed PEP and graduated from Wilmer's Preparatory and now attends the Wilmer's Boys. He is continuously increasing his knowledge recoding and books via YouTube, pursuing a career in computer science. Dominic, hi, are you there?
Hello.
Hi, Dominic, how are you?
Well, I'm great.
So accomplished, so young. How are you feeling today?
Um, I'm feeling good today.
You feeling good today? Good. You just sound like you're not so sure. So tell me a little. What age did you become interested in coding, and what really sparked your interest in that area?
Well, I got interested in coding when I was about 5 or 6 years old,
Mm-hmm.
and the thing that sparked my interest is I really enjoyed playing video games, and I was like, wait, how are these games created?
Mm-hmm. Excellent. At 6 years old, I'm here sitting here talking to you and wondering at 6 years old, what was I doing? I was definitely not thinking, how are these games created? But I guess that's how a brilliant mind works. So you said you wondering how did these games get created? So how did you go about learning code?
Well, I was introduced to coding when my mother sent me to this camp called Generation Next Tech Summer Camp. And there I was introduced to coding using Scratch, which is like a block-based programming language.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
And I also watched tutorials on YouTube
Uh-huh.
and read books about coding.
Excellent. So you watched things on YouTube and your parents definitely supported you. So how does this fit into school? Because it sounds like you do a lot.
Well, I mostly code in the evenings after class and on summer and winter breaks. And I also usually have a schedule so that I make time for both studying and coding.
Oh, okay. Okay. So Roblox. Tell me a little bit for those of us who are not as au fait with that area. What is Roblox exactly? And is there other kinds of platforms that can be used? I'm just curious on that.
Roblox is a free to use
Mhm.
game platform where you can submit or create games and put them on a platform and you can create games.
Okay, excellent. All right. Well, so you sound like you're doing a lot. It sounds like you're more interested in the technical side of gaming, which is amazing, especially at your age. But do you have time for a social life? How does this fit in terms of your friendships? Do you find that you have other persons who, are interested in the same things? How does this affect your social life? How did this
Well,
journey affect that?
not many of my friends are like technical like me
Mm-hmm.
because they mostly like play around and stuff. But since coronavirus came, I'm starting to shine now. And, but other than that, I spend some of my time coding so I can make games. And since, you know, everybody's online, me and my friends can create. Like some of them help me to create games.
Yes.
Um, me and my friends can create and play the games we made.
Excuse me. Sorry about that. At a moment, I think it's the excitement of it all. So now that coronavirus is around, a lot more of your friends seem to be interested in the digital world, is what you're saying.
Yes.
Ah, excellent. Tell me a little bit about the X Prize competition. How did it feel to win?
Well, the
And
X Prize.
3,000 persons, I think, was in that competition.
Oh yeah.
And you came out in one of the top 17. How did that feel?
So the X Prize competition is like a global game making challenge. Over 3,000 applicants worldwide submitted games that they had created.
Right.
And winning it felt exhilarating. I mean, thinking that me, Dominic Darby, was able to create my first game and win an international competition. Like
Absolutely.
that's crazy.
That's crazy. Like, oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. So you said it felt exhilarating. I can imagine after all of the hard work. But not just did you enter someone else's competition, you've now created your own gaming studio. And what is that? And tell us what TED, Totally Extraordinary Development. Tell us about it. Tell us what it's about. Tell us where we can find it.
So yeah, TED, or Totally Extraordinary Development, is a group on Roblox where people can join, and I place my games and Roblox projects there. So I'm currently using the Roblox platform to create my projects that I release as games. I'm working on an experience where I created a virtual world where you have to get money to survive. I
Right.
consider naming it Broke.
Why? I wonder why.
I'm not very good with names.
Ah.
So, yeah. And also, if I need help, I can invite other people to the group where you can work on games.
Excellent. Yeah. Don't mind me asking, what form are you in at Women's Voice?
First form.
You're in first form. Absolutely. So you still plan to pursue a career in computer science for the rest of your life, yes?
Yep.
Yep. You sure of that? All right. So what's next for Dominic? What is next for you?
Well, what's next is for me to complete my 3D game and have it market for everyone to play. Well, technically, I've kind of completed a 3D game, but it's not the game like I want to market and do stuff with. It's kind of like a game that you just play around with. You don't really do anything.
So you tried it. It's almost like a test environment for the one that you really
Yes,
want to market.
exactly.
Love it, love it. I'm just hanging on to some of the little pieces of your wisdom at this age. Okay, so you've really done quite a lot, especially at your age. You seem very focused, very clear about what you want to do and how you want to do it, and you enjoy it. Yes,
Yes, I do.
you love it. That's excellent. So what advice would you give to young people about self-learning? First of all, self-learning, what advice would you give them? And then parents, about how to help children to develop their interest, because clearly your parents were a big part of this.
Yeah, it is important to find something you like and ask someone for help or watch videos and read on that area. This will help, and there is no need to be afraid of doing it. And parents, make sure to have your children try new things, uh, like s- like sports or try new hobbies, because you never know what they will excel at. And always remember, if you don't expect much, you get what you expect. But if you expect more, you will get it all.
Okay, we have to stop for that one. Always remember that. I'm going to give you one more chance to say it again.
If you don't expect much, you
You
get
don't
what you
expect much,
expect.
you get what you expect.
But
But
if
if
you
you
expect more, you will get it all.
you will get it all. So your expectations is everything. If you expect nothing, that's exactly what you're gonna get. But if you expect more of yourself and of the world, you will definitely get that. Dominic Darby, oh my God, you are impressive. You are absolutely totally extraordinary, as your business name suggests. Thank you so much for joining us this afternoon. It really has been a pleasure to speak with you, a pleasure to just get to know you a little bit better, hear me, better. I'm so stoked by you. And really wishing you all the very best in all your endeavors. And I'm looking forward to trying out one of your games soon.
It has been a pleasure talking with you too.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks so much for having me.
Bye.
All right, guys. So that was Dominic Darby. For those of you who are available head on over to the Institute of Law and Economics page and definitely go ahead and click that link on in the bio to register for our pitch, the express pitch that will be coming up. He did it, so can you. Different competition, but similar opportunity. Enjoy.
I love it. Thank you so much for that, Teresa. Look here, Dominic, if you're still
Listen up.
hearing, big
Listen
up
up.
yourself because at six
Trust
years
and
old, what
believe.
I was
What
playing
was
in
I
dirt
doing?
outside at 6 years old.
At 6 years old, I went to. Oh my goodness. No, the kids these days, they are a completely different ballgame. But it really was a pleasure to talk with him. And I think I've learned so much. That last line that he left with us, if you expect a little, that's what you'll get. And if you expect a lot, you'll get it all. So just do it.
Very, very wise young man for his age. We were just speaking about youth in tech becoming a prodigy and just balancing work and play. Dominic Darby, coder and entrepreneur. Wow. And he's
Absolutely.
actually in, I think, first form at
He
Wilma's
said he's in
Boys.
first form at Woodman's. First form.
That's
At first
Trust
form, my
me.
biggest problem was whether my igloo was matching my school bag. Well, I guess not.
All right.
But thank you so much for having me, Aishimo.
Really, really, really appreciate you coming on. And I hope you have an excellent rest of the day, Teresa.
I plan to. I plan to. Thank you. You too.
Thank you. Bye bye. All right. So we are going to jump right into a giveaway. If you want another giveaway, please let me hear you say, or let me see you type giveaway in the comments. Because if you don't want the giveaway, we can pack up and go. We can pack up and go, but we want to give it the giveaway. So let us know how you're feeling in the chat. Are you excited? Do you want to know what you're gonna win next? Let me know, no man. I hope I'm not talking to myself. I'm watching the comment section right now to ensure that you want the giveaway. Annie's saying giveaway. Remember, if you won something before, you cannot enter to win something again. We want to ensure that everyone gets a chance to win. In addition to this, adults, I know that you're tuning in and we appreciate the support, but adults, you cannot enter. This is for young people. It's a youth summit. So we want our young people to walk away with a prize. A few persons would have won a ring light, a microphone, and stuff like this can help with persons who are interested in content creation. So this is a youth summit for young people ages 13 to 25, and we really want to see how best we can help them to push their content forward, to just invest in themselves. So we're trying to have these giveaways for young people only. Again, I will say 13 to 25 years old. And so we're going to jump right into the next giveaway for this section. So, ready? One more lucky participant can win a professional photo shoot with photographer Brian Smith. First of all, if you don't know Brian Smith, you need to go check out Brian Smith. You can win a professional photo shoot session with Brian Smith. And to enter, you need to type this hashtag DIA Summit 2021 and the words picture perfect in the chat for a chance to win. I will repeat hashtag DIA Summit 2021. All right, I'm getting some information behind the scenes, so I'm going to repeat that again. So for the persons who typed already in the comment section, I'm seeing you, but let's go again. All right, so scrap that. We're going to go again. So let me know if you're hearing me. I'm not going to continue until I hear that everybody is hearing me and that we're going to go again. All right, so I want to hear somebody say, yes, I am hearing you in the comment section. I'm watching it right now. So I'm watching it so that we can start again. All right. So one more lucky participant can win a professional photo shoot with photographer Brian Smith. And to enter, we're going to go. All right. So I'm seeing everybody saying definitely hearing you. Perfect. So we're going again. So it's hashtag DIA Summit 2021 headshot. So you're supposed to type in the comment section hashtag DIA Summit 2021 headshot. And remember to type it exactly as how you're seeing it on the screen. Remember, I'm still seeing persons typing what I had said earlier. We're changing it. So it's hashtag DIA Summit 2021 headshot. And this is perfect. It is to see if you're really listening to us, if you're really tuning into the section, the segment, and you're hearing and you're listening. So hashtag DIA Summit 2021 headshot. And so we are going to give you about 30 seconds. So if you want to win a professional photo shoot session with none other than Brian Smith, type hashtag DIA Summit 2021 headshot in the comment section. So we're giving you just about like 5 more seconds. I'm seeing persons typing in the chat and I'm loving it. Everybody really wants to have a photo shoot session with Brian. I'm loving it. He's an excellent photographer. All right, so 5 more seconds. We're going for a chance to win a professional photo shoot session with photographer Brian Smith. And we are ready. All right, let's go. Let's see who the winner will be. Let's see who the winner will be today. Today, Jaheim Watson is the winner of a professional photo shoot session with photographer Brian Smith. Jaheim, if you're in the comments, make sure you tell us, thank you, and make sure you hashtag DIA Summit 2021 and all the hashtags earlier for Digital Jamaica. In order to claim your prize, though, Jaheim, please head on over to Twitter or Instagram. Please head on to Twitter or Instagram and send a DM, a direct message to Jamaica, Digital Jamaica. I would like to also apologize to the Hopping users because we realized that the giveaway tool is not picking up your entry. So what we'll do is the next set of giveaways is for Hopping users when we get back. We're actually going to jump right into a 5 minute break. Thank you so much for sticking and staying with us so far. We really appreciate it. So we soon come back. Welcome back, everyone. We are here at Digital Jamaica's first annual youth summit under the theme The Future of Work, How Digitization Affects Employment. My name is Aishiva Cornwall. I am a second year integrated marketing communication student at the University of the West Indies. Definitely a lover of communication and all things digital. So, I had to be at this event. I've been learning a lot so far, and I'm really, really appreciative of Digital Jamaica for putting on such an incredible event. Now, one of the things that I want you to understand is that this event could not be possible without a few people. I would definitely have to big up those persons all the time, every time. So we'd like to actually thank our partners, DIA Labs, the Institute of Law and Economics, Trust for Americas, the City Foundation, OAS, Jamaica Union of Tertiary Students, National Youth Council, and University Caribbean Ambassadors. For that, we say, I really, just thank you for being here. The Digital Jamaica family really and truly appreciates it. Now, we have gone through about, two panels. We've done fireside chat, and it has been completely amazing. I think one of the sessions that I've enjoyed so far as a female, a young black woman living in the Caribbean, is the session that we had, speaking about representation for women in tech. That is one of the things I really appreciated. And it's amazing that Digital Jamaica is giving us that opportunity to have these important conversations. What I actually want everyone here to do, if you're hearing me, if you're seeing me, and if you're listening, I'd love for you to put in the comment sections. Remember, I'm seeing your comments. Put in the comment section what you've enjoyed from this youth summit so far. While you do that, I'll go ahead and to just thank all the guests for coming on. You all have been completely amazing, and I dare say I've learned a lot from each and every one of you. And I'm sure all the young people that are listening, that are watching, and that heard you today can say the very same. I want to also encourage you or remind you that you could be one of the 1,000 persons who will get the opportunity to unlock free delivery. Free delivery. We're talking about freeness over here. You'll get the opportunity to unlock free delivery from Hugo, Jamaica. And all you have to do is use the summit code DJYS21 at the checkout. Now, I'm still looking in the comment section to see if there are persons who are typing and telling me what they've learned so far. Definitely waiting on that. Well, one of the other segments that I appreciated was with Dominic. Dominic is about 11 years old. I mean, he's in first form now at Wilma's Boys, and he's doing incredible things. And one of the things that push forward for me, and it's something that I believe in, is that youth is now. One of the panelists earlier would have said that young people are creating businesses now. They're not waiting until they're 25 and until they're 30, 35. They're creating businesses now. So my encouragement to you, what I have to say to all the young people that are listening now, you see that idea that you have? That idea that you have at the back of your head, do it. Do it, and you'd be surprised as to what you accomplish by doing that. All right, so I'm seeing Velton Gooden Jr., one of our giveaway winners. Big up yourself, Velton. Velton is saying, I definitely enjoyed the conversation surrounding the place freelancing and the gig economy has played and will continue to play in the lives of young Jamaicans today. He's also saying that he definitely respected Dominic's story and his drive as well. And Velton, I will say I definitely agree with you. Definitely agree with you. I want to encourage everyone that is listening, that's hearing me, that's seeing me right now, to ensure that you share with us on your social media platforms about what you're learning. You know, what are some of the things you take away from the session so far? We're not even finished, but I'm pretty sure there were a number of gems that were dropped, and you really and truly don't want. Let me tell you this. Let me tell you what we do over Digital Jamaica. You see, when we get information from people, we share that information. We share that information. So what we do is when we get that information, say, see your friend is not over here now, WhatsApp them and tell them, you know, this is what I learned from Digital Jamaica's Youth Summit today. And if you know anybody you've met on the internet or so, you can just go ahead, type in the Twitter box, go on Instagram, tag Digital Jamaica, and tell them what you learned today. And you can do this by using the hashtags, hashtag DJYS21, hashtag Future of Work Summit, hashtag Youth Summit 2021, hashtag Youth Month Jamaica, hashtag DIA Summit 2021. And as I said before, we are actually here until 4 p.m. We're not going anywhere. It's 1:26 on the clock, so we're not going anywhere for a while. So we have a list of amazing panelists coming up in just a few, coming up at about 1:30. Is it possible for us to do a break? If it is that you have not settled as yet, go and drink some water, get up and stretch, go take a walk, and come back right here in about 3 minutes. So we'll see you at 1:30. Welcome back, one. Welcome back, all. You are here at the Digital Jamaica's Youth Summit, the future of work, how digitization affects employment. You're listening to the voice of Aishiba Cornwall. I'm really excited to be here, and we're jumping right into the next panel. This is panel number 3. And if you think the first 2 panels were amazing, you're going to love this one. We're winding down, slowly, very slowly though. But as I usually say, we're not done yet. We're heading right into the third panel for today, which is under the topic positioning for opportunities. And this will be moderated by Stephanie Merville Green, who is a youth leader and entrepreneur representing the Jamaica Union of Tertiary Students and Lip Locked. Hello, Stephanie.
Hello, everybody. How are we doing?
I'm not bad at all. I'm enjoying it. I'm enjoying Digital Jamaica's Youth Summit. It's amazing. How are you feeling? How are you feeling as it relates to the panel coming up?
I'm feeling pretty excited. This is somewhat an area of expertise for me. I'm always talking about stuff like this. So I'm excited, definitely looking forward to what our panelists have to say and how the viewers will react.
It's the match made in heaven for me. Love to see it. It should be an interesting conversation then. So it's positioning for opportunities. And Stephanie, I'm going to give the stage to you. So the virtual stage is yours for now.
All
Have a
right. Thank you. All right. So, hello, everybody. I hope you're all doing well. Let me just reintroduce myself. My name is Stephanie Green, and I am considered as a youth leader. I am a fourth year international shipping student at the Caribbean Maritime University, the president for the CMU Student Union, and I am also representing the Jamaica Union of Tertiary Students. So, let's get into the panelists for our discussion. So, our first panelist is really a renowned guidance counselor at the Mannings High School. He's also the first deputy chairman for the National Youth Council of Jamaica. He's the founder of Ikula Pierce Grant a Wish Foundation and the counseling coordinator for Vineyard Camp in North Carolina, who is currently pursuing his Master's of Science degree in Development Studies at the University of the West Indies. Let me introduce to you Mr. Ikula Javon Pierce.
Thank you. Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you so much.
No problem. So next up is our quick cart entrepreneur, Miss Monique Powell. She prides herself on being an e-commerce and logistics provider based in the Caribbean. Prior to starting Quick Carts, formerly Quick Plate, she held senior tech and marketing related positions across various countries. She has also been passionate about web-based technology and the various ways businesses can use it to connect with customers and increase sales. Let's welcome again Miss Monique Powell.
Thanks, Stephanie. Hi, everybody. Happy to be here.
All right, so our third panelist comes in the form of a multi-hyphenate. He is the co-founder of Osobi, a startup venture studio aimed at creating frictionless products and services for the virtual economy. He's also the co-founder and the CEO of Key Farms, a regenerative ocean farm network focused on growing seaweed. And he was the co-founder and executive director of Next Gen Creators. He is an active technology community leader since the beginning of his career, and he has launched companies in the sectors of education, marketing, insurance, and 3D printing, and has also accomplished a vast majority of achievements during his youth. I present to you Mr. Nicholas Key.
Hi everyone. Hi everyone. Thanks for the introduction.
No problem. All right, so panelist number 4 goes by the name of Paul Allen and is CTO and co-founder of Edufocal Limited, a social learning and edtech company based in Jamaica. Paul has worked as a technologist in Jamaica and the USA. Paul has mentored many young engineers into thriving careers and is an active member of the local tech startup scene. Paul also has a Bachelor's of Science degree in Management Information Systems. Welcome, Paul.
Hi, everybody. Thank you, Stephanie. Happy to be here.
So last but definitely not least is Ms. Shanoy Johnson, who is currently serving as the Vocational Training Development Institute Student Union President. and also serves in many different capacities within youth-led spaces and/or groups. Welcome, Shanoy.
Hi guys, thanks for having me.
No problem. So, guys, let's really get into the meat of the matter. We know why we're here, we know what we are expecting from our discussions, and I'm hoping that we will be familiar with some of our panelists before our panel ends. All right, so let's get into it, guys. I hope we're excited, hope we're ready to have a fruitful discussion. So, the first question I'm going to throw to you guys is, what do you think, in your opinion, should young people do to prepare themselves for the world of work? All
You
right,
want me to
so
start off?
sure. I was just going to take someone, but you can go ahead.
All right. Greetings, everyone. When it comes on to preparing our young males or young females for the world of work, the first thing that we have to understand is that they need assess. They need to examine the current landscape in which we exist. You see, when we're getting prepared, let us not just think about the job. Let us think about becoming entrepreneurs or small business owners, because we have to reach the stage where we understand that we have to adapt to the economic village that we are called to exist in. Changes and there are so many happenings going around are going on rapidly and exponentially. The global village is changing. So
Right.
what we have to do is we have to think about what is it that is unique to me, and how is it that I'm going to translate my uniqueness into the evolution, into the society, into the realities that we are existing. Because you see, higher education in this 21st century is not characterized by just a degree. It is now characterized by extensive reading. Now we see persons are becoming social influencers. So now we have
Right.
to re-examine business as usual and veer into a perspective, because the world is evolving, as the Youth Month theme says, and we have to change along with the world. So we have to reassess. We have to re-examine the realities and then ensure that they are in alignment to our uniqueness.
Definitely. Thank you, Mr. Pierce, for that. I hope our young people are listening and taking key notes from what he just said. All right, so I'm going to throw this question to Mr. Key. Why do you believe goal setting is important at an early or young age, and where should young people start?
Yeah, I think coming with my background, it was goal setting kind of just fell into to place. It really didn't even start out at goal setting when I was thinking about my career. It really kind of just started out from a place of wanting to try something new, and then getting better at it. Before I even considered looking probably 20 to 50 years into the future. But I think once you hit that I guess that bridge where you probably found something that you're uniquely good at, and want to probably excel in, that is when you definitely start. So you of course look at a few data points. You look at what is going on in the world right now, where a particular field or sector is heading based on projections, and then conduct like a mental model evaluation. You can probably pick up something like reverse engineering, where you kind of examine what the world could look like,
Right.
and then from there you pick apart where exactly you need to be in order to achieve that, to be in that place. So maybe, I don't know, maybe we see the world heading in a place of, I don't know, towards virtual reality, for instance, where you have individuals just solely interacting in the virtual space. One way of getting into that space is probably looking at things related to game development. From there, you take another step back. What are the key components of game development? Then that would probably be things related to art, design, and different types of software development, and you start to pick them apart one by one and learn the skills. So in order to set yourself up to achieving that particular milestone.
Understood. Understood. Thank you for that, Mr. Key. So, Mr.
If I
Alex, at
could,
some
if I
point,
could add something to that particular point about goal setting, because
sure.
I share some of Mr. Key's sentiments.
I was just
I,
about
I
to ask.
I believe that setting is a little bit putting the horse before the cart, especially for the youth. I too also had a background where I sort of dabbled for a little while, and if you had asked me what I wanted to be or what I would have expected for myself, I would have undercut myself 10 years ago or 15 years ago.
Right.
I would not have known just how much would have been possible. So there is a framework, which I think goal setting is a part of it, but there is something else where you play. You do the sort of experimental play that Mr. Key spoke about. You're
Right.
sort of given the opportunity to explore what is possible. You allow yourself to fail, um, and just sort of experience things as they come, but also develop a habit of trying, of refining what you're working on. And as you learn, the goals sort of become a part of the picture. You start to figure
Definitely.
out, okay, how far can I take this thing? And what kind of experiences will it create for me the more I pursue it? So I think outside of just goal setting, having this openness about learning and refining who you are, also figuring out your identity is super important part of that.
True.
So, instead of saying, I want to achieve this, it's more, what type of person do I want to be? I want to be the type of person that achieves this. I find that to be a much more um, important stepping stone in achieving your goals.
Definitely. So I'm hoping our young people are listening and asking themselves, what type of person do I want to be? I think that was a very key takeaway point from what Miss Allen just shared with us. But based on your points that you made, though, I have a follow up question with regards to some things that you were mentioning. So, what do you believe are some absolute skills or absolute must have skills that young people should have to be attractive to future employers? Because I know you said, you grow careers even though it might not be in all the fields or all the industries, but I think you would have had some form of insight to give about this.
Sure. To speak for myself, one of the things that I look for is a self starter. So someone who you might not know today, but you show up with an attitude of I will figure it out. We are all sort of knowledge workers in today's day and age, and no one knows everything. But one of the better skills you can have is knowing how to find out, right? So being a self-starter, also being the type of person that will take ownership of what you do. We have this idea of the business of one. You are now a business of one. And that means that you take responsibility, you take initiative, you
Right.
own your output, and you manage all the people that you have to deal with to get that kind of output. So if you have to manage your boss, if you have to manage your co-workers, but you're solely focused on, I have this task or this responsibility, and I'm going to do what is within my power to achieve it. We're also, as knowledge workers, we're looking at communication. So your ability to express yourself well, your ability to express yourself to different audiences, those
Right.
things tend to be key.
Definitely. So, Shanoy, considering that you're actively in spaces with youth that are now going to go out there and seek jobs and seek any form of employment, something to do after university, right? What do you think generally youth need to work on to ensure that they hone the skills that they need to be marketable?
Okay, so thanks for that question. I would say first thing I would tell youths are every opportunity that comes their way, they should take it. They should take it.
Right.
Um Repeat.
No, I was just saying right.
Okay. And also be very digital literacy. I would say they should be digital I'm getting a feedback. Is somebody saying something?
No.
Are you guys hearing me?
Yes, we're hearing you.
Okay, so I think youth should be digital literacy, and as I said, opportunities come, take them. Find yourself in programs, find yourself around persons that can make them better. In career wise, of course. Um, I think that's it.
All right, thank you, Shanwai. So over to you, Miss Powell. With regards to a statement that Shanwai made, where she said, "Every opportunity that is presented, take them." Do you believe there's a popular saying something along the lines of "not every opportunity or not every pan that knocks to jump at it"? So, as young people or as you, do you believe that every opportunity is necessary, or do we have to do some form of evaluation somewhat?
Well, I mean, I think by the time you've gotten to a certain stage, by the time you've started nearing the end of high school, starting college, you kind of, even if you haven't zeroed in on a specific profession that you want to be into, and you don't have to zero in too early either, chances are you have a general idea of the area in which your interest is strongest. And I would say look for opportunities to develop
Right.
yourself in those areas. And a lot of it, I would say, not to depend wholly or even mostly on the formal school system as it relates to identifying and taking advantage of opportunities. So for example, I started out my career as a web developer, did it for a number of years. Nothing I learned was taught in a classroom. It was all self-taught, and now there's even more information than there was then. So I would say read a lot, read widely, that will allow you to kind of identify where the trends are going, especially as it relates to your area of interest. Um, Commit to learning new skills, set goals for yourself. And these goals can be as simple as deciding that every 3 months you're going to read a new book in the area in which you're interested, or you're going to do X number of tutorials from a particular website. But I
Right.
think it's staying on the course of constant learning and just exposing yourself to as much information as possible. And then as you learn more about the general area in which you're interested, chances are you'll begin to zero in on a particular part of that area, and then you can also zero in on specific opportunities that are tied to those areas.
Definitely. Key points, guys. Key points. So, to any one of you, what are what roles does creativity and out of the box thinking play in creating new avenues of employment for young people, if you believe there's any?
I could go. Um, I could speak for almost everyone here. I know some of your faces and the business you're involved in, like Monique or myself or Nicholas. Um, I mean, we're the evidence of creativity and innovation. And our platforms and the opportunities that we've created both for ourselves and for other people, it speaks for itself. I think we're sort of in a fourth wave of the digital economy, and the what that means for us now is a lot of the framework has been laid, by people like Monique and myself, who are software engineers. And we're now at a point where you can create content for a living. You can be a YouTuber for a living. If you ask a young person today, being a YouTube vlogger is one of the top career choices. And I don't wrong them, they make more money than we do. And what's great about that is that it's from this unique perspective of I am selling myself. It's my charm, it's my wit, it's my creativity that goes into this content. Um, And for a couple of years, we would have laughed at it. Like, really, that's all you do? And I feel like that's something that happens with every generation. Our parents tend to laugh at our career choices. But I'm really happy for what's possible today. Is that the fact that I'm Jamaican, the fact that I know how to do the most popular dances, and I could record myself and put it on YouTube, and I could find an audience of 2,000 people, and that could allow
Right.
me to earn a living. I think that's a phenomenal development in our economy overall, and it opens the doors for all sorts of things that we've only just begun to explore. With the advent of the metaverse, as Facebook is now
Yes.
positioning to have virtual reality, TikTok, all of these different platforms that allow us to basically sell our lives and our experiences. It opens up the doors for so much more. So I think going forward, creativity and innovation is pretty much the sort of unexplored territory that presents the most opportunities for us as a nation.
All right. So I remember most of you are founders or co-founders or entrepreneurs, right? So do you believe that this creativity and out of the box thinking should really add to someone else's work or use to start your own?
I
Well,
I'd want to say something on that.
Go ahead.
Um, I would say start your own. I'm in fourth year, and the information that I have been receiving from year one and two, I would tell my past self to use that information to open your own business. Use it to teach someone, right? Use it more. I think a lot of youths, especially college students, they just have this mindset. Some of them have this mindset. All right, just going to college, get the degree, finish. But most of what you have been taught on, or most of what you see or learn on your own, you can use that and open your own business. I have done so, and yeah, that's one of the stuff that's something that I would say to youths out there now.
To be honest, and as a young entrepreneur myself, I do believe that it is important, even if it's just a little craft that you have. My little
Yes.
craft is making lip gloss. It's nothing serious. I'm not sure if it's going to be a $1 million company one day, but I did something. And at one point, I was saying it's not even that much. But who's to tell that what you do on a daily basis, if you can
Yes.
find a purpose in that and make money from it? Because to be very honest, we have to face the fact that after university, it's not going to be a just also a degree into a job kind of thing.
Yes.
But
Agree.
Stephanie, do they have to be mutually exclusive? Because my experience tells me that you can do both. For many years, I was full-time employed, but also developing indie vocal on the side. And I would not have, coming straight out of college, I would have not been able to at the time. It's much more possible now, because we've seen with Dominic Darby, for instance. But at the time coming out of college, I wouldn't have 2 feet to stand on to say I'm going to start a business. No one was going to fund me. I didn't have any great ideas. Rent need to pay. So there's the ideal, and then there's you make it work and you do what you need to do.
True.
I also feel that life is a
Yes.
story. So you start somewhere, you be realistic. But you keep that dream alive somehow. And I feel, especially like say for Monique, I'm a little bit close with her story. It would have been many years before she would have, having her own need. She don't like to cook, so she decided to start a food delivery business. Um, but she probably wouldn't have been able to do that until she'd have accumulated a lot of experiences, that would have informed that this is a great idea and I think I can get it done. So I think we can mix, I think people just have to, as Shanoy would have said, take some of the opportunities, evaluate them for what they are, and see how you can make it work.
Right. Right.
And
Monique, do
Stephanie,
you
if I
have?
could add,
Okay, sure. But let me hear Monique first, and then I'll have you.
Okay, so I mean, as it relates to starting a own business versus working in a company, I think even for people who have entrepreneurial aspirations, I think it's a good idea to spend a couple of years in the work world first. I mean, sure, you have some success stories of people who went straight out of high school and landed into a business that worked out, or straight out of college. But I think working in other companies and formal work environments allowed me to see the type of behaviors or processes that
Yes.
I wanted to emulate when it was time to start a business, and also to identify things that I didn't want to be a part of my
Right.
business when I were to start, whenever I get the opportunity to start. And also just to kind of observe, especially in larger companies, what structure looks like at scale, what particular processes look like at scale. So when you start your own business, you're not learning everything about that from scratch, because you would have already absorbed quite a bit from the jobs that you would have been in.
Yes.
So, I don't think it's a bad idea to, even if your end goal is to eventually start your own business, to get a 9 to 5, so to speak, and learn as much as you can while you're there, until it is that you're truly ready to start out on your own.
Thank you, Mr. Pierce.
Yes, thank you. So I'm just going to supplement what Monique would have said. Having the experience is very good, very important. But also, we cannot underscore the importance of soft skills. Soft skills are very important in the process as well, because it not only speaks to how you behave or you relate to persons, it speaks to you as an individual, whether or not you will add life to your job, whether or not you will add life to your experience, whether or not you will influence others. Because the reality is, we are operating a space where we are being seen, and persons
Right.
want to realize, you are living your best life, but you're also getting things done. As it relates to thinking outside of the box, we have to reach to the stage where we depart from the stereotypical or the traditional jobs, the doctors and the teachers. Whilst we appreciate those, we have to think about the changing world. Think about all that is happening around us, and how can us be a part of the change? Because we
Right.
really don't want the world to move ahead of us, and we have to be playing catch up. There are a lot of persons who are establishing jobs. They are venturing into entrepreneurial pursuits. We have doctors starting up businesses from the scratch, bottom up, and these businesses are really thriving. So it will take us just just direct that energy into what you love, having appreciation for what you know, and translate that into what you can do. We have to move with the time.
Sure. All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. So, Mr. Key, I want you to talk about really experiential tech in terms of solving perennial or culture specific problems, if I may. And how do you think that this could be an avenue for economic opportunities?
Oh, experimental tech. So historically, I've been, I guess, attempting to chart the way for, especially Jamaicans, to get into, I guess, the more creative scene, or infusing tech and art, mainly because our entire economy drives heavily on culture, and we haven't really been able to fully monetize on it as yet. And I honestly believe that probably the next wave, the huge wave of opportunity for Jamaicans at large, and even by extension the Caribbean, is to really pay attention to the NFT space, but more specifically the metaverse space. I think there are definitely different niches and pockets that, if fully explored, would lead to the proper, I guess, our meaningful input inside of tech as a country. Prior to this, we really have been kind of playing catch up in terms of just trying to learn skills that would be more adaptive to the global north. But because this new avenue is available to us, that is more suited for our nature and our climate and our economy, it really would serve us best if we explore that some more.
Definitely, definitely. All right, thank you, Nicholas. All right, so I'm going to throw this next discussion to Shanwai. No, why I'm really going to do this is because you are fresh out, well, not fresh out of, you're freshly in the tertiary space, right? So, do you believe that tertiary institutions are relevant or important, rather, in terms of skilling young people for jobs of the future?
Somewhat. Um, I would say somewhat because most of the stuff that we learn at school, yes, we will bring them to our jobs, but another and another what would I say now? Something that are taught, we will not carry them in the work world, in my opinion. And skills, the skills that we learn is what we will bring in a sense. So I'm in ICT. I study ICT. Things like coding. If I go to a job that wants a web designer, skills like coding, I will carry into that job. So I say somewhat because, in my opinion, some things that are taught, we will not use them. We will not use them. I think most of what we use are the skill sets that we leave the institution with.
Definitely. I do believe so. And in a sense, the only thing that I would really add is the fact that the education system in general really takes a one size fits all mentality, and
Mm-hmm.
that's not always the case. So I believe that, other creative aspects or other creative means, methods of learning could be implemented to really capture the vast majority of students, because you'll realize that you will have persons who drop out and it works out better for them. You'll have persons
Yes,
who stay for
yes,
years and that works out for them. So the one size fits all mentality, if you go this way, then that's what you're supposed to do. If not, then you'll be labeled as something society doesn't really take a liking
exactly,
to. Right.
exactly.
So I feel like that's the only aspect that, could be adjusted a bit, but I do see the relevance or necessity of it. Right. So I am now going to open the
Could I be a
floor.
contrarian?
Okay, sure.
Because I feel as somebody who went to a community college, um, and as someone who enjoyed high school thoroughly, I do still see the role that tertiary education plays. And a thought experiment that occurs to me is that what would happen if we don't have tertiary education and everyone was forced to go to YouTube University? I think the outcome would be a lot worse. And we're specifically talking about the preparing for the future of work. And what are the skills that are necessary for the future of work? We're talking about being able to communicate effectively, being able to research, but also knowing how to learn. And I think part of that we take for granted. So you might go to university and they don't teach you everything. And that's been my experience as well. But one thing they taught me was that this is how much you get, right? You get a semester of this subject. And if you want more, you go figure it out on your own.
That's it.
And to
Yes,
be honest with you, I almost feel that's probably the main lesson that students need to learn, say, the first semester of college, that you're not here to be spoon fed this information. You're here to learn how to learn this on your own. And you get
yes,
3 or 4 years to practice that skill. And when you walk away, you have a whole lifetime to go learn all the skills. This is probably my second or third career since I left college because I've had to reinvent myself every 7 years or so. And college would have been the place where I learned to do that for myself.
Yes.
That is true, guys. And remember, some of us, upon starting university, would have heard at our orientations or at being orientated that, you're going to have to read for this degree. So we're paying to go and read. But that was a hearty discussion. I want to thank all of our panelists. But before we go, let me just take some questions from our guests, from our viewers, anything at all that you might have to ask our panelists. Can you just throw them in our comments, please? I'm going to start reading the comments, guys. So we have a question here. Shannon from Hopping says, "True, not everyone is read the book and write essay type of learner. I am very much a hands-on and visual." Right. So while we wait on some of our viewers to send questions, does any of us here have any questions for each other?
Let me think about it. I'd love to hear some of the other panelists' opinions on what do you look for in someone that you probably employ, or what do you think students should be doing to prepare for the world of work.
Well, I think critical thinking skills is something that I look for, and what I think can help people to build on those kind of skills, critical thinking skills that would help you to solve problems. For various people will take various um, initiatives that they'll have to take onto themselves. But I think starting your own projects, for example, especially if you're technical, if you're going to university and doing a computer science degree, for example, I don't think it's enough to just do the assignments that you've been given or just read the texts that are on the list. But start a project for yourself. Think about a problem that you think is out there and is worth solving, and form a pet project out of it, and force yourself to think of creative ways to execute on that project. So the goal of the end goal of exercises like these is to ensure that when you go into the world of work, you don't necessarily have to be given a set of instructions in order to solve a problem that is in front of you. You would have constantly over time been forcing yourself to learn new things, forcing yourself to figure out how to address particular problems that come up in whatever projects you're working on. And I think that's one of the key set of skills that you want to develop, and find ways of developing that work for you.
Yeah, I think from and I mean just to echo Monique, I always look for proof of work. So especially if you're in tech, if you started any form of project, where you can show some form of competency, that is a huge green flag for me. But also, I tend to do things a bit more unconventionally than most. I tend to hire fast and fire fast, because typically, our climate isn't necessarily set up, or economic climate isn't necessarily set up from a place of abundance, and so it's a bit harder to extract or really have people be in a position to have the capacity to do things that they'd like to do. And so what I tend to do is try to extract that out of them, from just like a probationary period of maybe a month or two, just to see where their headspace is at, just to help them to identify what they might want to do. And if it really isn't, I guess, like a fit, then that's it. No hard feelings. I'd for sure just put them onto another opportunity that might be better suited for them. But hiring fast and firing fast is definitely the go-to, especially for us out here.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Key. So we have a question from Ronaldo Miller. Now he says, as a young ITT student, where do I start without experience in the work world?
Well, if I could go, I think Monique spoke about this just now, and so did Mr. Key. You have no excuses today as an ICT student, and I'm supposing that means information and communication technology. There are literally zero excuses to be leaving a program after multiple years of study and not have any work to show for it. You're supposed to be developing a portfolio along the way. You can literally, and I mean, this is why I got into IT in the first place. Just like Dominic, I started by making my own games. I never had Roblox then, but there was something about the immediacy of coming up with an idea, typing it into the computer and seeing it happen for yourself. And then 15, 20 years later, we're now at the place where you can come up with the idea and sell it to other people. You know, we've seen such a drastic transition from this is a fun toy thing that I can do in my spare time to this is an actual serious industry.
Yeah.
So there really are no excuses. And I imagine you're in a situation as a student, you probably don't have a lot of money. You have opportunities to earn on your own and get your own job. Um, but also you can prepare yourself for a potential employer. So let's say you wanted to work for Microsoft. You can go look at Microsoft's websites, see what the job listings are, what kind of tech are they talking about. And all of a sudden, you're now looking through a list of, I want to go learn MongoDB, I want to go learn C Sharp. There's nothing stopping you. There's free material on the internet, there are YouTube videos. You can go write the code yourself, you know, and develop your own applications. Um, and an anecdote, I actually hired someone about 3 weeks ago. And how I found this guy, I wasn't actually looking for a new software engineer, but I saw this person on Twitter. He was a graphic designer and he wanted to become a software engineer. And so for since the start of the pandemic, he set himself a goal. I'm going to learn this thing on my own. He
Right.
started a Twitter account and he started posting about his journey. You know, he'd post different projects. So like every couple of days he'd post a
Oh
new
yeah, I've
project.
seen that.
This is
Yeah.
what I learned, you know,
Mm.
and he would share it widely with the community. Now here was a guy who was being his authentic self. He was learning in public and he was creating a portfolio in public. I was so impressed with him that as soon as he started looking for a job, I was one of the first people to call him up. In fact, I just DM'd him on Twitter and I asked him, can I have an email? I'd like to talk to you. So instead of having to go and seek out opportunities, opportunities came knocking on his doorstep because he had
Right.
positioned himself so well that I wanted to work. He's been with us for about a month now, and I'm very happy about the decision we made. Because what I saw in him was someone who was willing to be a self-starter, to create their own work, to be their authentic selves, and to put it out there for the world to see. And they attracted that kind of energy back, you know, and sometimes that can be an important part of the equation.
All right, understood. And thank you for your remarks, Mr. Allen. So, do we have any final words from any of the other panelists before we wrap up our session? All right. So, considering there are no final remarks, I'll just have a final question and throw it to any one of you. All right. So, was there a career setback you faced which you later realized was an advantage?
Getting fired from my first job. I was fired from my first job 6 months in. I think I was a little bit of an egotist. I felt I knew everything about the work world. And that set me on my entrepreneurial journey. It would take me a couple of years to realize that I was wrong, but I don't regret it at all. So that was a big setback for me in that I was afraid to go and find another job for at least another year. But in that year, I was also able to start a company, which went on to fail, and then I understood, why I was a bad employee.
Yeah. So I know most of you are in tech. So how rewarding has tech been for each of you personally and or professionally?
Gosh, I think tech has really allowed me to explore as many corners of the world as possibly can or could.
Right.
Is just borderless. Just being able to interact with others that speak, I guess, a similar language per se. Uh, we tend to have this jargon assumption within the space itself, and so whenever I guess we nerd out per se, we tend to talk about the future a lot. And when you typically find those people everywhere, and you form groups and communities, and that's how you make
Right.
new friends that become partners and teammates down the road, that allow you to just build things and bring them to the public in a way that is not even in a successful way that couldn't be just boiled down to luck. It's more serendipity. It's being prepared to accept and trust people, and then being authentic and accountable to yourself to building and working with others in a way that um, just makes everything work and makes everything feel magical if that's the case. But tech has truly been a blessing. Yeah, I've been able to just go to conferences for free, have companies fly me out to speak about things. Uh, yeah, I advise anybody and everybody to go into tech really.
All right. Well, thank you so much to all of our panelists. I think this was a very hearty discussion, regardless of the topics. So I am hoping that our guests had key takeaways as much as I did. So I am going to hand back over to our host, Aishiba. And as I said, thank you so much, guys.
Amazing. Thank you so much for that, Stephanie. That was an amazing panel discussion. If you think that was amazing, please let me see it in the comment section below. Look here, we'd like to really thank Shanoy Johnson, Ikula Pierce, as well as Paul Allen, Monique Powell, and Nicholas Key for an amazing conversation on positioning for opportunities. And this was moderated by Stephanie Green, youth leader and entrepreneur. Now, before we get into the giveaway section, because I know a lot of you guys are waiting on that section. See, Ronaldo is saying it was. I want more. When again, Ronaldo, easy now. We're not done yet. We're not done yet at all. So I want to let you guys know that earlier, Dwayne would have spoken about the express pitch competition that is going on that could see you getting US $1,000 towards your creative idea. All you have to do is one, head on over to ILE_JA on Instagram. That's ILE_JA on Instagram. Use the link tree in the bio to select Express Entry. Then complete a simple form. The ILE_JA team will then send you instructions with the announcement expected on December 2, 2021. So ensure that you jump on that opportunity, everyone. It's an amazing one. In addition to that, it could not be a digital Jamaica event without opportunities. Hear what I have to say. You need to go on over now Go on over now to follow Digital Jamaica on all social media platforms and ensure that you're following their Instagram, and ensure that you're also following the Dare Jamaica initiative that is at dare.jamaica to apply for the internships opportunities that are available, from web or app developer to digital or content creators, electronic circuit design, content producers, and so on. Ensure that you go and ensure that you take these opportunities, because it's really, really important. When we're out here, we're giving you the opportunities, all you have to do is sign up. All you have to do is sign up. And we're just going to run right now into our giveaway segment. As usual, it can't be a Digital Jamaica event without giveaways, and we're just jumping right into that now. So I'm going to invite the representative from Hugo to jump on screen with me now. Hi, Candice. How are you?
Hi everyone. Are you hearing me properly?
Yes, I'm hearing you fine.
Okay, great. I mean, great discussion so far. I'm glad I got to tune in to the panelists just now. I fully relate to that whole scenario of, starting out, maybe wanting to be a radio broadcaster, and I'm nowhere near that in my life. Landed in marketing, and here I am 15 years later. But let's hop right into the giveaway, since I know everyone has been waiting on that. It's an honor to be sponsoring such an event, especially for us at Hugo. Especially at Hugo, we have over 800 youths working at our company, so completely aligns with us here. Hope everyone watched that video with our general manager. So the first question is based on that video.
Before you say the question, Candice, we just want to put it out there that only our participants from Hopping will be allowed to enter for this giveaway. All right, so only persons from Hopping. All right, go ahead, Candice.
Okay, all right. So I have two questions. One of them is based on the general manager's video that we released on the pages most recently. The next question is based on our social media content on the Hugo page. All right, so the first question, everyone, is in our general manager's video, she makes mention of a Hugo project that we plan to launch, implement, and finalize by 2025. What is the name of that project? That's the first question. Don't know if you guys are seeing any kind of responses, but that's the first question. Let me know if I should go ahead to the next.
Or you can repeat the question once more.
Okay, so in our general manager's video that was posted on Digital Jamaica, Dare Jamaica, etc., she makes mention of a project that Hugo plans to launch, implement, finalize by 2025. What is the name of that project? All right. The second question now is based on Hugo's social media content. We've been launching territories for the past year. What are the two cities that Hugo is officially running in now? And what is the next city that we plan to launch soon? So I'll repeat that question again. Based on our social media content for the past year, Hugo has been in two cities in Jamaica, across the island. What are those two cities? What is the next city that we plan to launch in? So you need to tell me 3 places that Hugo is in. And then the next giveaway was actually for someone who used the Digital Jamaican Youth Summit coupon on Hugo. And I'm happy to announce that is Tiffany Daly. Not sure if she's here now, but she definitely used the coupon today, and we want to reward her with a Hugo coupon for any of the commerces that we have now in the app. So Tiffany, you'll be able to purchase anything you want in the app from this 5% $1,000 coupon. So yeah, so all questions, all winners will receive a Hugo coupon that they can use in the app for any restaurant that we have available. So we'll share those with you once we've selected the winners. I guess Ashiva, maybe you can assist with getting the winners. As the winners will be randomly selected, by the way, through the Digital Jamaica team. They're just gonna send me the email addresses for your Hugo account or the account you use on Hugo so that we can implement the coupon for you. Again, I'll go through the questions one more time. The first question is, in our general manager's video, she makes mention of a Hugo project that we plan to implement, launch, and finalize by 2025. What is the name of that project? 2, based on our social media content, which 2 cities is Hugo currently available, and what city do we plan to launch soon? The third winner has already been selected, Tiffany. Thanks for using the Hugo coupon today. We'll be in contact. Hannah,
Thank you for
from
that,
Happy.
Candice.
Hannah J. Gabidon. Sorry, Aishi, but you can go ahead.
No, you can continue, so you can call out the winners.
Seeing that Hannah J. Gabidon won the second question. Is that correct?
Are those 2 different persons? Katie, okay, right.
Yes.
Oh, it's the same person. So Hannah Joy Gabidon. Okay. Congratulations. Repeat the first question again, please.
Okay, repeating the first question again. In our general manager's video that was posted even most recently, I mean, it's on social media, she makes mention of a project Hugo plans to launch, implement, and finalize by 2025. What is the name of that project? We have a winner. Who is the winner? Aaliyah Clark.
Woo! Congratulations, Aaliyah from Overhopping.
Okay, great. And as I shared, the third winner would have been Tiffany Daly. She used the coupon today. So guys, remember you can get free delivery today, courtesy of Hugo, once you use the coupon. So I'll repeat the winners again. Winners for the second question was Hannah J. Gabidon. First winner, is Aaliyah Clark. Third winner, Tiffany Daly.
All right, awesome. Congratulations, everyone.
Guys, we'll be in contact for you to get your Hugo coupon that you can use, as I said, in the app for any commerce, any restaurant. If you want to try some sushi, if you want to try some, anything you want in the app that's available, you can have.
Oh,
sorry.
And what were the answers?
yes. We can go through the answers. So the first question, I'll repeat and share the answer. The first question was, in our general manager's video, she makes mention of a project Hugo plans to launch, implement, and finalize by 2025. The name of that project is Hugo Neutral. If you watch the video, you would have known that she makes mention of the Hugo Neutral project that we plan to finalize by 2025. For number 2, based on our social media content, which 2 cities is Hugo currently available, and what city do we plan to launch soon? So the 2 cities that we're currently available is Kingston and Portmore, and the city that we plan to launch on Monday actually is Montego Bay. So congrats, Alio, and congrats, Hannah Joy. Thank you so much for participating, guys. I'm looking forward to what the future holds for us all. It's wonderful to see so many youths being involved.
Thank you so much for that, Candice, and thank you so much for doing this giveaway section for the Youth Summit. Really appreciate it.
Yes. Just remember to, I guess, digital team to send me their email addresses.
Right.
Thanks
All right.
much. Bye, everyone. Have fun. Have fun.
Bye bye. Amazing. So that was Candice Moncrief, representative from Hugo, doing a giveaway. Congratulations to all the winners. Look here, we're going into an amazing next session, which is a fireside chat. And it's all about youth in tech, to be honest. And as we get into this next segment, we will be talking about the benefits of early exposure and the importance of community support. Wow. And trust me, when you find out who the person who is going to be interviewed is, you're gonna love it. You're gonna be really excited. And so what I'm going to do is to invite the host for this fireside chat on uh to the screen with me right now, Mr. Fabian Morris. All right. So what we're going to do, I know it's been a long while right now. What we're going to do is just take a short break. So we'll be right back in just a second. All right. Welcome back, welcome back. Thank you guys so much for staying and sticking with us. It's just about 2:31 p.m. right on the clock, and we're going into the fireside chat. First of all, if you're just joining us at all, welcome to Digital Jamaica's first annual youth summit, The Future of Work. How digitization affects employment. We're going into our next fireside chat, and it's very fitting for the individual who will be hosting it, actually the fireman himself, bringing all the fire to this conversation, Fabian Morris. He'll be talking about the benefits of early exposure and the importance of community support with his guest, who he definitely is going to introduce. So welcome, Fabian. How are you feeling?
Thank you, Madam Cornwall. Trust me, the energy queen herself, I feel at home. Yeah, yeah, working alongside the, energy queen once more. Really feeling good. I have been online and I'm telling you, the information that has been, that we have been soaking up is really and truly empowering. You understand me? So I'm really, 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 really glad to be here and honored to be here because some names and the persons and the connections that we're seeing here really, if you're not benefiting from this, something is definitely wrong. Yeah, yeah, that's what I gotta say right there. Mhm.
Amazing. So what we're going to do, I'm just going to give the floor to you. So the virtual stage is yours, Fabian.
Thank you so much, Madam Cornwall. Greetings, massive. My government name is Fabian Morris, but persons call me the fireman. And we are in, you understand me, fireside chat. And as Aishiba said a while ago, we'll be talking on the benefits of early exposure to technology and the importance of community support. And the person that we'll have here today to speak on such a very relevant topic in today's society is Dr. Kamir Ricketts. And I can tell you a little bit about Mr. Ricketts. Dr. Ricketts is an alumnus of the Herbert Morrison Technical High School in Montego Bay, Jamaica, and continued to study microbiology at the University of Georgia. He earned his PhD in computational biology and medicine from the Weill, I hope I got the first name correct, Weill Cornell Medicine, with a focus in cancer genomics and since media, bioinformatics. He founder Lines of Initiative Career Mentorship Platform in Jamaica. Dr. Kamir is also a recipient of the Prime Minister's Youth Award for Excellence the Ignite Caribbean 30 Under 30 Changemakers Award, and the Beale Cornell Medicine Student Outreach Award. Dr. Ricketts, are you hearing me loud and clear, sir?
Yeah, yeah, hearing you. How you doing?
Yes, sir. How are you doing, sir? You are. I am really, 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 really honored to be in your presence right now, because right now we just read your bio, and trust me, it is truly, it is truly, truly, truly outstanding, sir. How are you doing?
Appreciate it. I'm doing well, doing well. Having a
Doing
good
well.
day
All
thus
right.
far.
Thank you.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you so much for being here. So I want to get right into the conversation. And before I even go any further, I must also big up to the partners and the sponsors. The partners as Ministry of Education, Youth and Information, the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation, JUTS, NYCJ, Hartress NTA, to our sponsors, Hugo, Digital Jamaica, and UCA Youth Marketing. So, Mr. Dr. Ricketts, you recently graduated from the Weill Cornell Medicine with a PhD, which is
Mm-hmm.
fantastic, sir. Congratulations, and that is a PhD in computational biology and medicine. And now you're working as a bioinformatic scientist at NVIDIA, that's a top tech company. How did that
Yeah.
happen? How did that happen?
How did that happen? Well, I was always into, the life sciences. So when I was in high school, I went to Herbert Martin Technical High School. I did the life sciences there. Then I did IT in the evenings at what was then called Caribbean Institute of Technology. So I was kind of on that track, and then I really was looking for ways to combine those interests. So when I got to university, I did my bachelor's in microbiology at University of Georgia, and while at university, I started discovering, other industries that were not aware to me when I was growing up, that really combined my interest in the life sciences and the
Okay.
computational, computer science and all that kind of stuff. So once I discovered computational biology and bioinformatics while I was in college, I was like, okay, that's where I'm going. Because for a while I was very much, it's hard to pick, as a young child and having all these interests, it's hard to really pick a career because if you're into one thing. I was into the life sciences. So if I went and be a straight, biologist, I felt like I was, not leaning into my love for computer science and programming and all that kind of stuff. So it was very, refreshing to find something that combined my interests, and that was kind of
Right.
perfect. So after university, I knew I wanted to go to the PhD level, so I skipped my masters and went straight to PhD after my bachelor's, and I did my
Wow.
PhD in computational biology. And then I was
Right.
heading into biotech. I was going into industry. I was going to work at the biotech company, and then Nvidia, which is a big, they're semiconductor company, chip company, an AI company. But
Right.
I didn't know when I was looking around that they were also trying to really make big moves in the healthcare sector, because
Oh.
a lot of my research was in cancer genomics. So Nvidia wasn't a company that was, first on my list in terms of, a company I could do work in cancer genomics at. But because of how AI and deep learning and all these computational methods are infiltrating all these other industries now, healthcare is one of them. So it makes sense for a company like Nvidia to recruit people like me and others to
Right.
help, push forward their agenda and introduce, accelerated technologies in healthcare for treatment.
Right. What I love is how, you understand me. As I said, the AI company, which is Nvidia, a top tech company, really and truly now is making the link. They wanted to, link the technology with healthcare. And
Hmm.
so, you're available, because we have many persons who believe that, oh, their degree or their PhD or whatever their area of study is can't work in another field or in
Yeah.
another company that's outside. Could you comment on that, like encouraging some youths that might believe that, hey, I only have to stick to my field and stuff? Could
Yeah.
you?
I think no more than ever it is possible to reinvent yourself, to find ways to really take what you learn from one field and apply it in a new field, because we live in a world where that kind of, that innovation is very much, appreciated, is very much welcomed. And a lot of the times
Right,
that's where the innovation comes from, is somebody taking a fresh perspective, somebody who,
right,
was trained as an engineer, now working in finance, or who's trained, as an artist, but found space in, data science or scientific illustration or something.
right,
You find ways to bring, the uniqueness and of your experience to this new field. And I think nowadays is where it's happening. And I have many friends who even studied one thing at the bachelor level, and a lot of times while studying something, you might realize, okay, maybe this is not, what I really want to do. And for a long time, especially students in college or in high school, you feel like, okay, what I study in college has to be the one thing I do for the rest of my life. And that's not the case. People change, people grow. What I was passionate about or thought was an interest of mine my first year college might just not be the thing that really gets me driving, by senior year. And a lot of that is due because, as you grow and as you learn, the rest of the world opens up to you. You start learning more. But you don't know what you
Right.
don't know. So every time you make a decision, you can only make a decision based on the information and data that you have right now. So if I made a decision,
Right.
okay, I think this field is for me because that's information I have right now. In 3 years, you might find out, about a whole host of new opportunities and industries, and you have to be willing to
Right.
really, make that shift. And I have so many peers, colleagues, people I look up to who are shining examples of that, who are, reinventing themselves over and over again, or finding ways to, apply what they've learned into new industries. So I would definitely say it's something that is happening very, very, very often now, and students should not be, discouraged if they feel like that's something, they have to do and they have to pivot and all that kind of stuff.
Yes. And I'm loving the words that you're using. Innovation is appreciated and industries, are really growing into there. And it really goes with what the Ministry of Education is pushing in this youth month, and that is evolve. We have to
Yeah.
continuously try to evolve. And I want to, follow up with the second question. In a recent interview, right, on Digital Jamaica live show, you had spoke about how early exposure to technology helped you to
Hmm.
choose a career path.
Yeah.
Tell us what is important or why this is important to you.
Um, I think for me, you again going back to really having to make decisions based on the data you have at the
Right.
earliest as early as possible. If you are able to really get a good sampling of what is out there, what opportunities, what industries. I know for me growing up, my parents, I really appreciate them for this. But in primary school, they're always, as best as can, buying me encyclopedias, because we didn't have like internet and Google when I was in like grade 4 and them times. So they buy me encyclopedia, science books, help me,
Yes.
just explore what is out there. And then we got our first computer maybe grade 5 or grade 6, and dial up internet, and they would come off the landline so that I could use the internet to Google and just find out more and more about what is out there. And when you do that, it demystifies things. I think a lot of times what what happens is that all these options, sometimes if we don't have tangible experience or exposure to it, it seems
Yeah.
like this great, amazing thing that we can't really dive into. It seems mystical, it seems fantastical, and not something that is available to us. And one thing
Yeah.
that happened is, when you get exposed to tech and all these different industries from early on, it demystifies. It makes it feel like something I can actually do. Because when I meet students and I mention artificial intelligence and deep learning and all these buzzwords, cancer
Right.
genomics, all these things, all that sound kind of very grand, right? You
Yeah.
have no idea. Okay, artificial intelligence. Where do I even begin,
Yeah.
right? But in a session I did, I spoke with some students a few months ago, maybe. We took them through an example where we made them build their first like deep learning model to predict like
Yeah.
handwriting, and we did it in like 15 lines of code. It
Wow.
really, so this is what deep learning looks like to some extent. It's 15 lines of code. It's something that you can type as long as you have the industry, the resources and stuff like that. So early exposure, I think, helps to demystify a lot of these areas, and then help you believe that, okay, this is something I can actually do. It's not this great
Yeah.
big pie in the sky that is just out there.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. And I'm loving it because, especially, I believe it is ripe and it is best for the early exposure to it, as early as possible. Because what you recognize, I'd say that the brain is sharper, and so you have a lot of young people who would be very fascinated with the whole, getting into learning AI. Because when you just start to cancer genomics, I can't tell you that. I have to say, we only know about cancer, but we don't know about the
So the
genomics.
genomics.
I can't, you understand? I say, wait, what happened? So really and truly, I'm loving it because it really shows that we have a lot of more work to do, because people think the technology just stop at the phone.
Hmm.
or the technology only stops at social media, where
Hmm.
there's so much more.
Yeah,
Growing up
exactly.
and throughout your journey, you have had a strong community of supporters to include your family, your teachers, your
Yeah.
friends. How was that contributing to your success?
I mean, greatly. It's hard to really capture in a few minutes. But every person along my journey, starting with my parents and my siblings and stuff, has had impact on me. Where they either helping to push me and motivating me, being there for me when times where things were not going so well, or I felt confused or so on. And for me, I think it's important to really surround yourself with people help push you and drive you and inspire you. And a lot of my friends do that for me. And at every step, it was always people taking the mantle. I remember in high school when I was seventh grade, just trying to figure out what I might be interested in. And my mom would always be pushing up about again getting tangible experience. So I saw this ad come out in the newspaper. I think it was the Gleaner, for Generating Genius, this program for like high school
Yeah.
young boys in Jamaica, where every week, every summer would go to UE and do it's like a camp, and with the robotics and microbiology and biotechnology and so on for the summer. And for me as a
Yeah.
seventh grader, I didn't want to use my summers to do more work. You understand? So like I was
Yeah.
not
Yeah.
really on it, but my parents were no, let's put in an application, let's write the essay, let's do that. Then I had a teacher at school who my parents told about it, and then that teacher was on me to do that, and that
Mm-mm.
program, and so
Couldn't
and
escape it.
yeah, exactly. And then even when I went to interview and so on, I'm already counting myself out. I'm like, I'm not going to get this. They have all these bright sparks from all these other schools, all these Kingston schools, because I'm a Mobi, come from Mobi, and them have all these Kingston schools. I'm say, all right, boom. That was a mentality, very defeatist kind of mentality. And when I got in, that was a program that really changed my trajectory and changed my life. And at every step, there were people who stepped in. I was telling a friend of mine in college, where I was an
Yeah.
international student at University of Georgia, really looking for trying to get a full scholarship, to fund the way,
Right.
because school expensive. And I remember it was a friend of mine who put this one scholarship on my radar. I didn't hear about it. It was like the school's biggest scholarship, and I was like, why are going to apply to this? I obviously can't get this. They're accepting like three people. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that
Yeah.
friend pushed me to apply and so on, and I end up getting that. So at every step of the way, there have always been people to help, push and guide, because it's human nature. It's funny. No matter how much you
True.
accomplish or so on, or even if you have certain confidence in yourself, it's sometimes human nature to really, self-doubt just seems very much ingrained. No matter how,
True.
you look back on all your accomplishments or whatever, but when there's a new scary thing, immediately
Yeah.
self-doubt works away. No matter, you've accomplished so much or whatever, but self-doubt have a way of be like, nah, this at the time now where you won't be able to accomplish this thing and so on. So you really need
Yeah.
people in a corner to lean on in those situations.
True, and I'm loving that. It's so important for us in this day and age, especially when we're on the road and trajectory to success, to make sure that we have a community of persons that will help us. It doesn't have to be only family, but those
Yeah.
persons who are around us to guide us. And sir, I know we're winding down. Time is of the essence, but you are the founder of Minds of Initiative. What is this
Hmm.
about? I'd love to hear about it.
So I mean, launching off that, about having people to really expose and help you get exposed. Minds of Initiative was kind of born out of that observation that a lot of students, I remember when I was, especially in high school in Jamaica and so on, really don't get opportunities to build real relationships with the people who are doing that job or in that career that we aspire to be. To like really
Right.
learn about, what was your path, and platforms like this and career day in school and so on give us a taste of that. But I really wanted to create something that was more, really available all the time. It's not that you have to, be at school on career day and ask that one question to get that information. It's something that you could tap into any day of the week and so on. So we decided to create Minds of Initiative, which is a platform that houses, who we call the minds. These are, amazing Jamaican professionals who are
Yeah.
across a wide variety of industries, STEM areas, the arts, marketing, all different types of industries, who are essentially making themselves available to be career mentors
Right.
to other, Jamaican students, to Jamaican professionals who want to be, or want to be where they are, or feel like they can learn something from them, because
Yeah.
that a lot of times it helps you to speak with somebody who has done it before, who knows the ins and outs. You know what I mean? Somebody who you can
True.
ask, what is it really like to work in this area? I've done all the classes in college, I'm in the clubs, but for you who is somebody who's actively working in that area, what is it really like? Do I really have to leave Jamaica to be, to work in this career? Like, is this industry, does
Yeah.
this industry exist in Jamaica? What is it like being a woman in medicine in Jamaica,
True.
or all these
Wow.
kind of
Yeah. Yeah.
questions? is stuff that you might not really get a chance to answer just through regular coursework in college. So that's what Minds of Initiative and Minds of Jamaica is all about. Is creating a platform where anybody can log in. It's free. It does you log in, tap in, and really learn from those who've done it already. Not hearing it. And but in the meantime, for those who are interested in exploring Minds of Jamaica and what we do, you can find us at theminds.com or Minds of Jamaica on Instagram. We have about 37 minds and counting, and we have multiple programs where you have a career kickstart program. So if you're 18 and above, you can go in that, and we have a platform that you can log into and engage with mentors. And then we have a Rising Stars program, which is for those who are 17 years old and under, where we do group mentorship around a wide variety of industries and careers. I think we lost Fabian for well.
Let me know if you're hearing me and seeing me
Yeah, we're
again.
hearing you now.
Yeah, man. All right. Thanks much. Yeah, man. It's just the connection went out a while ago, but then can't
No
stop
worries.
to shine. So thank you so much. I have one more question for you,
Yeah, go for it.
because I really know that based on what you know, garnered, you are a recipient of the Prime Minister's Youth Award for Excellence and the Ignite Caribbean 30 Under 30 Changemakers Award and the Wheel Cornell Medicine Student Outreach Award. You have been to places. You have done tremendous things in terms of contribution to your nation and to the region as a whole. And what I want to ask is, what can we do as a nation here in Jamaica to ensure that our young people are given the proper resources to be able to better position themselves for jobs for the future?
That's a good question. I think one thing I was reading this thing the other day about like the essential elements of change or so on, and one of them is like clarity. It's about like being honest with where you are, and I think in a lot of ways, Jamaica government, all that kind of stuff, we're not honest about where we are lacking. Sometimes we make all these grand announcements and really try to make it seem that Jamaica is on the right on the verge of first world level of technology and all these we're doing crypto and all these things what that we're initially like digital currencies and all these things, and then they fizzle out, they never hear from them or so on. So I think we need to like step back and just like come from a place of honesty and like clarity about like where we are right now, like what is it that we need to change across banking, across access to resources in technology, all that kind of stuff, and just have like an honest conversation like, okay, these are all the areas in which we're lacking. And then another thing is that we need to build the capacity for change. Like we need to start, okay, instead of having such a concentration of all these resources that that we need, computer resources, all those kind of things in like Kingston, we need to find ways to help other people in other parts of the island to have access to these things. I think for example, say if you're a student interested in scientific research and you want to work in a microbiology lab or biotechnology lab or so on, you're kind of out of luck if you're out in the Grill or Clarendon, or you have to hopefully you have family at Kingston and you can take a summer trip up to Kingston and work in the labs of the Kingston. So finding ways to democratize access to those kind of things that we already have is one of the key areas. And then really diving full-fledged into upskilling a lot of our students and our young people in these technical areas, if we're speaking strictly in terms of like STEM and technology, access to opportunities to learn about data science, to learn about how to use artificial intelligence, and also making sure that we have the computing resources in Jamaica to actually do these things, building AI models and all that kind of stuff. Doesn't come cheap when it comes to computing resources. So I think a lot of those areas are areas that we need to have an honest conversation and really commit to changing in Jamaica. Too many times we go for the big announcement. Jamaica, we're doing this big thing, and it makes headlines, and then you never hear from it. There's no follow up, there's no execution, and so on. And I think we need to kind of get away from that, pursuing the next headline of things that make it seem that we're making strides, and actually just focus on, okay, what is the work that we need to do to make strides.
Right. I think that we participate a lot in fictitious thinking and grandeur, but we don't,
Yeah,
when action, when it's time for action, we don't execute. Finally, I must wrap up as my production team signals me, but I want to say to you, you hail from Montego Bay. You attended the Herbert Morrison Technical, sorry. I would see, it would seem that you did not come from any, wealthy background. Nothing was handed to you. For those inner city youths that might feel that, the system is set against them and there's no way out. You understand me? What would be your message to them today in terms of rising, especially in any field that they, not only technology, but any field they want to rise in?
yeah. The message is, really one about persevering and really looking at education, as a way, as a way out. I think, for the long time we preach education is key, and I believe in
Right.
that so much more now. It's hard. Like when certain things when your life is unstable, it's hard to really focus on school. When things outside of your, when things in your real life is in shambles, and you're going through a lot of stuff and stuff I can't even speak to, but I can just only imagine what some people have to go through. And my mom is a teacher, and I hear stories about the kind of things that students really have to persevere through just to make it to school, just to find time to study and so on. It's hard, and I think it's something that we need to just give up. Basically tell them that, yeah, we know it's hard, and nobody's trying to act like it's not hard, and you should just be able to block that out and just focus on the good in school. But the reality is that's kind of one of the best tools available to you, that education. If you're lucky enough to take part in it, to be able to take control of your own destiny and kind of write your own story instead of having other people write it for you, right? And I think becoming someone who values that, becoming someone who's able to develop some of the soft skills to help people buy into you as a person, can help you moving forward. Because I tell a lot of students, if you can leave conversations with anybody and have them have an impact on that person, there's no telling how that
Right.
might come back and benefit you. Even as a student, if you develop those kind of skills where you're pleasant to be around, where you're networking and so on, and just leave a positive impact on people through whatever short conversations, that can in turn help you and help them, make them want to help you and propel you forward. So it's no small task, but it's something that
Right.
perseverance is going to be important in.
Perseverance. Thank you so much, Dr. Ricketts, for coming on the fireside chat. And I believe that someone was impacted by your presence and the words and the nuggets that you have invested in us, and we will take it and run with it. So thank you so much, Dr. Ricketts, and you
Thanks for
enjoy the
having
rest
me.
of your day. Not a
All
problem
right,
at
take
all.
care.
And again, I must wrap by saying, yeah, man. Again, I must wrap by saying thank you to the partners, and to the sponsors to make this event possible. I now hand right back over to the energy queen herself, Madam Corridor.
Thank you so much, Fabian. That was Youth in Tech, benefits of early exposure and the importance of community support, moderated by Fabian Morris. And the interviewer, the person being interviewed for today's session, Dr. Kamir Ricketts, bioinformatics scientist and founder. Now, before we head on over to our giveaway section, I want to reiterate the point that I made earlier about Digital Jamaica giving young people an opportunity to have opportunities, right? So I'm going to jump back on this. Dear Jamaica, at dare.jamaica. If you haven't been on their Instagram page yet, I'm telling you to go on the page now. Now they have opened applications for internship opportunities right now. It's open now, and I'm going to explain to you what you need to do. How do you become eligible? What do you need to do to be able to get one of these positions? Because trust me, it is an excellent opportunity to learn from experts in the field, people. I can't stress it enough. So let's go. So applications are now open for the DARE Jamaica internship program. And the thing is, they have partnered with several local, mostly tech based organizations and businesses to provide 15 paid internship opportunities. Now, you must be a Jamaican. You must be ages 18 to 25 years old. You must have basic technical knowledge of the role that you're applying for. And you must be available to start in January of 2022. Now, how do you apply? Applicants must submit a 1 to 2 minute video, nothing too hard, nothing too serious. 1 to 2 minute video explaining why you should be chosen for the position that you are applying for or the position that you are interested in, as well as to complete the application form. Now, shortlisted applicants will be invited to meet with their initiative's internship partner organizations for a final selection process. Important point to note, the submission deadline is December 6th, 2021. This is not something you want to miss, young people. It is not something you want to miss. And so we're going to jump into a giveaway now. Production team, do I have the go ahead to do a giveaway now? Are we doing a giveaway now? Yes, we have the go ahead to do a giveaway now. And what we'll be doing, we'll be giving away. I was trying to do a drum beat a while ago. We'll be doing another photo shoot giveaway by none other than the amazing photographer Brian Smith. So what you're going to do, you know the gist, you are going to type in the chat wherever you are, whichever platform you are on, hashtag DJYS21 Brian Smith. So hashtag DJYS21 Brian Smith. So that is what you'll be typing in the comment section, chat section, wherever you are on the web for a chance to win an amazing photo shoot with Brian Smith. So you have the opportunity to do that right now. I don't understand why I'm not seeing any comments coming in. I'm going to I'm going to say that it's probably a lag because if you don't take the photo shoot, I know Kadia said only participants can win prizes, but I don't mind taking the photo shoot at all. I need a photo shoot right about now. So if you want to win this giveaway, all you have to type in the comment section is hashtag DJYS21 Brian Smith. Remember, type it just as how you see it on the screen. If you won something before, you cannot go again. We're giving everybody a chance to win and walk away with something today. So it's hashtag DJYS21 Brian Smith, exactly how you see it on the screen. We're giving you just about 30 seconds more for a few more persons to type in to win this amazing photo shoot with one of the best photographers ever I know, Brian Smith. All right, we're giving you just about 5 more seconds until we jump into the next section. All right, so hashtag DJYS21 Brian Smith. While you are typing the hashtag DJYS21 Brian Smith in the chat, I want you to remember that you can also use our hashtags for the day that we've been using on all the social media platforms. So you can share with us whatever you are learning, whatever stood out the most to you during any of the panel discussions or the fireside chats, by using the hashtags hashtag DJYS21, hashtag Future of Work Summit, hashtag Youth Summit 2021, hashtag Youth Month Jamaica, and hashtag DIA Summit 2021. Okay, so for this giveaway, we're going to be selecting from Hopin. So all the persons over Hopin who are listening, you're hearing me and you're typing the hashtag DJYS21 Brian Smith. This one is for you. So we're waiting to see who will select as the winner from over Hopin. All right. So the winner of this amazing photo shoot is none other than Olivia Williams. Olivia, big up yourself. Congratulations. Amazing. All right. So we're going to actually jump into the next section. Are we ready for the next section? I'm actually really excited for this one. I don't know about you, but I'm excited. It's going to be an amazing one. All right. So we're already at the last panel discussion, and it's actually crazy to me. It's 3:05 p.m. on the clock, and we're at the last panel discussion of the day. What have you learned so far? Remember to use up the hashtags. I'm going to say it one more time, and use it on all your social media platforms. Hashtag DJYS21, hashtag Future of Work Summit, hashtag Youth Summit 2021, hashtag Youth Month Jamaica, and hashtag DIA Summit 2021. Now, we'll be focusing on the training opportunities for young people in this panel. And right now, I'm going to bring on none other than Christina Hyatt, the project manager from UCA Jamaica Limited. Christina, are you here with us? How are you? All right, so we're waiting for Christina to jump back on. I know that she's definitely going to be excited about this section coming up. Should be an amazing one. So we'll be focusing on training opportunities for young people. And let me tell you again, their initiative, the Digital Jamaica, they're having an internship program now. We're talking about opportunities. They're having internship opportunities right now for young people who are interested. And a few of the positions that they have available are web/app developer, digital content marketers, electronic circuit design, content producers. Trust me, we have a whole lot of positions for you to fill, and we're waiting on those applications. We're waiting on it. Just go on over to @dare.jamaica to find out more information. Hey, Christina, how are you doing?
Hi, Aishiba. I'm so glad to be here. You can hear me properly.
All right, so I'm hearing you a little. Can you go
Hello?
again? Can you? Yeah, are you able to hear me? All right, so we might be having a few technical
Okay, I should be
difficulties.
hearing
Let
you
me know. You're
now.
hearing me now, Christina?
Yeah, man, I'm hearing you. You hearing me?
All right, awesome. Yes, definitely. So I'm actually going to give you the
Great.
virtual stage. It's all yours.
All right, thank you so much, Aishiba. I am very glad to be here. I want to thank all the interpreters who have been working tirelessly with us all day, and I'm so excited to introduce our next panel. So let's get into it. We're going to be discussing training opportunities for young people, and we have quite a panel with us today. We have Dr. McNaughton, who is the Director, Center of Excellence for Mona School of Business, Management. Godiva Golding, who is entrepreneur and STEAM professional and founder of STEAMs. Jacqueline Pasley, learning and development professional for Kingston Creative. Jacqueline Hicks, senior support for the Jamaica Council for Persons with Disabilities. And our final panelist is Bridget Lewis, co-founder of She Leads IT LLC. Thank you so much for being here. We just want a little bit about our panelists real quick before we get into the discussion. I hope everyone is well. So, Dr. Maurice L. McNaughton, again, he is director for the Center of Excellence, Mona School of Business Management. Dr. Maurice McNaughton holds a PhD in Decision Sciences at Georgia State University and has over 25 years senior management and leadership experience in the planning and direction of enterprise level information technology in organizations. He is currently the director of the Center for IT-Enabled Innovation at the Mona School of Business and Management, UWI. His current research interest spans the domains of open/big data, digital transformation, and digital capacity building. How are you, Martin? Make sure you can hear me. Oh, I think everyone is muted. So let's just continue introducing.
Yes, I'm hearing you quite well. Can you hear me?
We have Godiva Golding. That's wonderful. Godiva Golding. Godiva Golding is a woman on a mission. She is a proud past student of the Westwood High School in Trelawney. Okay, you can hear us? So Godiva started the University of the West Indies and graduated in 2013 with a Bachelor degree in social entrepreneurship and use of technology in development. For STEAM education that was born in college and all and concepts and work.
Okay, good afternoon, panelists. We really do apologize for the technical difficulties. We understand how these things go, in the virtual space. It's something that we just definitely have to work on, but we really do appreciate you sticking and staying with us. We are going to invite none other than the organizer, actually, and the founder of Digital Jamaica, Kadia Francis, to moderate this panel discussion. So we're just going to wait for Kadia to jump on so that we can get the conversation going and we can continue to talk about the training opportunities that we have for young people. Welcome, Kadia.
Hi, guys. Are you hearing me?
Hearing you well.
Loud and clear.
Okay, awesome. Thank you, Aishiba. I'm so sorry about that, guys. Christina is having some Wi-Fi issues. We all know how it goes. At a certain point of the day, the Wi-Fi drops. Thanks, Flo. Yes, that's and you want to blame Flo for everything, but we don't even know if it's Flo should have. So there you go. Welcome, guys. Thank you so much for being here. Dr. McNaughton, Godiva, Bridget from Caribbean Girls Hack, and of course, Jacqueline Pasley from Kingston Creative. It's a pleasure having you guys here. And I'm going to throw a question that I had actually asked panelists earlier. And since you guys are all in the education field, etc., are universities necessary? Now, it may be a little bit of a controversial question because I know Dr. Maurice McNaughton works at a university, and so he's going to go first. Dr. McNaughton, in this day and age, given where we're going with technology, the fact that we have a Dominic Darby who's 11 years old, he's a self-taught coder. He's been winning up prizes. He has his own company. He's now in the process of building his own games. He's only in first grade in high school, right? And we have several other persons in the tech space in Jamaica who are all self-taught, no university degrees to speak of, no certifications to speak of. They're doing absolutely well in the tech space. Is the information age making universities redundant? That's the question.
Okay, so thank you for that bouncer to start with, Kadia. Well, let me just say greetings to my fellow panelists. I greet you warmly. Hello, Bridget. Haven't seen you in a while. Good to see you and to your audience. Well, let me say this. I mean, it's not even something that I'm going to debate. I mean, universities as institutions of learning have been around through all four industrial revolutions and have continued to thrive and have continued to serve society well as institutions of learning, as institutions of teaching and research. And I think that they'll continue to do that through the digital revolution. So I think it's probably a moot question. What I would say is an important question is how are universities adjusting and adapting to be more relevant to the current environment?
That's a question for sure.
I mean, the thing is, universities are not just teaching and learning institutions. They are creators of knowledge.
Yes.
And creators of knowledge that is relevant to context. So we need local universities that will do research that are applicable to our environment, to our industries, to our societies, and not rely on, developed contexts to tell us what is important. So, I mean, that's a very important aspect of what universities do. But, we have to adjust and adapt like every other institutional entity to being more agile, being more responsive, and to the evolving labor market needs. So I would say we can't just rest on our laurels and say, well, we know what is required. We have to understand the changing landscape and adjust to that. And so adaptability and agility is an important attribute for today's universities. But I guess the simple answer to all of that
is yes.
Is yes, it continues to be relevant.
Yes,
and one more point.
That
Let me make
they
one
catch
more.
up.
Absolutely. Let me make one more quick point on this.
Sure.
I think that tertiary education not only teaches people specific knowledge and skills, but importantly, they teach people to learn.
Yes.
And I think that we operate in an environment that is very dynamic. When you think about the vocational space and competency-based training, it teaches people specific skills, which is important, but it's a little bit hard-coded to the reality that we know today. But we also have to teach people to be able to learn and adapt to an unknown tomorrow. I think that is what universities do very well. So we're not just teaching you a skill, we're teaching you how to learn.
Yeah. And it's actually really good that you say that. Somebody wanted to come in. It's really good that you say that, because my personal experience, I went to school, I studied law. Clearly, I am not in the legal field right now, but I tell people all the time that it wasn't necessarily the curriculum by itself, but all the things that I learned through my experience going to university that has helped me in this career. So definitely, Dr. McNaughton says yes. Universities are still important, granted that they adapt to the world that we are living in and the future of work. So they adapt their curriculum to make sure that we are teaching our young people the things that they need to know to be marketable in that space. Bridget, you wanted to jump in?
Yes, I just totally agree with what Maurice said.
Yeah.
I think we have to change the perception that you just go to university to get a degree.
Yes.
Because I have to tell you that if I think about my own university experience, getting the degree was not the most, what would I say, impactful thing that happened to me at the end of that journey. As Marie said, it's not just an institution of academic learning, but life learning.
Yes.
And the networks, the friendships, the experiences, the social consciousness that I gained having gone through that university experience are things that molded me into who I am today.
Yeah.
So I think we have to stop thinking about attending university just for the purpose of getting a degree.
Yeah.
A university ought to be far more all-encompassing in terms of what it actually is passing on to a student. And I think we've sort of got boxed into this whole business of just, go to university, study, get a degree, and that's it.
Yeah.
Because it has to be much more than that. But, as Maurice said, institutions of learning have got to adapt and be more agile, because we're in a totally different era today than we were, say, 20, 30 years ago. So, if they don't adapt, they are going to become irrelevant. And increasingly, people are going to ask, well, why do I have to do this?
Yeah. Godiva, thanks for that. Thanks for that, Bridget. So again, everybody's agreeing that universities are important, not just because of the curriculum, but because of everything else that accompanies that, the friendships that you make, the networks that you build, the camaraderie. We have Aishiba and Fabian here from the university. They co-host the Talk of Youth program together, and they have so many activities that's going on. We see Daniel Mullins online, Tavoy Bennett from UTech. So we see what is happening on university campuses, and we see how they're molding our young people into more fulsome persons when they come out of university, so they can give back more than just the technical things that they learn. But Godiva, how far behind are we in terms of teaching our young people, training our young people, especially when it comes to STEAM? Because I know you are a massive STEAM advocate. You are the founder of STEAM House IO. You kind of focus on a younger group of persons. But how far behind do you think we are, and how much catch up do we need to be doing?
All right. Well, thank you first of all for just having me on this panel. I want to weigh into the university question as well.
Please.
But if I may, in terms of how far we are in terms of catching up with STEAM and STEM education in Jamaica,
Yes.
that would really be hard to gauge. But what I can say is this: there is increasing demand. We see changes that have been made in national standards curriculum to more closely align with STEM from grade 1 to grade 9. And that landscape is evolving, not just because we want more persons to be engineers or be involved in the arts or be able to infuse what they're doing with technology, but it's
Yeah.
also based on where the market's going. And it goes back to, what are we selling persons when we say go to university, get a degree, get a job, get a higher paying job than more than likely your peers? And I think a lot of that conversation is going to go back right to the narrative. What are we selling persons when we say the purpose of education? Is education just merely there to help you to get a higher paying job, or is it there for the experience of learning to develop you as a whole person? And I think that is where universities come in, and they still play a role as centers of innovation, incubators of sorts of ideas, and communities overall. Um, One of the things that I often say about STEAM House and just learning in general, learning is social. Learning is social first and foremost. Yes, you could hunker down in a MOOC and do an online course by yourself, but what really helps us to cement knowledge is how we apply it and how we communicate it with others. And that's another aspect of STEAM that tends to be neglected. People
Yeah.
think, all right, cool, you're just going to cook up in a lab, sit around your laptop, you make all these fancy things, but you never tell anyone.
Yes.
And here I will sort of play to so much of my hang up with universities at times. They are, again, centers for research, development, innovation. But oftentimes, even in these domains, from psychology to technology, IT infrastructure altogether, sometimes academia kind of stays to academia. And as much as it is shared in the peer reviewed world,
Yeah.
oftentimes it takes a while before these spill over into industry and basically just innovation that helps countries to develop on a national level. So at the crux of it, I'm saying, yes, we need universities, but we also need universities to aggressively share what they're working on. Certainly, universities are not unlike profit-making organizations. They do have cash flows. They do have the need to generate some amount of revenue to keep going. And sometimes this may channel them into filing patents, looking at copywriting, basically licensing much of what they do. But beyond that, the world has evolved. And
Yeah.
so even the role of universities must evolve with that. And here's what I'll say too: never get it twisted. Yes, you can not go to university and get a high paying job in some sort of industry or just generate tons of revenue. But think about it. When you want somebody that has deep knowledge, do you get someone who would have studied this intently, who
Yeah.
knows the ins and outs, who was possibly university educated, who possibly did some sort of master's or PhD studies, but even so, just it is the focus that university allows you to have to just
Yeah.
hunker down and come up with solutions and innovations for problems around you just the same. And so they still have a place, But I say, hey, let's share more of that with the rest of the world and be aggressive about how we do that.
Awesome stuff. Jacqueline, you're not a tech, you're not in the tech space, but you are a learning development person, and so you can give us a more a broader perspective in terms of if it is that we see where technology is the way of the future, it's the way of the now, and it's going to be more so in the future. What are we or what should we be doing in terms of developing the curriculums, whether it's university, whether it's high school, whether it's private programs? How do we then turn on and say, okay, fine, this is the direction that this is going to go, this is how we need to pivot in our classrooms to make sure that our young people are learning effectively and learning things that are going to be relevant to them in a broader learning development perspective?
Okay, great. Thank you, Kadia. I'm happy to be here. Thank you for having me. Very great initiative. And I'm happy to be able to share. I too want to kind of share my 2 cents bit on the whole university bit. And I
Yes.
would say that without a
It's a
doubt,
sexy question. Yes.
yes, it is. Tertiary level education is absolutely important. It
Yeah.
helps you to hone skills that you definitely would not have developed at the secondary level
Yeah.
learning. So it is important. It is it does equip you. As Bridget said, I can think of, just coming out of university with my first degree and thinking to myself, what in heaven's name did I go to university for 4 years to do and get? Like, I have a piece of paper, but I felt like I had wasted all my time until I found myself in a group of trainers in Haiti on a project I was working on, and I found that because of that 4 years at the University of West Indies, I was able to make a meaningful contribution to the discussion that was happening there. And at that point, I realized the real value of tertiary level education. Do I believe that it's for everybody? I would say no. I believe that there are some persons who, um, need to go off onto a path that allows them to develop a particular skill. Because, to my fellow panelists' point earlier, it's pretty academic, and that's just not for everybody. You do have a small percentage of persons who fall in that net where they're better served and better developed through the development of a skill, and that's just the reality that we live in.
Yeah.
How do we actually, ensure that we, of course, the digital space is important. I mean, if we didn't believe that before, we certainly did since the start of this pandemic. It has certainly forced us, many of us, into a space that we never thought was possible. I mean, we in corporate Jamaica, the many hours that would spend sitting around a meeting table, just having a meeting to discuss the next meeting that's coming up, only to realize that, the very same things that could be discussed virtually. And so clearly, and it, organizations, I'm an HR practitioner as well. I mean, HR have been engaging persons through interviews virtually more and more in recent times, and it's working. It's and working quite well. And so there is no doubt that our young people must equip themselves with the digital and know-how in order to be able to survive in the world, the realities of the world that we live in today.
Yeah.
And so we definitely have to build in that whole technology bit into just about every curriculum uh, and that we have in our tertiary level institutions today.
Yeah.
Because it is important. I believe that if our young people will not be able to readily adapt, and I believe they have the capabilities and the know-how, even more so than myself. I'm going to speak for myself because, I'm not one of those young persons, right, who may take a little while to
Right.
get to get up to speed with some of the things. I mean, my 19-year-old will, is very very apt when it comes to this sort of thing. It's just how it is with young people today. So
Yeah.
the advantage they have is that it's a little bit easier for them. And so I believe that there is an opportunity for institutions to ensure that this is built into the curriculum as we prepare our young people for the world of work.
All right. Okay. All right. So everybody again agrees that university is important, not just for the curriculum, but everything else that comes with that. And again, the caveat is if they keep up. So it's not just universities; it's a high school level. I'm going to throw out another provocative question to our panel. I'm full of them today, and anyone can take this question. The question is: how young is too young for us to start teaching digital literacy, whether it's high school, kindergarten, whether how young is too young, or is there an age limit? When should we start teaching digital literacy to our young people? Because you have a situation where you have parents who have 10 months old who know how to use YouTube better than they can. Right? You have parents who are having situations where they're young ones, as young as 2 3 years old, they can go on and they can order games online using credit cards and all that information. When your youngster is more digitally literate than you are, it can cause all sorts of problems, because then there's the issue of monitoring them, making sure that they're staying safe, etc. So without that literacy component, we are unleashing a bunch of young people into the internet space, and it can be problematic. So
Yes.
when is it a good time for us to start teaching our young people digital literacy? Who wants to take this?
All right, I think I'll jump in there because I have
All
a
right.
funny story. So I have a friend who has a 1-year-old niece,
Uh-huh.
and she said, hey, she was just playing around with his phone one day, and she must have come across a memo to make a purchase for this game that she was playing at 1-year-old, right? And obviously, she was like messing around until she finally sent off that payment. But here's
Ooh.
something to always bear in mind, right? We
Mhm.
have students coming to STEAM House oftentimes already immersed in the worlds of Minecraft, Roblox, Fortnite, and it begs the question, what are we really teaching them in the vein of digital literacy? Are
Yes.
they, to some extent, not already literate and fluent in using these digital tools? And what are the additional skills that we need to focus on as parents or caregivers so
Yes.
that we can have them use these tools appropriately?
Responsibly.
So,
Yeah.
so think about, well, I'm guessing there may be persons here on the panel who may recall when the first TV came to Jamaica. I can remember the first cell phone. That's my marker. In a similar vein, we didn't quite have a conversation, or rather, there may have been early conversations when we had our first TV or the first radios or the first phones. How will we navigate children using this? Of course, there are natural concerns that will come up in terms of their safety and what they're going to be exposed to, and the sort of proclivities that it sort of puts in their way. Now, even so, now that we're in the digital age, I say no age is too young because they're already going to be immersed in this environment. But
Yeah.
added to that conversation is, what do we need to teach them very early so that they
Yeah.
can understand their place in all of it? And I think one of the things that we teach students is basically some sense of agency, right?
Yeah.
Agency is very important, especially in this world where it's increasingly uncertain. There are so many things that you're going to be bombarded with. The primary things that we need to focus on is things like their decision making skills. How do
Yeah.
you identify this as good content versus bad content? And not just telling them that it's good or bad, but also engaging them in their own critical thinking skills to say, what is the rationale behind why this is bad or why this is good? Because
Yeah.
let's be honest, when you're not there, your child will still play. They will still find a way. I remember
Yes.
back in the day when digital free nights. I don't remember who remembers
I
digital free
remember.
nights.
Yes. Yes.
And when digital first came up with free nights, I didn't have a cell phone, so I would have to like borrow my mom's cell phone at night. The point is, you are going to be engaged in these spaces anyway. But how
Yeah.
do we sort of give you the guardrails so that you engage responsibly?
Yeah.
And primary to like what Steamhouse does, how do we not have you just seeing yourself as users of technology, but creators
Yes.
of it?
Stick that pin because we're coming right back there. Dr. Maurice Martin, you have several children who are very involved in the tech space. So I think this is a question you can answer as well. In fact, your entire family is a tech family. Okay, so how young did you start teaching digital literacy, or how young do you think parents, guardians, educators should start getting involved in teaching our young people about digital literacy?
Well, let me say this, Katie, and I'll flip the question on you. How young do you think they need to be to start learning to read and write?
Kindergarten, pre-kindergarten, pre-K, as they call it.
Digital literacy today is what we used to think of numeracy and literacy 4
Exactly.
decades ago. It
Yes.
is an essential skill. It is transversal, right? So it cuts across every discipline, every aspect of what we do. In fact, I mean, if you think about today's digital economy, and COVID has only served to accelerate this. But digital is the dominant mode of interaction in our social interactions, or commercial, or economic, or workplace interactions. And so digital skills are life skills.
Yes.
And so I don't think that it can be too early. You just have to manage both the access and what they learn. And I think one of the really important things is to be very clear on what we mean by digital literacy and
Yes.
digital competencies, because very often I hear, for instance, the notion that, well, I know how to use social media, I know how to jump on the internet, and I'm great at using my mobile phone. That does not necessarily mean digital competence. That is just almost a byproduct of being a digital native, and you're surrounded by these things. One of the things that we've been very careful to do in one of the vocational programs that we're involved in fact, conceptualized here at the Mono School of Business and Management, the Caribbean School of Data. And when we designed the curriculum for that, we were very, very careful to understand what are universal standard definitions for digital literacy. And there's a domain of competencies that range from just being information and data literate, just being able to use digital tools online to communicate and to collaborate. Some of the critical thinking skills that Godiva mentioned, critical aspects of digital literacy, right? So it's not just being able to jump on a computer and use social media.
Sure.
There are a range of competencies that make up what we mean by digital literacy. And so our training, or education of our children, I mean, from primary school all the way up, some of the vocational training interventions that we have to be doing to backfill the deficits that come out of our high schools have to be informed by these sort of universal competencies. And we are, in fact, currently working with the Broadcasting Commission and UNESCO on defining a national standardized framework for digital literacy for Jamaica, which will help to inform the way curriculums are designed, the way upskilling is done in the workplace, and also the way our educational systems adjust themselves to incorporate these skills. So yeah, again, my simple answer to, in a long-winded way, is as early as they start to learn, they have to be learning these digital competencies. We just have to manage the way that it is done. And we just have to be very clear-eyed on what we mean by digital literacy.
And that's a good point. A cynical take from Zion Hill Community Club. It can be too early, yes, because you wouldn't want a child to come across something that's rated for adults. Zion Hill, what are you doing? Them already prime enough. All right, Zion Hill, we hear you. I'm wondering what you're doing.
It's a good point. I mean, when we buy them books for children, we know the appropriate kinds of materials that they need. So it's no different.
Right.
Yeah, I totally agree with what the previous panelists have said. I think that when we think about digital literacy for children and when it should start, I think as in every single thing that you do in the life of your child as a responsible adult, it should be well curated. It should be responsibly curated. So you're not going to have a child sit in front of a computer all day long, playing a game, not going outside, exploring, not having social interaction with other children. You're going to curate it so that at the end of the day, this child is comfortable in the digital space, but it's not their entire world, because that is not a well-balanced individual. And I find that what happens today is that a lot of people just simply hand the device to the child and leave them, right? Because it's easy. There's a lot going on in that digital space that can captivate the individual. But what does it do in relation to creating a well-balanced individual that can be, contributing to society at some point in time? I mean, we all know what the downside is in the digital space. Okay, it is not a space that has any geographical boundaries. So you open up your child to everything that is possibly happening in the entire global marketplace. And we know that all of that is not necessarily what you would want your child exposed to at a particular age. Okay, there is cyberspace, there is all sorts of, child pornography, there's inappropriateness all over. As an adult, you are able, or at a particular stage in time, I think it was Godiva who made this point, you are able to sit down and really analyze, is this something that's right for me based on what I have been taught as my, my principles, my values, because, those things are applicable as well in the digital space. And if it is that is a case where I can then be able to critically think this through and make a decision that is in the best interest of me as an individual, but also as for me as in terms of being a parent or a guardian for a child. So I think it has to be really, really curated in terms of the exposure and when it happens, right?
Bridget, it's no different than handing them the remote and putting them in front of Netflix, right?
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. And that is where I have a real concern in terms of, when you have your child engaging in a game with a child somewhere in the United States, right? And would you take up your child and drop them off to the house of a friend whose parents you did not know? You would not. You would want to know, well, who is this person? Do I need to have a conversation with this parent before? Well, if you allow your child to be engaging in a digital space with someone who you have no idea who they are, then you lose control of what it is that you're exposing that child to. So I'm saying we just have to do it responsibly. I don't think that there is an age that is too young to be exposing your child in bite-sized pieces to what they eventually are going to have to be very comfortable with as they grow and evolve, because that's where the world is. Being digital is it's ubiquitous. It's in everything. So we have to prepare children for that, because that's going to be the world that they live in. But I'm just saying we need to curate that exposure very carefully, being mindful of all the downsides.
Awesome, Bridget. Exactly. Jacqueline, do you want to jump on that?
So well said by everyone on this panel. I mean, the only bit that I'd add is, a child's formative years are at home, right? And as parents, we have a responsibility. We all have a responsibility to guide, to protect, to teach, to steer and navigate, instill the values that are very important. And so, they're never too young to be exposed, because they're going to see it out there. You might as well steer that space at home, so that when they go out there, there is some level of exposure from home. And precisely. So they're never too young, and I believe that parents have a responsibility to start earlier than later, because they're going to see it anyway, and you want to be able to control and manage.
Yeah, you want to get in front of that.
Yes.
Jacqueline, I'm going to stick with you for this next question, and then I'm going to throw the question over to Godiva and Dr. McNaughton. Dr. McNaughton earlier talked about there being a frame, but not a framework. He talked about there being a clear definition as to what we mean by digital literacy, because with a lot of things that are in the tech space and the digital space, a lot of buzzwords keep coming up and other words keep coming up, but there are no clearly defined meaning to any of these things. It's very fluid in terms of meaning. So depending on the source, depending on who is saying what, they're interpreting these things to mean different things. Now, their basis, there's an underlying basis for a definition, sure, but we tend to not understand what it means. And then because we are, as Godiva says, usually the users of the technologies, not the creators of the technologies, we are stuck having to conform to these different meanings instead of developing our own definitions of what these things mean to us specifically. So as a learning development person, Jacqueline, how important is it for us to set up frameworks about what this thing is, what it means, what we're trying to get out of it, and what our objectives are? How important is that?
Yes, I mean, you're absolutely correct. We do have a lot of terminologies that we're using sometimes out of context, but we're still in an evolving space. And we've certainly been pushed or into an even deeper space with COVID and the pandemic that has resulted since the pandemic, since COVID started. I think institutions really do need to get ahead of what's happening and ensure that as we write and build out curriculums, that there are clearly defined terminologies and frameworks so that we have a box from which we operate.
Yeah.
If I'm to speak a little bit about Kingston Creative and the work that they've
Yes,
been doing
please.
there, what we have been doing, we've been doing a lot. I wouldn't be able to share everything in the limited time that we have here, but we have certainly been creating, developing training courses, longer term courses, really short courses for the creatives and creative entrepreneurs. So that's kind of the niche, the industry in which we focus on, and a lot of our courses are built around developing business acumen, as well as equipping them with and helping them to adopt in the technological space, as they too have to evolve and try to be as agile as possible as everybody tries to navigate this space. And so we have partnered with HEART, the national training agency, who already has some defined courses. We have been creating our own courses and aligning these courses with HEART in an effort to offer to our creatives and creative entrepreneurs courses that are in the technology space, that speaks to digital marketing, social media management. It also speaks to blockchain and that whole technology space. And so we've been creating these courses, defining what they look like, aligning them with some of the hard courses, in an effort to give our creatives an opportunity to develop a skill and to have to be certified in these areas at the end of the program. And so I believe that it's important that institutions embrace this space. It is an evolving space, as I had alluded to earlier, and it's going nowhere. It's here to stay.
Yeah.
And so I think it's great that at Kingston Creative we've been able to carve out that little niche and is able to impact in several lives in this way. And I believe that it's the way that our learning
Should
institutions
go.
should go.
Yes, because I witnessed firsthand the pivot, that Kingston Creative pivot. Because guys, what happened? COVID came and kicked us in the teeth, and everybody was running like chickens with their heads cut off, not knowing what to do because we were not prepared. But Kingston Creative did a serious 180. And the Created program was launched in a relatively short period of time. They had boot camps, they had the catapult program. And I'm saying this, guys, because we have worked with Kingston Creative. We worked with Kingston Creative, so I'm familiar with some of their programs. And Jacqueline, you have another program coming up, and that's the social media for creatives program.
Yes.
We're gonna come back to you about
Yes.
that before we go off. But Gadiva, I'm kicking the question over to you. How important is it that we have framework set up that everybody's operating from, so we're coming from one place and everybody not going what you did do, what you did do, what you did do, you know? How important is it?
Okay, definitely a very important question, especially when we think of just the fact that policy, regulation, and framework helps everybody to be on a level playing field. It helps to set the standard for what we're delivering. If we speak about digital literacy, we're talking about competencies, are we just talking about technical skills or characteristics and qualities? Just having a benchmark allows for there to be a minimum standard or at least something to aspire to. So that's the first thing. We need to have those regulations in place. But beyond that, once we have them in, what are they going to be? So I'm going to pull back the conversation just a little bit to touch on where do we need to be with digital literacy when we speak about this framework, policy, regulation, whatever it is going to be that is the minimum standard.
Minimum standards, yes.
At the very least, there needs to start being this conversation where we stop fragmenting ICT and technology from education, industry, and everyday life.
Yeah.
Oftentimes, even in educational, or even in our companies, we talk about, okay, this is the IT department, this is this IT teacher. But the truth of the matter is, IT is going to be in everything. In fact, the ICT is going to be in everything. So when we have these conversations as if we're trying to treat them separately, it becomes this case where it makes it harder, that much harder, to see it as an integrated force that's going to be incorporated into just about everything that we do. So I'm going to pull back in terms of what should digital literacy really be looking at. And it's much of what we're already seeing in our national standards curriculum. We're talking about creativity, collaboration, communication. We're really trying to enable these 21st century skills that students should really have just to be able to navigate this world to begin with.
Yeah.
Talk about research skills, being able, everything is on Google. We're in the information age. But
Yeah.
can our young people coming up distinguish between what is spam, what is a phishing email,
Fake news.
what is fake news?
Yeah.
That's the popular one that everybody tends to. Can we really distinguish between relevant sources and not so relevant sources? Again, this is one of the things that universities do very well. If you were at the University of the West Indies, we all did critical thinking or critical writing. And it tends back to that question of not just having critical thinking skills and or research skills and be able to validate and assess sources, but how do we apply that in a virtual environment where all the information is out there? Some of it's true, some of it's not so true, and then of course there's the absolute certainty with which we can come up with things. And in addition to that, we're thinking about creativity. Kingston Creative is here. But it's important to remember that creativity is not just limited to the performing arts, the visual arts, or any sort
Yes.
of art. Creativity is literally
All
the
over tech.
ability just to create. Are you coming up
Yes.
with new business models, new ways of looking at things, new theories, new philosophies? Like,
Yes.
to create is really just the basis of that. And then we apply that now to our digital spaces or ICT. How do we create in this digital space, even if we have physical connections to the world? So if I
Yeah.
sell bag juice, for example, like bag juice is so easy to do. um, you know, if I'm going to run a bag juice company, how much can I use ICT to improve my efficiency of operations? How am I going to be able to track what I'm doing? And then when we stick to like digitally native or just digitally nascent environments, how do we follow things on there? How do we bring the same sort of creativity, build new avatars, build new tokens, just build things that are relevant to that atmosphere? And then from there are two things I'd really love to just touch on is global citizenship and digital citizenship. Not too long ago, I think it was 2 days ago, we saw an announcement that Barbados is setting up its embassy in the metaverse. But, and that has its own questions. But even beyond that, ICT has allowed us to live in a global village. How do we interact in this global village? Do we see it as a threat? Do we see it as something that is beneficial? Or how do we even be able to assess whether this is beneficial or this is a threat to us? So all of these things come together. It's not necessarily that digital literacy is going to be this space that is solely confined to the internet, solely confined to technology, but how are we looking at technology integration as a holistic environment and not necessarily something that stands alone. So that's, I think, is where the basis of the framework for digital literacy should be. Those areas that we're going to concentrate on, to focus on integration versus separation of ICT from everything else that exists.
Awesome, awesome. I heard that, and Gadaiva said quite a few important things there as well. And listen, we have in the Caribbean, we love to jump on things. We've been talking about digital transformation for the longest while. Caribbean heads of state in CARICOM have been talking about the digital economy for the longest while. Whether or not we move on it, that is where we seem to get stuck when it comes to actually actioning and implementing policies, etc., to make these things work. Dr. McNaughton, kicking it over to you. Framework. What kind of framework do we need to put in place, and how would that framework look in terms of being able to clearly define, first of all, what does technology mean to us? What problems can technology solve for us specifically? And then how are we going to go about upskilling our people to make sure that we can put them in these positions to make these technologies work? Because it's not just the software, it has to work and it has to make sense for us. So Dr. McNaughton, how important is that?
There's so much in what Godiva says that resonates with me.
For sure.
One of the really important things that she touched on is just this significant amount of fragmentation that takes place across private sector or public sector or educational systems. And we're all not marching to the same beat. One of the things that having a standardized, unified national framework allows us to do is to say, when people say, okay, what is digital literacy? There's a very clear definition of that. It has all these domains of competencies ranging from, information and data literacy to be able to curate things on the internet, content creation, and being safe online. Those are all important elements of competencies. And so we have to define those standardized frameworks. We have to get institutions like HEART, which are the sort of guardians of the national qualifications framework, to ensure that we're plugged into that, so that when we're doing certification and people are building these digital courses across different training institutions, there's a very consistent narrative. When we're looking at embedding digital literacy as a transversal aspect of our primary and secondary education, there is consistency. And a critical part of that framework, Kadia, is having a consistent and shareable set of tools. So one of the things that we've done, for instance, as part of the work that we're doing with the Broadcasting Commission, is to develop a self-assessment instrument that anyone can use, that an organization can use when they're thinking about upskilling their employees or when they're thinking about recruiting. It's a standardized instrument. You get your results immediately, so that everybody's not reinventing the wheel around how do we navigate this landscape. So that kind of harmonization, that kind of standardization, I think is one of the key aspects of having a unified framework. And so that framework has not only competency standards, but a set of assessment tools and instruments. And I'm really going to reach out to this set of persons on this panel, Godiva, Jackie, Eucadia, as part of that conversation, because that conversation is taking place. In fact, we have an oversight committee that includes people from the private sector, from the Ministry of Education, from academia. And I think it's a very important initiative that will help to make sure that we're not wasting time, that we're not treading water, that we're not wasting resources when we're trying to go in the same digital direction.
Yeah.
The last thing I just want to comment on that, again, let me touch on something that Godiva said very early, is that learning is social. And we must never forget this. It's too easy for us to say, well, there's so many resources on YouTube and on Google, and if you want to learn something, go and learn it. I mean, MOOCs have a very high attrition rate. I mean, close to 98%, because, it is such an isolating activity. And so when we design our learning interventions, even taking advantage of digital tools. We have to build in the social fabric.
Absolutely.
And that's one work that I see Bridget doing with She's IT and these hackathons. Just very, even in the digital space, are just very collective crowdsource activities that bring people together. And so their learning takes place in a social fabric. And that's incredibly important, right? Sometimes we get carried away with digital and say digital can solve everything, but learning in the digital landscape can be a very isolating activity, and very often you don't end up with the right outcomes. So
Yeah.
it's a really important point that I wanted to reiterate.
For sure, we want digital communities, not digital hermits, right? We don't want everybody to just be isolated in their own homes, doors locked. Don't be me, because Kadia do not leave the house. I does not leave home unless I absolutely have to. I order everything online, it gets delivered. I'm a happy bunny. I have problems with.
And it doesn't mean you can't be social online, I mean,
I'm very social online. I'm just not social in person because persons eek. But that's just me. Don't be me. Right?
Okay,
So Bridget, I'm handing over to you. You get the last question, because Dr. Norton was talking about She Leads It and the work you're doing with the Caribbean Girls Hack. And I know that there's a massive community over there, and I know you guys are always bringing them together for different programs, etc. So talk about that within the context of the question, as in terms of building the framework, but also, Bridget, identifying exactly what are we supposed to be teaching these people, so we have to be able to identify, is it just coding? Coding is not necessarily the most lucrative part of being in the tech space. There are other fields as well. So coach that for us, Bridget, and bring it home.
Yeah. Absolutely. To the points made by both Godiva and Maurice, I think it's important for us to establish what I would consider to be a base standard as it relates to digital literacy. But what is absolutely critical is that we create opportunities for people to innovate. So they have those basic tools, but thereafter we give them an opportunity to just create beyond anything that we here on this panel can even begin to imagine. That's when we're going to move the needle. And as you know, the work that we do with She Leads It, She Leads IT, and Caribbean Girls Hack is focused on women and girls. And we are not making any apologies for that, because in this new world, it's really male dominated in many ways. All right. And so what we're saying to women is we have a lot of catch up to play. And Maurice is shaking his head, but we do. It's about balance, right?
Just look at this panel.
I
feel privileged.
Yes, you're privileged. But seriously, the fact is that, and what we stress in what we do is that we are not advocating for any kind of one over the other. What we're saying is, let us create an equal world where every single young girl, every single woman has an equal opportunity, right, in this space, if that's what they want to do. If they don't want to do that, then that's fine. But let us not influence them in ways where they feel like this is a space that's not for them. Because then that's when we are talking about situations where equality does not exist. But what we do is we make sure that, yes, there are the basic skills that will make you comfortable, but we focus on innovation and creation of technology, not just the simple business of, using the technology, because we have agency as Caribbean women and girls to create stories and to create solutions that are reflective of our lived experiences. We're not just importing things from North America, from Europe, but we're actually allowing our own creativity and innovation to come to the fore so that we can connect better with whatever it is that we are actually doing and the ways in which we are actually utilizing technology for good. And we really stress that. We focus on gender-based violence. We focus on climate change and sustainability. We focus on saving our oceans, because those are some of the critical issues that we're dealing with globally and in the Caribbean. We see what happens to entire communities when a hurricane hits. and the place is demolished and people have to be relocated, right? We see what's happening in the space as it relates to gender-based violence and what's going on there.
Yeah.
And we see how our entire coral reefs, all we have to do is look at Hellshire, and we see how that has been denuded. Exactly. There is no more Hellshire Beach. So what we are really doing is focusing on ensuring that girls and women in tech are focused on creating solutions, using technology to create the solutions for those types of issues.
Thank you so much, Bridget, and thank you to all my panelists, guys. If you are watching what was happening recently, Dr. Mia Motley went there and she laid the gauntlet down and she said it. There's a lot of problems we are facing in the Caribbean region. One of them is climate change and how that is affecting us. And so it is important that we get ahead of it. And if the world is not going to listen to us as we cry out for help because of what is happening, then we have to create the technologies that will solve some of those problems locally, because it's not like the talent isn't here. You're looking at it on the screen. You've seen it right throughout this entire youth summit. The talent is here. We just need to make sure that we are utilizing that talent and putting that talent to good use and making sure. And Ingrid Riley said it too. Ingrid Riley says what we're supposed to do, or what we should do as a Caribbean region, as individuals says, is to look at, okay, what are the specific problems that we are having and how can we marry technology to this just to help solve some of those problems. So we have to pick up people like Christopher Gale, Nicholas Key, Yakini Wallen, Brian, Lauren Peart, all these young people who are in the space innovating programs like what's happening over at the Center of Excellence, Dr. Maurice McNaughton, the STEAM House program, the Createch program, and the Caribbean Girls Hack, all excellent programs that are leading the charge when it comes to educating and training our young people for jobs of the future. Thank you guys so much. We really appreciate you being here, Dr. Maurice McNaughton. I'm looking for a call because everybody here, you said you're gonna call me. Right, so I'm looking out for that call. Godiva, I'm happy to say that Godiva is one of our people to watch alums, and she's doing a fantastic job. So it was good to have you as well, Godiva.
Thanks, Kadia.
It was good to have you, Jacqueline. Big up the Kingston Creative Massive. Love you guys over there. And of course, Caribbean Girls Hack. It was good to have you too, Bridget. This has been a long time coming, Bridget, but it's good to have you on a forum, on a panel. All right. Thank you guys so much. Now we're going to take a short break, like a 1-minute break. And we're going to switch over our interpreters because we want to big up our hardworking interpreters. They've been doing a fantastic job. I know we talk fast and they have had to interpret. So I have to big up our fantastic interpreters, Cara Williams and Antoinette Malcolm Smith, both from Listamere Gibby. Big up Listamere Gibby. Thank you guys so much for participating. And to the persons from our differently abled community, we're glad that you're here and we're glad that you're enjoying this experience as well. Coming up next, we're going straight into our fireside chat with an amazing woman. And when I say amazing, I mean you will not believe the things that this woman has been able to achieve in a relatively short amount of time. And would you believe it, that it was a man, a not so nice man, who was a part of this of the inspiration, let's call it inspiration, that she needed to go off and do what she needed to do. And now she is on a global stage representing Clarendon, right? On a global stage and doing amazing things. So guys, we're gonna take one second break and we'll be right back. Nobody's hearing me. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm saying welcome, Rhoda. Welcome, Carol. Carol is again from Listamere Gibby. Big up Listamere Gibby. Hi, Rhoda. How you doing?
I'm good, and you?
I'm good. Awesome. Now, Rhoda is from the University of the West Indies, right, Rhoda?
Correct.
And you're an IT third year student.
Right.
That's your major. Okay, so you're the perfect person to have this conversation with Dr. Campbell. And I'm going to take away myself and allow you to introduce Dr. Campbell, the phenomenal Dr. Campbell. And guys, this is our final chat for today, but make sure that you guys are registered and hopping so you can take advantage of all the workshops we have coming up tomorrow, and they're going to be amazing. All right, Rhoda, I'm handing over to you.
Good afternoon, everyone. As mentioned before, my name is Rhoda Essien, and for this fireside chat, we'll be talking about empowering women and girls in information and communication technology. So, with me, we have Dr. Caroline Campbell. And just to tell you a little bit about her, she completed her undergraduate degree in computer and management studies in 2000 at the University of Technology, Jamaica. She did her postgraduate degree in telecommunications and computer network at the London South Bank University in 2004. And in 2011, she completed her PhD from the Middlesex University in London, where her research focused area was wireless sensor networks and investigating multi-channel assessments for a medium access control protocol based on the IEEE distributed coordinated function. So for several years, she worked internationally in this industry, education and central government sectors in various capacities, such as a part-time lecturer and senior network administrator, which means she managed and ensured the full operation of the entire network infrastructure. So good day to you, Dr. Colleen Campbell.
Good day to you, Rhoda. That's a lot to take in. You're making my head very big.
So my first question for you today is you went from a small girl in the town of Clarendon to the chair of the Institution of Engineering and Technology. Only the second woman, the first Black woman, first Caribbean Jamaican woman, that's a lot there, to have held this position in the institution's 150 years history. So how did this happen?
Let me start by re- re-emphasizing what you said. Yes, the first Black Caribbean Jamaican woman in to be in a number of technical male-dominated position or areas, and this happened since not since embarking upon my journey in the UK, but it's always like that. But how I get to that, how it happens, um, I knew about this professional body during my MSc studies at London South Bank. All engineering students were asked to be a member of this engineering body, as it offers many opportunities and also will be good for our CVs. That was what we were told then. So I did registered, and but I didn't serve much into it because after my master's I returned to Jamaica. However, after uh, I returned to Jamaica because I was on a scholarship, so I returned home. But upon returning to the UK, I started attending local networks. Wherever I'm living, I'll seek out where the local network and I'll be attending them. Then when I took up this full-time lecturing position here in Swansea, so I'm in Wales. I'm not in England. Most people take to say UK, they just say England. So I'm in Wales. I searched for their local network and continue attending the meetings. And then the chair invited me to be a member of the local network here in Swansea. And I immediately accepted the invitation, and that was in 2013. And the rest is history. I continue to serve on the committee and making positive impact that benefit the local network. And the committee is one that put contingency plans in place. So I believe probably around 1819, they needed a vice chair. And so I rose to the challenge and then I became the vice chair. And now I am the chair. But it is interesting to note that a chair tenure is 1 year. However, I was asked to continue as chair for 2022. So again, another history, being a Black female, being a Caribbean, being a Jamaican, I'm going to be the first to serve as a chair for 2 consecutive years. Um, I was given the opportunity to think about it, but to be honest, the entire committee did not allow me to. They immediately voted unanimously for me to continue. And having another member to understudy what I was doing as the chair. So that person will become the chair in 2023. One thing to note about this position, it's volunteering. It's not like a paid position. It's volunteering. So it's an opportunity. I saw it as an opportunity to be a role model for female to emulate and aspire to, and to know that as a female, the opportunity is there to shine in a male dominated field.
Yeah, and
I
you
hope I
truly
answered that question.
you answered it perfectly, and indeed you're a big inspiration. And being a girl in IT, sometimes we get a little bit scared because there are lots of males around us. I've been in that position where there are mostly guys around me, and like, boy, okay, I think I can do this. So another question I have are what are some of the lessons you've learned along the way that you think can inspire or motivate young women and girls in this field?
So what are some of the lessons? Let me see now. Wow, there's so okay. Some of the lessons, first of all, let me say this. In this field, as a female, you just need to be confident. First lesson, be confident and know your subject area. In short, know your worth. Women made up approximately, the last time I looked at it, women made up approximately 26% of the computing workforce, where 18% major in computer science, 11% held like executive roles, and 7% may own their own business. So if you notice, it's not a lot of female in there. So if you see now, it's a male dominated field, but there are good traits such as special attention from the male. I don't know if you get that. Um, and so we should throw away that stereotype effect where they are seen, where it's a male dominated field and males are geek and they know it all. I think we should just throw away that. So for your question, um, first lesson, be confident and know your subject area.
That's a very important point right there, to be confident, because at the end of the day, it's something we can indeed do. So we know that IT, well, ICT in general, is an ever-changing field, right? So what
Yes.
does innovation means to you, and how do you think that you're innovating in your particular field?
How does what does innovation means to me? Um, well, I'll answer that very shortly. Innovation to me is not only mean novelty or invention, but to me it's about leading and changing the status quo by making a difference as a female or as a black, more so as a black female in a male dominated field, especially in the technical areas, because I'm in the hardcore technical area of the digital field.
Okay, great. Thank you so much for that. So you were talking a little bit about the numbers earlier, and you said that we make up about 26% in the computing world. So what do you what do you think can be done to encourage more girls, more women to come out and explore the whole world of tech?
Okay, let's see. There are some, first of all, there are some encouraging benefits there, like higher salaries, more equal pay, more flexibility, more jobs. And then with the whole thing of diversity and equality that they are promoting, and most companies are uh, have that in their forefront. We as female and black, because we fit those category, we fit nicely in that category as female, most importantly, as a black female. And to put the icing on the cake, a black Jamaican female. So I think those are some of the opportunity. Others is to be there, to be a change agent or a trendsetter. Um, and to be that, read on some of the female pioneers who make a difference. Because there are loads of female pioneers there that makes a difference within these areas, and some of them such as Grace Hooper, who was a computer scientist. You have I think she was also a Navy admiral as well. You have Coral, I think Mason or Jemison, something like that. She was a physician and NASA astronaut. Um, or you can even read up about I don't know if you watch that movie, the Hidden Figures. That again can encourage and motivate female. Um, but like for me, I want more women to take up the mantle. For me, I want to pass on that baton to more women, especially Jamaicans. It doesn't matter where on earth they are, they should shine in a male dominated area once given the opportunity. So I would end that question by saying, a journey of 1,000 miles begin with a single step, and that was by Leo Tizu. So it's for us to just get started and be confident. So those are some of the experiences that female, are some of the things that can encourage female, I should say.
Thank you so much, and that's very important. It just begins to like making that stepping stone out there, and once we're in it, um, we'll be comfortable and we'll be able to dominate. So I want you to just talk about one experience, any one experience you think that is very unique to what you have done that would like seal it for us females out there to really make that step into IT.
One experience now. There are many. Let's see which one I'm going to think about. Experience. I sh Maybe I would give an example. Um, at least one. Let me see. There are so many. Um, as it relates to experience that I have, right, during my journey. Okay. Um, I have many. Maybe I should say. Okay, to lead and manage a team that are male, male, that are all male, and then you knowing that you also you're competent to carry out that function. So, for example, if a team member is not available and there is a technical problem to be resolved, um, one of the things from my experience, I always have the technical skill and the knowledge to do it, whether they are there or not. So I'm always competent in my technical area, and for me, um, another experience I encounter is that there is no typical days. It can be technologically challenged, and there are lots of challenges, but it must seen as an advantage rather than the opposite, like it's difficult. And the reason why I'm saying this is it is because it makes, for me, it makes me learn something new. I'm never bored, and I'm constantly training and upgrading my skills. So, but I would want to share an experience that I encountered as a female. um, I hope I have time for that.
You can
Um,
take.
um, yes, I want to share an experience when I went to a conference in Cambridge, at Cambridge University. And after the keynote speaker finishes and everything, I wanted to ask that keynote speaker something, and he just shunned me. And in deep conversation with my research student, because of I'm always a humble person and I don't speak much. I speak when I need to. And he was there just talking and he keep ignoring me. And then he asked that student a question that he could not answer. And the student pointed to me and said, ask my director of studies. And the keynote speaker, I'm telling you, if he could probably, if the earth could just take him in at that moment, he would have, because at that time he thought I was a student. And more so, there weren't much female, and I was like the only black female. And in most of my traveling journey, because I go to a number of conferences and stuff, sometimes either I'm being taken for the cleaner or or probably the person who organized the conference or a student, things like those. And I'm always have that smile on my face, and I just allow them to perceive who I am before allowing them to know who I am. I know I gave you so many experiences, so I'll stop here.
Thank you again so much, Dr. Campbell, for just coming out and talking to us about being a Black woman, specifically a Black woman from the Caribbean in ICT. And to that young girl and woman out there, we can indeed do it. As Dr. Campbell said, it's just about being confident and being that change maker. And, just put yourself out there, be that stepping stone, and we can pioneer a change in ICT. Thank you again.
Thank you, Rhoda. You're welcome.
Wow, incredible conversation there, Rhoda and Dr. Carleen Campbell. That was completely amazing. We were talking about global tech leaders and empowering women and girls in ICT on a whole. That was incredible. Let me tell you this. Dr. Campbell was speaking, and her last story that she just gave, it motivated me. And a lot of times we're gonna go out in the world as young black women doing amazing things, and people are gonna look down on us. Yeah, but we're not watching a face around here. We do what we do, and we do it amazing. We're going to jump right into a giveaway, of course. It's not a Digital Jamaica event without giveaways. We're actually going into our final giveaway for the day, for the session. And if you want to win something again, I'd love for you to put it in the comment section. Want to win something? I'm here. I'm here in your iShiba. Definitely tell you what to type in the chat now. All right, so I'm waiting to see that in the comment section just to ensure that you're here with us, you're hearing me, and you're listening. All right. So for the last giveaway session for the day, this is what you can win. Win the stylish but powerful VJO 86 Smart Graffiti Black and White Wireless Over Ear Headphone. All right, amazing headphone. And whoa, that is beautiful actually. So I'm seeing in the comments everybody saying that they're ready to win this amazing headphone. All right, let's go. So in order to win this headphone, this is what you have to type in the chat. Hashtag DJYS 2021 loud and clear. I'll say that again. Hashtag DJYS 2021 loud and clear. And remember, we know how this works. Ensure that you type it exactly how you're seeing it on the screen right now. So hashtag DJYS 2021 loud and clear. Mana line Arcadia. These earphones looking real nice. And while we wait for everybody to comment the hashtag DJYS2021 loud and clear, I will now invite back on to the virtual stage Dwayne Gotzma from ILE. Dwayne, you're here. What's
I
up?
dare, Aishiba, I dare. Let me tell you, it's been amazing. Really, really amazing. The discussion so far, the panel discussions. Aishiba, I don't know if you noticed, but I'm in the same position you saw me earlier. I've
Yes.
been glued to my computer. I've been very much glued to my computer. I love the excitement with the giveaways, and I think there is one more giveaway in the bag. So after you do this one, I think there's one more that we're going to roll out. But just to jump on the conversation that happened a while ago, what I took away from that conversation, I mean, I'm not a girl in tech, but I'm in tech, and I'm black. So the message there was be confident. And I think if we walk away with that from this summit, it will be something that everybody can benefit from. But Aishiba, where's Kadia? I think we need to bring Kadia in
We
this
need to
party.
bring Kadia back on to the virtual stage.
Yeah, man.
Kadia.
Kadia, I promise my hair is going to look somewhat like yours next time around.
I'm here, guys. And, I just want to say thank you so much to everybody who participated. Guys, guess what? We've had over 100 of you participate
Yay.
in this summit today. We are so excited. So right across all our platforms, LinkedIn, Twitter, Facebook, Hopping, YouTube, we have had over 100 at one point. We had almost 200 of you. And so we are
Wow.
excited, and we really, really, really appreciate you guys turning out strong for day one of the Youth Summit. And day two is going to be even better. Day two is going to be even better.
Quite so. But Kadia, I think people are asking, all right, let me get this giveaway out of the way. I see 10 entries inside there already. I mean, we're going to just
Let's
talk
give
about
them
people in
30
giveaway.
seconds more. 30 seconds more, right? Because
No,
as Aishiba said, Aishiba is a nice headphone.
It is so pretty. I
is
want
it?
it.
It's a
Here,
nice
Dwayne, we have to
headphone.
go talk to Katie about this off stage, because
I think
these
so.
gifts are
I think
so
so.
nice.
I think so. The planning crew, the chatting crew, the vibes crew, we need something as well. I mean, I really do think so.
Guys, remember that when you're typing in the chat, make sure you're typing it exactly as you see it. I see some of you guys typing in, but you're not putting the hashtags. Make sure you're putting it in there just as you're seeing it on screen, guys. Just as you're seeing it
But
on the
Kadia,
screen.
that is also something with the future of work, because if you're going to type these things and do, data entry, you gotta type what you see.
And you have to
Exactly.
listen. You have to listen
Yeah.
because Katie
Yeah.
said type it exactly as you see on the screen. When you go in the
Yep.
workplace
Yep.
and they tell you to do something exactly this way, you have to do it exactly how they tell you to do it. So you're learning right
Correct.
here, young people. You're learning.
Proper.
Awesome.
Proper.
But Dwayne, I want to say big up to our hostess with the mostest. Because
Indeed.
Aishiba has been here for almost 7 hours for this entire day one, and she has not lost one drop of energy.
Yeah,
The
man.
energy
I'm
still
amazed.
going
I'm
strong.
amazed.
It's amazing. But we want to big up our host, Aishiwa. Are we ready for the draw?
Yes.
Aishiwa, Dwayne, we ready for the draw?
Yes,
I
we're
think
ready.
so. I think so. I think we can. I think we
All
can.
right, let's go.
Wow, I
Let's
see a lot
go.
of names there.
Whoosh,
Yes.
I'm
I'm repping the
nervous.
males. A male, a male, a male, a male, a male.
Wow,
Shannon
Shannon
Witter. Well,
Witter.
we've had one guy, I think two guys you've had win something so far. Congratulations, Shannon Witter. Has Shannon won something before?
I don't think I've seen the
What did a
name
Shannon
as a
win something
winner.
before? Shannon, have you won something before? Because if you won it before, you can't win again, and are gonna have to draw again. Shannon, have you won before? I think she
We
has.
can we can check the records, We can check the
Yeah, we can
records,
check the
Shannon. So
records
I
and
hope
see.
you're honest.
All right, guys. While we calculate,
Yes.
while we calculate that, we check our records to see if Shannon has won anything before. Brittany Gray says, "Cries. I'm so sorry."
Brittany has been here for the whole day in Acadia. She
Shannon
has
says
been
no.
here. She has
Brittany
been
has been
doing the
here for the whole
hashtags.
day. Shamika has been here for the whole day. So, Dwayne, you guys have some hidden prizes, some little vouchers from some places, and we have some persons who have stuck and stayed with us for the entire day, and we can give them something. Brittany is one. Shamika is one, and Adia Neil McLeod is one.
Well, mine you count too much, because I
It's
have to
just three.
talk.
Those are three. Those are three. And there's Daniel Hyatt. So there's four persons who have been with us the entire day, and we want to show them how much we appreciate them. So guys, send us a DM either on Instagram, Twitter, or any space you're in that we're in at Digital Jamaica. Send us a DM. Right, and we're gonna search it out. We want to give you a little token to show you how much we appreciate you guys being here. But congratulations, Shannon. Shannon says she never win not before, and she want her head for. All right, Shannon. And Ronaldo has been here as well. Thank you guys so much for being here. But we have one more prize, guys. We have
We
one more
definitely
prize.
do. We definitely
We
do.
have
One
We
more
definitely
prize.
do. We definitely do. But Katie, one other thing before we give out the prize, because so once we give the prize, everybody's
gone.
Yeah. I mean, from my side, I really must say a big thanks to the team at Digital Jamaica for just the organizing and the collaborating to bring this forward.
Sure.
I have
Big
to
up
say
Tiffany.
also. Yeah, I have to also say thanks to Benice and Shauna, who is a part of the Dialab crew.
Yep.
They've been here with me the whole day as well, listening and tweeting and typing stuff. But I also want to give a big shout out to our counterparts who are listening from Washington. So the Trust for the Americas team in Washington, who has been tweeting and joining us since morning, I want to thank them, and I certainly want to thank the OS and Citibank for their continued support of the DLab and the activities that we do.
For sure. Guys, no slight to the people over at Hopping, because the people over at Hopping have been on for all day. So we are not ignoring. That's why we had 2 giveaways only for Hopping people, because we realized that the randomizer machine wasn't picking them up. So we had 2 giveaways only for Hopping people. And we're sorry, guys, over at Hopping that you couldn't participate as freely as everybody else could. But we so appreciate you guys being here for the entire day. Olivia, is it Alea, Shannon, all of you guys over at Hopping, big up on yourself.
Yeah. So we have another giveaway, and this giveaway is a professional photo shoot from Brian Smith. Our final. And let me tell you,
So
I never know the value of
We
professional.
have one more.
I never know the value of a professional photo shoot until I did one. Hey, all along I just had the little one that you catch up in the corner with the cell phone and so on.
The professional photo in skin smooth.
Hey,
cool.
Look
It
at
was him duff up put together. I'm like, hey, Dwayne.
I said my parents never do too bad at all. So,
It
so,
was
so I
fantastic.
think this gift and pretty much all the tokens that we've given out all day are very practical stuff and things that young people can make use of. I really, really do think. So, if you want to win this
Yes.
photo shoot, here's what
What
you
do they
have to do.
before they drop that, guys? We want
All
to say
right.
thank you so much to Carol from Listamere Gibby, one of our interpreters. We're gonna do our final interpreter switch. We're switching over to Anthony. Thank you so much, Carol. You've been a trooper all day. You guys will see Carol tomorrow at one of those workshops. Carol and Antoinette will be back for day 2. So thank you so much, Carol, and welcome, Antoinette.
Hi,
Antoinette is
Antoinette.
another one of our interpreters from Lister Mary Gibby. Big up on yourself, Lister Mary Gibby. We really, really appreciate you guys. So, Aishiba, what's the code for the giveaway?
All right. So the code for this next giveaway, our last giveaway,
Our
is
last one.
hashtag DIA Summit 2021 Brian Photo. Ready? Hashtag DIA Summit 2021 Brian Photo, people. People, you have to type it the same way you see
Exactly
it on
as you
the
see it on the
screen.
screen, on the screen.
Okay.
Put the capital where the capital is. Put the space where the space
Put the
are. You
hashtags where the
got
hashtags are. Okay, guys?
to.
So our final giveaway, guys, is a photo session with Brian Smith. Brian is an excellent photographer, and not only are you getting a photo session where Aishiba gone, oh no, not only are you getting a photo session, but you're gonna get an opportunity to do personality shots as well, Dwayne. So you can bring a change of clothes, you can get a couple
Hey.
outfits in there, so you can
Wow.
have a diverse set of photos that you can
Yep.
use. Get your 2020 portfolio updated.
Excellent.
Get your social media profile pictures updated, guys. We're talking about being professional, and tomorrow Reagan Daly is going to talk to you about communicating professionally online.
Yeah.
But one of the ways that you communicate professionally online, welcome back, Aishiba. One of the ways you communicate professionally online, guys, is by making sure that you look professional online. So your bio or your profile photo have to look professional. You have
Yep.
to give them your nice clean cheese face. Yes. All of that has to be on point, guys.
Kaden,
So
I
people
said
can start taking you seriously.
serious. I see the hashtags coming in, but tomorrow, what's on the table? What's happening tomorrow? Please.
Oh my
Before we jump off,
we
what's
have
gonna happen tomorrow?
a packed day, a packed day again. But today was the talking day where everybody come on and talk, shared a bunch of useful information, some really good insights. We appreciate all our panelists, but tomorrow it's time for work.
Hey.
And we'll have to thank the Jamaica Union of Tertiary Students, because they were the ones who were like, guys, listen, let's have a day 2 and let's make it workshops. And we're like, yes, let's do that. Right.
Yep.
So we thank
Yep.
the Jamaica Union of Tertiary Students for that suggestion and that recommendation, because feedback from them is like, listen, young people are always coming to these talks and we're just hearing people talk, and they're not given the tools to go and implement what they're hearing.
True.
And so Aishiba, they were like, okay, let's do some workshops. So we called up all the people that we know who are excellent in certain industries, and we say, can you facilitate a workshop for us? Naomi said yes, Reagan said yes, Kirk said yes, Anika said yes. We have some top-notch people. And how can I forget international recording artist and technologist, Mr. Basie himself, formerly of TOK. Yes, he's going to be
Hey.
on because he's a special somebody. Him is a special somebody. You know why, guys? Him sing song, him write song, him produce and him sing song, but he's also a technologist. He's actually CEO of one of kind of a big deal tech company in the Caribbean, in Jamaica,
Oh,
in the region.
wow.
Yeah, he's Mr. NFT. In fact, I don't know if I can say, Basie, that you'll be dropping an NFT this week? He'll be dropping an NFT this week, guys, and you'll hear more about that tomorrow. Yes. But we also want to say condolences to Basie because he lost a member of his family this week, which is why he had to push back his album launch because he was also supposed to be launching an album tomorrow. So condolences to his family, and hopefully, they can recover from that loss quickly. But guys, are you ready to do the draw for the giveaway?
Well, Katie, I make sure to
Yes.
put in my name in this one. You left me out
You
of all of
cannot
them for the day.
Russia and
Dwayne.
Simpson. You
Uh,
cannot game the system by entering multiple times. Russia and Simpson.
Look here, he's ensuring that the something pick up him name.
agreed.
And it may work against him because the randomizer may go, oh yeah, try fool me. Watch this. Are you ready to do the draw, guys?
Definitely
Ready.
ready.
All right,
Definitely
let's
ready.
go.
Definitely ready.
Wow. Ui.
And I keep seeing Russian being picked up, you see?
Ui.
Oh! Brittany won something!
Congratulations.
But Brittany photo don't look like she need no professional photo shoot. But this look professional already.
Brittany want to make sure that her
It's time for an
2022 is
upgrade.
excitement.
Oh, it's
Yes.
an upgrade. Okay, okay.
Congratulations, Brittany. You see what happened when you try game the system, Rashan? The system said not today. Not today. That was pro Shamika. I thought it
Yes,
was you
it
for a
was.
while. But Shamika, never mind. Head on over to our DMs. We have something special for you guys that we're going just for you guys. Okay, so that's Brittany. You come off of the list. You're not getting nothing because you already get the headphone. No, you get the photo session. All right.
Mhm.
So Shamika. Who else was it that was on with us for the whole day? Aiden. Adien, and Ronaldo. Guys, DM us. We have something special for you, Brittany. What do you mean? Wait, no, you get a headphone set. You get a photo shoot. Brittany.
Brittany, me not
DM
understand
us
it.
your
If you don't want it, you can
information.
give me to know.
Listen, expensive photos HR sessions are.
Aye,
Um,
aye. Especially with change of clothes.
Brittany, believe me, you want to keep your photo shoot. So just do this
Mhm.
thing after Brittany go and Brittany tells you she's gonna give you the prize. But I can't still never say anything like this. Have a good mind, just draw again. Brittany, what kind of thing this?
She have a very kind heart. Maybe there's somebody she knows who might utilize it better.
Exactly. Well, Brittany,
So,
if you think Shamika,
yeah.
who don't have our photo up, needs the headshot more than you are free to give her
It's yours.
the session if you want to, and I'm sure Shamika will be grateful. All right, guys. So Dwayne, any final words on behalf of ILE and DIA, and then we're gonna exit and allow the Energy Queen to do her thing and close us out.
No, I mean, ladies, the only thing I have to say is a massive thanks for pulling it all together. It's one thing when you sit and you discuss and you agonize over some stuff, but when you actually see it come to fruition, it's just an excellent feeling. It's just a real excellent feeling, and the comments that's been coming through all day, I think, certainly warms the heart. Certainly makes the sleepless nights and the long nights and running Katie to her bed nights, kind of thing, all worth it. I really, really do feel pleased with day one and very, very excited about day two. So on behalf of the DIA Lab here in Jamaica, the Institute of Law and Economics, and our colleagues at City Foundation, the Organization of American States, and the Trust for the Americas, it's been a real pleasure to be collaborating on this event. Day two, I'm ready. I'm really ready.
Ready. Thank you, Dwayne. And before I jump off, Aishiba, and allow you to do your thing because you've been doing a fantastic job all morning. I want to say thank you to Anika Repol Wilson, to Monique McIntosh, because in the beginning they were there. They helped us to secure some speakers, and they were doing their thing there as well. So we can't end day one without telling them thanks. Want to say thanks to Tiffany Daly, who is our number 2 over here at Digital Jamaica. We appreciate Tiffany for all the hard work. And there's a guy that has been doing a lot of tweeting for us. I think his name on Twitter is just Gio. Yes,
Giovanni
thank you.
Lewin.
Yes. Thank you, Giovanni. You have been amazing. We really appreciate you. To everybody who has retweeted, everybody who has shared in their stories, all the people over on Hopping, Facebook, LinkedIn, YouTube, everybody who participated in any way, however small, in the staging of this, the Ministry of Education and the minister himself actually showing up and bringing some prestige to the event. We really appreciate you all. And guys, are you ready? Day two is going to be great, and there are going to be more giveaways tomorrow as well, because I know the presenters are doing their own giveaways. So guys, day two is by registration only. You can only access these workshops if you are registered. So if you're not registered yet, go and register for day two. And Aishiba, with that said, I'm Katie Francis, and I thank you. Aishiba, we're not showing them the Youth Summit shirt.
Oh no, I have to hold on.
We're not showing them the Youth Summit shirt. Aishiba, over to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Kadia. That was Kadia Francis, the founder of Digital Jamaica and the organizer, one of the organizers for the Future of Work Youth Summit, how digitization affects employment. You know, Kadia was speaking about Giovanni Lewin over at Twitter. I'm in a space right now on the university campus, and Gio helped me to get this sorted. Gio actually walked me down here. He set up my light and camera and everything for me. So I want to tell him a very, very, very big thank you for that. And I appreciate you, Gio. It has come to the end. We're at the end. We're at the end. I can't believe it. I want to thank each and every one of you, the organizers, the Minister of State in the Ministry of Education, Youth and Information here in Jamaica, the Honorable Robert Nestor Morgan, for coming. The minister show up, you know. The state minister show up, and we appreciate you, sir, for that. Our partners, DIA Labs, Institute of Law and Economics, Trust for Americas, the City Foundation, OAS, Jamaica Union of Tertiary Students, National Youth Council, and University Caribbean Ambassadors. To all our speakers, thank you so much for showing up, showing out, and everything. You dropped a lot of gems, and we really, really, really do appreciate it. To all the panel moderators and fireside chat hosts, you all did an amazing job. And for that, we're appreciative of you. To our interpreters, Carol and Antoinette, thank you so much. We appreciate you. And let me tell you, we definitely cannot end today's session without saying thank you to our participants. That is you over Facebook, LinkedIn, Twitter, YouTube, Hopping. Thank you so much for showing up. Thank you for showing out. We really hope you learned something today. And honestly, thank you so much for participating, especially in the comment section. Remember, as Kadia said, to sign up for day 2 of the summit, because it will not be recorded, people. You need to sign up today, register today, so that you can come out tomorrow. And lastly, to Digital Jamaica. You're messing up, man. To Digital Jamaica, on behalf of all the young people who are tuned into today's summit, thank you. Thank you for providing this platform for us to learn. Thank you for providing us with opportunities. We really, really, really do appreciate it. I am Aishiba Cornwall, and this is me signing out. See you guys. Thank you.